Yes, it is something that the Sussex will have to sort out. There is apparently no...
Everything is okay. Hogan wheels round, 3 slips go down, and he's on his way. In and bowls, and Clark drives, and that's going to be 4 runs. A little bit too much width from Michael Hogan on that occasion, and Tom Clark wasn't going to miss out. Lovely shot. It's a shot that always looks so good when a left-hander plays it as well. His foot right to the pitch of the ball, and he just timed the ball beautifully through extra cover for 4 runs, which Sussex go to 105 for 2, and Tom Clark goes to 6. So thank you, David, for letting us know, and hopefully we'll get things sorted. John Malone has been in touch. Hello, John, down in Bexhill. Picture great, no sound, he says. We need to know, did you remember the biscuits? Well,
no.
I think the answer to that is no.
We've got such a decent provision of cake from the club in the afternoon, as well as yesterday's contribution from Steve as well. So yes. We're not underfed.
Thank you, Steve. That cake. In comes Hogan bowls, and that kept low, and that'll be slightly worrying for the Sussex bats.
Yeah, I think Glamorgan need to get Ajaz Patel on this end to try and exploit that rough. If it is rough.
Did you keep a bit of the cake and put it in the fridge last night, Nick? Or did it all go in the end?
No, there's a couple of slices left in the fridge.
Right. Chloe ate it all, right?
No.
In comes Hogan and bowls, and Clark plays firmly to mid-on there.
There's a couple of slices left in the fridge if you fancy one with your lunch, or
with for 11sies.
11sies.
We're only 5 minutes away.
Oh well, yes. Several of us have benefited from hotel breakfast, so 11sies are out.
Do you, when you stay in a hotel? Sorry, just that end of the over, 105 for 2. Haines 48, Clark 6. Do you sort of indulge when you're away, Nick? I mean, or maybe Mrs. Webb does sort of bacon and eggs every morning.
No, she doesn't. No, I do eat more because I just have the cereal and fruit at home. Generally, maybe 1 piece of toast, and yes, I usually have something cooked. I had eggs, mushrooms, and veggie sausage this morning, which is very nice. I try and hold back on the meat. Van der Hoogten is into bowl and driven on the leg side by Haines. No, only last day for the bacon and sausage. That's my rule.
And then you walk to the ground, so that makes you feel...
Well, I have been. It just works out that way, and it did in the last game at Middlesex. It's just easier to walk a mile and get the car out and park it. Though the stewards here at Sussex are among the most helpful, I must say. On the circuit in terms of making sure we're parked and not looking suspiciously at you. Van der Hoogten bowls, and forward comes Haines. No run. 2 runs short of his 50.
And a very good start to the season did Tom. Made a big double 100 at Derby, but since then broke his hand here in the game against Leicester, which, you know, middle part of the season, and hasn't really rediscovered that form. Made over 1,500 runs in the Championship last year. Fine player, and just getting his form back. Batted nicely at Durham last week in the second innings.
Van der Hoogten into Haines, a short ball that he ducks underneath. Not a bad short ball. Forced him to take evasive action. Made him think. I'm getting reports, thank you, John, that they can hear us now on the club streams as well.
Ah, brilliant. That's good news.
So they've found a bit of sticky tape. I'll put 10 pence in the meter or whatever you do at this time of year. Mind you, it's probably more than 10 pence in the meter these days. Might be as much as 50 pence.
Yeah.
Sussex 105 for 2. Having lost this morning, Allsop Cook bowled Hogan for 4. As Van der Hoogten bowls, that's played out into the offside, and Haines will take a single to the left of Salter. Speaking of Cook, Joe Cook has been shortlisted by the BBC on a list of environmental campaigners in sport. So congratulations to him, even though he's suddenly leaving the club. He has won recognition for those efforts. And the Hookton bowls and beats the outside edge of Clark's bat.
Good delivery.
Yeah, so well done to Joe Cook. He's on the BBC Green Sport Awards nominees. He is the young athlete of the shortlist for anyone 25 or under at the start of the year. Also including the young Welsh table tennis player Anna Hersey as Van der Hoogten bowls. And down the leg side, and that has run away for 4 byes. Oh, I thought there was some contact.
Yeah, Chris Cook certainly
on
thought
the
there
way
was.
through. Oh, come on, umpire, leg byes. I feel for Cook there. 110 for 2. It did look to take a deflection off something, didn't it?
It did. I'm quite surprised they were giving us byes, and not even leg byes.
Hannah Mills, the Welsh sailor, is on the Athlete of the Year shortlist for her work in raising awareness of climate issues, and you can see a list of all the nominees on the BBC Sport website, which I keep banging on about, but there's such a lot on it. Generally, if it wasn't working for the BBC, I think I'd still spend a lot of time on it.
So, clock ticks up towards 11 o'clock. We'll have a change around in the commentary box after this over from Michael Hogan. Tom Haines on the verge of what will be his 4th half-century of the season. Just the 100, which came at Derby in the 2nd match of the season. Still averaging 39 is Tom, 704 runs. But if you take out the 243 at Derby, it doesn't look quite as impressive. Hogan on his way, bowls, short, good bouncer from Michael Hogan, bent his back there. Tom Haines thinking about pulling at the last minute, decided to pull out of the shot. The ball rattles through into the gloves of Chris Cook. And there is no run. Cheshwar Pujara heads the averages for Sussex. 1,094 runs in his 8 matches, 13 innings, averaging 109.
Yeah, sounds as though the club is fairly hopeful of having him back.
Yeah, the mood music seems to be fairly positive around Hove. In comes Hogan and bowls. All Haines is beaten outside the off stump. That's a good delivery by Hogan, who wanders all the way down the wicket, virtually level with Tom Haines, and gives him a stare. Taken by Cook, and there is no run. I think ultimately, as with most Indian players, it'd be the same with Shubman Gill as well, but ultimately the Indian Cricket Board have the say. Sussex are hopeful that Pujara will come back, and although I don't know, my suspicion will be if he did come back that perhaps he would take over the captaincy from Tom, and that's not a slight on Tom in any way. As Hogan around the wicket bowls, and Haines is forward, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. He's had it's been very difficult to Tom Haines the last couple of years. You're skippering a very young side, a side that's had a difficult time, that's struggled to bowl sides out, and then you've got to walk out and open the batting. You've got to talk to the press, and he's only 23, and it's a pretty tough gig, and I've got every sympathy with Tom.
Yeah, talking to press, that. So Adrian Harms looking to trip you up with his...
That's right, with his nasty questions.
Googlies of questions.
In comes Hogan bowls, and Haines is forward, plays confidently to the offside, and there is no run. We did ask Tom at Durham last week what plans he had for the winter. I don't know whether he might be going off to sunnier climes, but he was uncertain. I don't know. Did some of the Glamorgan boys go off, Nick? I mean, I don't know whether they go and play some club cricket in Australia or.
I haven't heard of any plans this year, but to be honest, I'm just concentrating on getting through this week first before worrying about winter plans.
In comes Hogan again, bowls, and that's short again, and Haines again ducks underneath it down the leg side, taken by Cook. There's a plan here, for Tom Haines, isn't there? That's the second short delivery of the over. And I'm sure Glamorgan would have had long chats about, well, the research that is done now is a lot more than it ever was. Haines wanders around in the crease, keeping an up close eye on events elsewhere, particularly down at Worcester, where Worcester, Middlesex, rather 168 for 3.
That sounds ominously like they're closing on a first innings lead, but...
Yeah, 57 runs behind.
Yeah.
Comes Hogan, bowls to Haines, and Haines clips this down to fine leg and picks up a single, and that will be Tom Haines' half-century, his 4th half-century of the season for the Sussex skipper, who gets a nice round of applause. It's good to see Tom back in the runs. He raises his bat. Looked to be getting back in good nick last week up at Durham, where he made 37 in the second innings, but he's played very nicely here this morning. 50 and 62 balls. Of those 50 runs, 40 of them have come in boundaries. End of the over, 111 for 2. I'm going to make way for Chloe Brook for the first time today, and Chloe will join Nick.
Thank you, Adrian. Van der Hoogten to continue. He's bowled quite well this month without really getting huge numbers of wickets. He's been pretty consistent, as that one is skied in the air on the leg side, but Haines will get away with it. It's looped up over wide mid-on. It wasn't in control of that shot, but it was well clear of James Harris in the end at mid-on, and Haines will come back for a couple of runs. In the Hove sunshine. Very good morning, Chloe.
Morning.
How's the traffic this morning?
It was actually pretty bad. I got stuck for about 10 minutes on the M25.
Van der Hoogten bowls. Haines drives to mid-on.
Yeah, there was a stranded car on the A3 junction, so everybody piling off of the A3 stopped the whole of the M25, which...
is not unusual, I suppose.
No, it's not really. Europe's biggest car park, isn't it?
Well, I was coming down on Sunday night along the M4, around the M25, down the M23. I thought Sunday night should be clear on the M25, was it, heck? Van der Hoogten bowls. He's wrapped Haines on the pads there, but no real appeal. 113 for 2.
It's quite nice having a blue sky above us today, rather than looking at the dark and gloomy clouds that we had for the past 2 days. But I tell you what, it's ever so cold this morning. I came in, I didn't take off my coat till about 10 minutes ago.
Bit nippy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Still got a thick jumper on. As Van der Hoogten is in to bowl. That's driven aerially by Haines. He's cleared Root at mid-off, and Root will scamper back towards the boundary and haul it in front of the dressing rooms. But there's a couple of times in this over that Haines has opened his shoulders a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. He's got the right to now. He's on 54. They're in a very strong position, really. And that's right in a left-handed arc. I always find left-handers make it look so easy hitting over that extra and mid-off region.
Van der Hoogten in to bowl, and that one's forced past a diving Salter at point, down to Patel, round from wide, third man to field. Single to Haines, who moves on to 55 not out, and Sussex on to 116 for 2. 384 is the figure they need to avoid the possibility of following on. To Haines. And I suppose Sussex, obviously, they won't want to go down, but they can, they'll finish 7th in the table, whatever happens, but it's not immediate pressure on them, as that's driven nicely by Clark past Harris at mid-on. That one will run away up the slope for 4 runs. Sussex move on to 116 for 2, so free scoring, as we've heard throughout this game. 120 for 2. Clark has 10. Haines has 55, the man out this morning. Alsop caught Cook, bowled Hogan for 4. And mentioning green issues, I think the Glamorgan players are doing their bit by walking to and from the hotel this week. I'm not sure that was for green reasons or just the fact that they haven't got a replacement bus, because the one brings them down and then returns to South Wales to do other work for a few days and then comes and picks them up at the end of the match.
I bet there's some not too best pleased players the last 2 days, that's for sure.
Not in these weather conditions, no. But there we are. They've got the end in sight.
Hogan coming in from the C end, and just short of length, and the Haines looked slightly tempted by that, but ended up dropping his hands out the way of that delivery. Hogan is just slowly returning to the top of his mark.
Yeah, I think they need to get Patel on this C end to try to exploit the variable bounce and maybe find a patch outside the left-hander's off stump. Patel is grazing at mid-on at the moment as
Hogan coming in again, just full of length, and that's kept very low. Keeper's just picking up by his ankles at this time.
If a spinner replicates that bounce, it's going to be wrapping people on the ankles, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's Patel doing a few gentle exercises.
Yeah,
not sure whether you will have watched him bowl, but it's a fairly gentle process. I'm not sure you'll have seen anyone with a shorter run-up. Well, run is a bit exaggerated.
Hogan coming in, right arm round again, and just short of length, and that's been pulled away, and that's found a man at deep square. They've just taken a single from it.
It's certainly, I mean, Patel is 33. It's the sort of action you can imagine him carrying on bowling in club cricket for the next 40 years if he wants to.
Oh, that's brilliant. Yeah, it's going to give a bit of a stretch there at mid-on. As the ball's just returning back to Hogan, who's changed to come right arm over the wicket to Clark. In he comes, just short of length, and it's played off the back foot by Clark, and cover comes to pick it up.
Born in Mumbai, left India at the age of 8 when his family emigrated to New Zealand. I think it's fair to say there's not much trace of Mumbai left in the accent. It is pure Kiwi.
It's brilliant as well for Aussie and Kiwi accents, because both get really annoyed when you say it's from the other accent. But Hogan coming in again and just played off the back foot again.
Yes, when you can't tell Aussies and Kiwis apart. It does wind them up, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Generally, you can tell because Australians talk for longer, I find, as a rule. I've interviewed a few taciturn Kiwis on the Welsh rugby circuit over the years, so thankfully the current national coach, Wayne Pivac, is not among that number.
Hogan remaining right arm over this time, and it's a bumper, ducked underneath. It has Clark. It's left alone. That brings the end of the over. And Sussex 121 for 2. Clark is on 10 and Haines is on 56.
So I'll do one more over, if Edward can allow him some extra coffee slurping time. 121 for 2, Sussex 384, the follow-on target. And Morgan also hoping that Worcestershire's bowlers can do them a little favour, but sadly not yet. Middlesex 170 for 3, Pete Milan 73 not out, and the informed Eskenazi has joined him at the wicket. And Middlesex, I'm afraid, bats quite deep these days. So Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and that's pushed slightly tentatively through the onside for a couple of runs by Tom Haines.
Yeah, it might have held up in the pitch a little bit because it's quite aerial.
Been a couple of the last 2 overs that have not quite looked under control for Tom Haines, even though he's on 58 now, 123 for 2. Returned via route to Van der Hoogten. Glamorgan don't have their ball polisher-in-chief, Kieran Carlson, on the field in this match. Seems to be in charge of that department. Van der Hoogten into Haines, who drives through the offside, and we'll get 4 runs. Myram's dive in vain at cover point. This is unusual. That's usually Andrew Salter there. Salter at the moment is on the deep square leg boundary. Very unusual, that. Unless Salter took maybe a bang on the finger trying to stop when the previous deliveries hit through that area. Van der Hoogten in to Haines with a short ball, and it's a little leg side-ish. Haines had to duck but was able to get fairly safely out the way. 127 for 2. So square leg on the boundary in case of that mistimed hook, and Haines has looked to get on with things. As Adrian said, he's got 4 50s and 1 century this season. He's averaging 36 coming into the game, which is, it's a fairly decent season as an opener. As Haines will get more runs here with a comfortable flick through mid-wicket. Harris is off in pursuit of it. Salter runs a long way round the mid-wicket boundary from square leg to do the fielding, and safely back for 3 runs. So Haines is taking this score on very nicely from the Sussex point of view. 130 for 2. Clark has 10. Haines has 65. Clark on strike. And James Harris, the other member of the frontline seam attack. David Lloyd, a possible 4th seamer, but he hasn't been bowling himself that much this month. And the 2 main spinners, Patel and Salter, as Clark is squared up slightly by that from Van der Hoogten, beaten outside off stump. And good to see that Glamorgan have persisted with the 3 slips throughout, despite the volume of runs.
Yeah, no, it's very attacking, isn't it? But they've got enough runs on the board to do so.
And they've got to go for the win, really. Yeah,
exactly. Sussex are 130. We're still a long way off 384 to avoid a follow-on.
As Van der Hoogten bowls and Clark drives, Van der Hoogten gets a hand to it. Ball misses the stumps, trickles to mid-on. Harris completes the fielding, 130 for 2 at the end of the over. Clark has 10, Haines has 65. Alsop was caught Cook, bowled Hogan for 4 with a score on 93, but Clark's starting to establish himself. BBC Sport Online, Chloe Brewer will be joined by Edward Bevan.
Looks like we will have a change of bowling, and the short legs just sticking their shin pads on.
And that tells us we're going to have some spin, which we've advocated for the last couple of overs. And Patel will come on. I'm just going to concentrate for a minute on that far end when you come down the slope. Now, I've spoken to many former Glamorgan bowlers about playing down the slope here at Hove. Some have said they hate it. Others don't mind. And Harris was very expensive last night, and Van der Hoogten, unlike him, he's been struck for quite a number of 4s this morning, so possibly it may be a bit tricky. Others don't bother. Well, we saw with the 2 and bowlers who bowled for Sussex. Curry, no problem for him. He bowled extremely well. And also Hunt. But at the moment, it's Patel. His first ball of the morning, he bowls. And was that a drop behind, or was it just beating the bat? I think...
Might inside edge onto pad.
If he'd caught it, it would have been out, I suppose. So, in comes the next ball from Patel, and forward is played on the offside. They go through for what was, in the end, a relatively simple signal. I don't know about your focusing, Chloe. I found this very difficult, this scoreboard, the two scoreboards. And... Here is Patel. Bowls down the pitch comes Clark, and I think identification here, two left-handers, is that Clark has the shirt, his sleeves rolled up to the elbow, which is good for us.
Yeah.
Patel, left arm spin over the wicket, tosses this one up. It's padded up outside the off stump. And you see his little walk. It's not a run. It's a little stroll up, isn't it? 4 walking steps, I call it.
It is. Where is it?
Short leg and a slip, attacking Clark as in comes Patel. Bowls, and that's played with the wrists dropped. Defensively, it goes away on the offside. Immediately, there's respect for Patel. Yeah, he comes again down the pitch, and he nearly got deceived, but he gets a single out to deep extra cover, and that's a promising over for Ajit Patel. Just the 2 runs off it. And I don't know about you, it's impossible to tell the score at the moment. The sun is on both, but I got the laptop, which is good. 132 for 2. I think we better stick on this. Haines is on 65 and Clark is on 11. And we've got a change of bowling at the far end, and it will be James Harris to come on. And I said he was rather expensive yesterday.
There's 6 overs went for 40 runs.
And Van der Gooten 7 went for 38. So we'll see if Harris can come to terms with its slope. It is a pronounced slope, and Glamorgan have to attack, and they're doing it because they've got 3 slips.
Yeah, exactly. We've got, Sussex have a long way off to go before they avoid a follow-in, so Glamorgan really need to take a lot more wickets.
They have. They're going to take another 18 if they to win this challenge.
In comes Harris from a Cromwell Road end. He's following right arm over to left hander. It's a bump and ducked under it has Clark with a tumbling stop from a keeper there. And a dot ball to start the over.
Yes, they may, as Nick was saying earlier on, spotted something in Clark's makeup that perhaps he doesn't like the short ball, but if you're going to persist in that, they would have, of course, got a leg slip and a short leg, but neither are in that position.
No, I should imagine just be the occasional one who've got cover on that square boundary. As Harris comes in again, just full of length, flicked off his pads, down for 4 runs. That's not where you want to bowl when you've got 3 slips in play.
That's quite right, yes. In fact, you've got 1, 2, 3 slips, third man. You've got 6 men on the offside, and that just sailed down the leg side, and you only had to touch it, and it was 4.
Yeah. Actually, that's definitely not where you're going to get your wickets bowling to Clark here.
And we see it on the replay again. Yeah, well wide. No chance for Hogan, who's feeling that final leg, but he's a little bit wider where that ball went.
Harris just turning at the top of his mark, and he comes, and that's full of length. That's where you want to bowl. And it's been left alone outside, off by Clark. Keepers didn't manage to catch the ball. It's just been passed around. They were tempted by 1, but didn't go far enough back for it to warrant a single. As it's been shined and sent back to Harris. as he turns at top of his mark, and he comes striding in from the far end, and it's full of length, and a play a miss, and that is gone.
So,
Harris bowled Clark gone, caught behind for 11 runs, a second to fall this morning.
yeah, no doubt about that. We saw the ball deviate off the bat, so Glamorgan will be quite happy to have picked up now. Well, 2, I guess, but 3 in all before lunch. If they can get another 1 or 2, they'll be well back into this game. So Harris, after bowling not great last night and a loose ball to start this morning, is atoned for that, and off goes trudging disappointingly back to the pavilion is Tom Clark, who was caught behind the wicket by Cook off the bowling of Harris. Cook's second catch of the morning. And they're 136 for 3. Glamorgan get another vital point to add to the 5 they got for batting. 136 for 3, and they are making inroads. Caught behind the wicket by Cook off the bowling of Harris.
Yeah, that's definitely what Glamorgan needed here. They need to take another 17 wickets to win the game, so...
Yeah, unless the follow-on, of course, is avoided. And that, if the follow-on is avoided, I think we might as well pack up and make our way home. But there's no doubt about that, because, as I say, we saw the ball deviate off the bat, and Cook was having a very good season. He's got a lot of dismissals this season, even though he missed a couple of games. And that, if the
So, Ibrahim is the batter to replace Clark, and he's just doing a little bit of gardening work as he comes down to face. And this is the first right-hander.
Yeah, nice to see, isn't it? And gives us a chance now to identify quite easily.
Okay, we've got a short leg in play. We've got 3 slips again. Somebody down at fine leg, third man.
Yeah, it's Hogan down at fine leg. Towel back down at the third man boundary.
As Harris turns up at top of his mark in for Ibrahim's first ball, which is full of length. That looks like it's doing a little bit off the surface now.
You see, if you bowl in the right place, you will be rewarded. We saw that with the Sussex bowler. If you get it there, because it's 2 balls now, the dismissal, that seemed, and that one was a beauty, the best ball he's bowled.
Yeah, definitely. There's that one little patch on this pitch, isn't there? It just does a little bit.
Yes, and there's a little bit of rough for Patel up the other end, so it has advantages for the bowlers.
Definitely. Harris in again, just short of length, and that's been left alone as it goes down leg side. And that brings the end to the over. Sussex are now 136 for 3 after losing Clark for 11. Ibrahim is the new batter who remains on 0, and Haines is on 66.
Yeah, and the 2 players for Sussex were absent yesterday through some bout of illness. They probably will be, well, they are all right to bat. Whether it'll affect them, you know, if you spend a day in bed, you don't feel great the next day. But they will be batting, which is good news, because you don't bowl somebody out with only 9 men. So it's Patel to continue. He started his 3rd over, bowled a very promising first over. And he will be bowling to the left-handed Tom Haines, who's opened the innings and is still there. A slip and a short leg as in walks Patel and bowls. And this is a appeal for LBW. Or was it a nudge to short leg?
There's a lot going on there.
Anything you got?
It was a chance, but it's a very difficult chance as he tried to turn it. He's coming over the wicket from this CN. Oh, that chance, but it was very wide. He was looking for the stumping. That nearly happened last night against Haines, but I've got sympathy for Cook. It was very, very wide, and one-day cricket, they could have said it was too wide. But he was walking down, and he'll have to be very careful of that. And now Patel will bowl at Ibrahim, the new batsman, with the ball going away from that bat. And he will be having plenty of company for a bit of chatter there, Ibrahim, because the keeper's standing over his shoulders. There's a bat. Oh, yeah, that's a slip and a short leg and a second slip. Whether it's turning that much or it's a bit of kidology, we shall see. Good contest, this. As round the wicket comes a well-flighted delivery. It's left alone by Ibrahim and is gathered by Cook. 137 for 3. 2 wickets then gone this morning. Turning that as in comes Ibrahim. Not Ibrahim, he's defending and just nudges it down to the tall figure there, Eddie Byram at short leg. They'll have plenty of practice from the last game because he bowled a lot of overs against Derbyshire. Patel bowls, spun away from the bat and bounced.
Spun him. The thing Ibrahim will have to contest with now is footholds from the bowlers that have made, because they haven't bowled much.
Yeah, but no, what we had was the 2 left armers bowling for Sussex, so there must be a little bit of rough field coming down over the wicket. As the next ball is an in-swinger, which is nudged away, and that's another good over from Patel. It didn't take long. And at the end of it, Sussex will need 384 to avoid falling on 137 for 3. And with Harris bowling a very good first over and getting a wicket, and Patel causing a little bit of problems already, this could be rather difficult, of course, for Sussex. But Haines is still there, leading there by example.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Haines so far has really pushed Sussex forward, because they've got their runs ever so quickly. 137 off. Just trying to look at the scoreboard for overs. 28 overs.
Yeah.
As Harris comes in, right arm over to the left-handed Haines, and that's a bumper to start his 8th over. Haines just ducks underneath it. Had lots of bumpers this game. He's had a lot of practice ducking underneath them.
Yeah, it's just testing him out and then just mixing things up.
He looks like, and that's a bumper to start. Deep square has been just pushed slightly behind. Just ducks underneath it there as Harris comes in for his second ball of the over, and it's just full of length, and it's been worked to mid-on, who comes round to pick up, and they take a single from it. Deep square has been just pushed slightly behind. Yeah, I'm just
Sorry to take the headset from Chloe. We've got an update to do to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. Sussex 138 for 3. And Edward Glamorgan slowly working their way through this top order.
This happened in the last game where they didn't take wickets for about 40 overs, and then, like London buses,
off they come.
Off they come, yeah.
In comes James Harris, running in down the hill to bowl to Daniel Lieber, who lets that one go outside of the off stump, taken by Cook, and there is no run. Still those 3 slips in situ, a third man, point extra cover, mid-on, a backward short leg, and a fine leg. News from Worcester is that Middlesex continuing to make progress, not rapid progress, but they're now 181 for 3, trailing by 44. Just to reiterate that if Worcestershire draw that game, if Middlesex draw that game with maximum points, i.e. get to 400, then that'll be enough to secure promotion. Hogan in bowls to Ibrahim, let go outside the off stump, taken by a tumbling Cook, and there is no run. Just to reiterate. You're having a little squint at someone who's walking around the boundary edge. Who's that down
Carlson.
there? Ah, Kieran Carlson.
Gonna have a word with Hogan.
So an update on its way for those listening on BBC Radio Sussex in a few moments' time, but in comes James Harris running down the hill, bowls to Ibrahim, who's forward and plays that to point, and there is no run. I don't know whether Daniel Ibrahim would have batted 5. I suspect it would have probably been Finn Hudson-Prentice, who
I see.
Can't bat, we understand now, until maybe 7 and 8 because of missing the whole day's play yesterday with illness, but both Hudson-Prentice and Charlie Tier are back and will bat for Sussex today. Beautiful day, a bit more cloud around now, but real cotton wool type of cloud hovering across the ground as in comes Hogan and bowls, and Ibrahim is forward and plays this nicely through a wideish mid-on. Billy Root is in hot pursuit down towards the players' dressing rooms in the corner of the ground. And Ibrahim is on his way with a couple, 140 for 3 at the end of the over. Tom Haines is on 68, and the man out today, Tom Alsop for 4, and Tom Clark for 11.
And I think the danger for Sussex will come from Patel. He's puzzledly, he's only had a couple of overs and one last night, but we saw, even last night and this morning, Haines going down that leg side, and if it was a little bit straighter, he would have been easily stumped because he charged him. And there's a little bit of rough left by the left-arm seamers of Sussex who are coming over the wicket that end. And I think that he will exploit that and just a variation because he's a very fine bowler.
Well, he's going to come on from the C end of the ground. He's chatting away to Michael Hogan. Various helmets and protective gear being brought out. Yeah. Just a quick update on matters in Division 1 of the Championship. Nick and I were talking about the declaration by Warwickshire this morning, who needs a win.
It makes you think about that. I saw it as well.
Yeah, and Hampshire have already lost 2 wickets, 36 for 2.
I think there might have been something tried there.
I mean, I wouldn't have thought other sides would be that happy about that because...
Nothing they can do about it.
No, there isn't. So, it's going to be Patel.
This is going to be fascinating.
I will just do this over, Edward, just because
by all means.
we've got an update to do. Now, an attacking field, there's a slip, a short leg, and a leg slip. As in comes Patel around the wicket. Bowls to Haines, who decides to play that very late. It was wide of the off stump. It was a very last-minute decision by Tom Haines to play that. He missed it. It was through to Cook. It's fortunate not to get a little nick on that. Patel again. I'll describe the rest of the field in a moment as Patel is in up the hill from the C-end bowls, and Haines plays that into the offside and picks up a single. He goes to 69.
There's a little bright glimmer of sunshine outside my window, Adrian. I'm hoping that you're getting that there in Hove as well.
It is a lovely day at Hove, Sarah. There's a bit more cloud around than there was at 10:30 when we started this morning, but I think we'd settle for that. There is a chilly breeze, so if you're thinking of coming down to Hove, maybe a coat is a good idea, but if you get in the sun, it really is very pleasant indeed. In terms of the match, while Sussex have lost a couple of wickets this morning, they're 141 for 3. Tom Haines, the skipper, is holding things together. He's on 69, but the men out, Tom Alsop, who was out for 4, and just a couple of moments ago, Tom Clark out for 11. Just a reminder that Glamorgan in their first innings making 533 for 9. Meanwhile, up at Old Trafford, the Surrey hangover continues. They won the county championship last week. They can be excused maybe for indifferent performance this week. They're 150 for 7. That in reply to the Lancashire total of 512. As Patel is swept by Ibrahim down to fine leg for 4 runs. He goes to 6. And Sussex to 145 for 3. Been clustered around the bat, Edward?
I was just telling Chloe, excuse me, that he'll have enough company there for while Patel is bowling and a little chat. Well, more than a little chat, I think.
Well,
this turning square here, lads. It won't be long, then all that sort of thing.
2 slips, a silly mid-off and a short leg as Patel is in bowl. The ball balloons in the air. There's an appeal from Patel. I'm assuming that came off the pad. It ballooned in the direction of leg slip. There isn't a leg slip in there. There's a shortish fine leg. So David Lloyd going on the attack here. 4 men clustered around the bat. Then there's a point, a cover and a mid-off, a mid-on and a square leg. Nobody out at all. Everybody's in either saving one or in a catching position. Patel is in. That's a full toss driven down the ground. 4 runs. Just ease that down the ground. And once the ball beats the infield here at Hove, down the hill, the ball just runs away for 4 runs. It was disappointed with that final delivery, Will Patel. But Ibrahim goes to 10 and Sussex to 100 and now is that 149? I can't quite make the number out.
I can't make it out. It's 145.
145.
No, you're right.
Or is it 149?
This is a ball behind.
It's just the angle that we are here to the scoreboard, but that's 149.
Yeah, but having said that, he nearly always has a mid-on, but the position of this game with Glamorgan, obtaining that huge score, he can afford to put 2 or 3 around the bat and do without the mid-on because, okay, of course you get 4 runs, but they don't really matter when you've got such a big total, nearly 400 to get just to save a follow-on. Harris, who's bowling far better than he did last night, taking a wicket in his first over, he's going to continue to bowl at the left-handed Haines, who's undefeated on 69 as he is coming down the hill, the Cromwell Road end, and bowls the first ball. That's a lovely shot. It was a wide half volley, and it was very well stopped by Patel on the boundary's edge. And
very good.
They only get a single when I thought it was either boundary or at least 2.
Excellent piece of fielding, particularly with the ball running down the slope.
He's a good all-round cricketer, as we saw when he came in and got a rapid 50 or 37 balls yesterday, coming at number 10, mixing aggression with defence. He wasn't, if you like, your natural number 10 or 11. This brings Ibrahim down to face. He's moved on to 16, and he is facing Harris, who comes in and bowls to him, and he bowled him. Harris gets another wicket. And Sussex just in a little bit of bother. It was not the best shot, but we'll just watch the playback.
He's dragged that on, hasn't he? I mean, he was looking to pull it.
It was a little bit short, but whether it was short enough. There's Harris just to repeat this wicket. Yeah, it was not all that short, and he's pulled it onto his leg stump, and there goes the 4th wicket. It's now 150 for 4.
Well, a terrific morning for Glamorgan, Edward. Sussex resuming on 88 for 1. They picked up those 3 wickets. I don't think Ibrahim would be very pleased with that shot. I don't think it was the shot to play to that delivery.
It wasn't all that short.
Now, we have got a change in the batting order here because Finn Hudson-Prentice and Charlie Tier unable to bat up the order because they missed yesterday's play. But we're going to see Fahim Ashraf, the overseas Pakistan player, coming
Another left-hander.
Another left-hander, yeah. Now, Ashraf hasn't impressed with the ball, I think it's fair to say, Edward, in the 3 appearances for Sussex, but he has impressed with the bat. I was particularly impressed at Durham last week in the second innings of that match, where he batted very nicely. He made 33 in the first innings, and 30. He was eventually caught in the second innings. But he's a more than capable batsman. He's a test match batsman. He's played 14 times for Pakistan, top score of 91, so he can bat.
Oh, no doubt.
So he's up the order.
It'll be India versus Pakistan then in the next over.
Yes.
And to bowl to Ashraf.
So that'll be interesting. Harrison Ward is just walking around the outfield, just down below. I'm not sure who he's chatting away to there. One of the young Sussex players not featuring in this match. He's primarily played limited overs cricket this season, but that's a big breakthrough for Glamorgan. And Glamorgan, all eyes, Edward, are going to be on that game at New Road because 400 is the Maggot target for Middlesex. They're 194 for 3 at the moment, trailing Worcester by 31. But all Glamorgan can do is to win this game with maximum points. That's all they can do.
More than that. Ashraf faces his first ball as Harris bowls to him, and it's gone down the leg side and taken by Cook. So Harris has atoned for last night's performance when he couldn't get the right length at all and went for a lot of boundaries, but he's come back in his first over. He had a wicket, and now he's got another in his third. Hogan had taken a wicket. So it's 2 wickets apiece now for Hogan and Harris, the 2 H's. As in comes Harris from that far end and bowls to Ashraf. Ashraf just gets down on that and jabs it away to cover, where it's fielded there by Eddie Byram. They'll be feeling quite confident now, especially that when you face Patel, what do? Do you stick or twist? Because he's an accurate bowler. He tosses it up. The men all round the bat. But he's turned out to be a good signing.
Very good.
Harris turns, comes in now. He's over the wicket and bowls. And Ashraf plays a nice-looking shot to get off the mark. It's going past mid-off, up towards the boundary at the far end. Root has he given up? Yes, he has. So nice, well-struck and well-timed shot there by Ashraf.
Yeah, he's a good player. You can see he's a good player. I thought, particularly at Durham, as he was out in both innings last week to Matthew Potts. There's no disgrace in that at all, but he just looks a player he's been batting down the order of 8s and 9s. He looks to me like someone who could bat the way he's played comfortably, 6 in the championship, 6, 7 in the championship.
He's certainly got a nice stance, and he looks comfortable as he taps his bat in the crease. As in comes Harris, bowls to him, and he's gone, caught behind.
Well, having said what a good player he is.
And he didn't expect that. It was must have been out because it was a huge shout. And, wickets are tumbling here at Hove, and that is a good wicket to get. Listening to the comments to my friend on my left.
Well, good comments for your friend on the left, who's talked Fahim Ashraf out. There was a bit of extra lift there, Edward.
Deviation again, you could see it.
And there's been a bit of that, and that was the suggestion throughout the match here, that Glamorgan felt there was a little bit more in this pitch that maybe Sussex didn't exploit it. Ashraf was surprised there with that delivery. It was a little shorter, a little bit of extra bounce, and he was looking to leave it, Edward, and the ball, I would imagine, has just caught the glove.
It came off the face of the bat. Looking. Have you got the feed on your...
No, I haven't. No, but he's feathered that through. It wasn't a big deflection, was it? But Cook's taken the catch.
Yeah.
And Sussex are in grave danger here. Finn Hudson-Prentice, the new man out, but 4 wickets have gone down this morning. And Glamorgan absolutely delighted. We were saying earlier on they're going to have to be in the field a long time if they're going to win this match. But
they experienced that, of course, in the last game against Derbyshire.
Yeah.
Derbyshire kept them, let me see, in that first innings of theirs. They bowled over 100 overs, but in this game so far they've only bowled... How many overs have been bowled today? The scoreboard will be under me. I cannot see.
Well, we've got 87 overs left to be bowled. They've been out in the field just for 31 overs so far, because last night Sussex, at the close of play last night, Sussex were 88 for 1. Just in those 16 overs that were bowled. Sorry, 14 overs that were bowled last night. So
they won't be so tired if they're going to dismiss them in, what shall we say, 50 overs.
Yeah.
As opposed to 100 overs.
Yeah.
They'll be fresh again.
And also they've got Patel who can they'll be hoping can hold an end.
Oh, he will, yes. Well, that was the last ball of the over. 2 wickets for James Harris in it. And it'll be Patel now with... plethora of fielders just keeping in company.
Well, I better keep quiet about how well Sussex batsmen can play, because I've talked Fahim Ashraf out. Sorry about that. As Patel is in, bowls to Haines, who clips that through square leg, picks up a single. I don't think Glamorgan will mind that too much and get the new batter in, who's Finn Hudson-Prentice. Ill yesterday, we understand, with some sort of a sickness bug that both he and Charlie Tier had. Fortunately, it would seem that no one else in the Sussex dressing room has picked it up, but Hudson-Prentice coming in, and he's got fielders gathered around with a short leg, 2 slips and a silly mid-off. 3 men saving one on the offside, a mid-on and a backward square leg as he comes to that turned.
Oh, that
turned. Now, whether that turned out of footmarks or whether that genuinely turned, but that went a long way away from the right-handed Hudson-Prentice. Tell again. In and bowls and wide of the off stump.
I was saying earlier, you see, with Curry and also Hunt yesterday bowling a lot of overs. Curry bowled 22 and Hunt 23, predominantly over the wicket. That has created rough for Patel.
He's in and bowls, and Hudson Prentice plays that one away through towards third man. He wasn't completely in control of the shot. He's just going to pick up a couple of runs fielded way down in the distance by James Harris, who gets in the throw to Cook. Hudson Prentice is on his way, but not with a shot that would have given a lot of confidence to the dressing room, because it looks as if Patel is turning the ball here from the C end of the ground. Through towards third man. He wasn't completely in control. Patel again. 3 or 4 paces. Really gives the ball some air, doesn't he? Drilled to.
He does a little bit of everything.
Extra cover, there is no run.
Adrian, because he bowls the arm ball, then he'll bowl a straight ball, which have got about 4 people out this year, just pushing forward, LBW.
Patel in again, bowls. Hudson Prentice is forward, he's caught and bowled, and that's a poor cricket by Finn Hudson Prentice. Caught and bowled, and Sussex lose their 6th wicket and now falling in a heap, and I've got to say, that's a poor bit of cricket. He's tossed the ball up, and Hudson Prentice has just drilled the ball straight back to Ajaz Patel, who took the catch. Hudson Prentice has gone for 2, and Sussex are 157 for 6.
Good catch too, moving to his left, but I was talking to Chloe earlier on. Now, if you've been in bed for a day, you're obviously feeling a bit groggy. Was he in the sort of right frame of mind? But I don't know.
Well, you assume that you're fit to play, but I don't think he'll be pleased with that shot. He didn't look comfortable with the first delivery, did he? No. The runs that he got, he ran the ball down to third man, but it wasn't, I think we said it wasn't a shot that would have instilled too much confidence into the dressing room. Well, Tom Haines leans on his bat, the skipper at the far end of the ground. Well, this is going better than Glamorgan could have imagined.
Absolutely, I'm just looking.
Well, Sussex have lost. They were 136 for 2. They've lost 4 for 21, Edward.
Yeah.
And Matthew Maynard and
yeah,
wandering around the outfield with his shorts on, enjoying the sunshine, and he'll be enjoying this Glamorgan performance. He'll be even happier if Middlesex lose some wickets at Worcester, which at the moment they're not. They're 200 for 3.
And they always do this. Him and his good mate David Harrison, the assistant coach, must be delighted, as you say. 136 for 2, and we were thinking, yes, they'll have to fight hard to take 17 or 18 wickets as it was then. But there is a possibility, and it's only a possibility, that Sussex could be all over and all out by lunch. Not that I'm suggesting that is going to happen, and I think Tom Haines will have something to say about that. Harris then coming in, and Bones to Haines, and Haines flashes at that at the outside the off stump, and I call that an end of season shot.
In terms of batting to come, Edward, Charlie Tierin, now the young 18-year-old, made his debut last week. Jack Carson come back. With due respect to both Sean Hunt and Brad Curry, I think they would consider themselves to be, bowlers who
can hold a bat.
Yes, who can hold a bat. But I think really, outside of these two, they're looking at Carson, and Glamorgan may well feel that they're.
Well, here's Harris comes in, bowls the left-handed Haines, who's beautifully taken there. Diving down the lane. Well, he didn't actually take it, but he stopped it. He had to dive. The goalkeeper would have been very proud of that. Pope the other night would have been proud of that.
Don't rub it in, Edward.
I know. Poor chap, a horrendous mistake. He got to the ball and just going to hold it, and out it goes. And the chap following up tapped it in. Harris, who's on fire at the moment, comes in and bowls, and oh my word, that was a poor shot. He stepped across and tried to drive it. Don't like to be disrespectful, but this looks like a side whose confidence is not great.
No, well, I think that's a fair comment.
Oh my word, that was a poor.
Although these young players have shown improvement under Grant Flower, but this is a stern examination at the minute. Sussex are not passing that examination.
Yeah, again, it's Harris and bowls, and this time he taps it away to mid-on, and Glamorgan won't mind that as Van der Gooten feels, because you bring Charlie Tier down to face, or he would have been facing. He will be facing this because, of course, there's a lot of movement. He is a right-hander. He's having a chat with Haines now, and let's hope that Haines, on behalf of Sussex, will tell him, look, it's doing a little bit, but just concentrate and get behind it. Don't play any flashy shots. So overnight it was just the one wicket, and Sussex were going well, but they have lost this morning 5 wickets in a matter of an hour and 20 odd minutes. Harris bowls, Tier's beaten outside the off stump as he pushes forward.
Just 18 years of old, Charlie Tier. He plays his club cricket at West Chiltington and Fakenham Cricket Club.
What a lovely name.
Yeah, and attended Seaford College, where he's been under the...
That's a good cricket.
Yeah, where Chris Adams is in charge of cricket and has been working with Charlie Tier. His mother is Scottish. He has played under 19 cricket for Scotland. But very keen to point out if he gets further, he'd like to play for England.
Harris bowls to Tier. Tier pushes forward looking for his first run, but he doesn't get it, plays it straight to cover. End of the over, and it will be Patel who's striding purposefully up to the to this end, the English Channel end.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Wales, BBC Online, on a lovely sunny day at Hove, where Glamorgan have made inroads this morning, picking up 5 wickets, Allsop for 4, Clark 11, Ibrahim for 10, Ashraf for 4, Hudson Prentice for 2.
And on the Glamorgan viewpoint, I'm not going to move from here, because I've taken 4 wickets this morning and Nick has taken 1.
And Middlesex have lost another wicket.
Oh, it's all happening.
204 for 4 are Middlesex now. Milan is the man out for 93. So just to reiterate, well, we'll do it because Patel gets through his overs very quickly. In comes Patel over the wicket, bowls to Haines, and Haines clips that down to deep backward square, picks up a single, does Tom Haines. He goes to 73, Sussex 1, 59 for 6. Glamorgan have to win here. If Middlesex draw that game at Worcester and they get maximum batting points, then that would be enough for them to secure promotion. But you get the feeling this is going to go all the way to tomorrow, because Glamorgan can't influence what's happening down at New Road, but
the game might not go all the way tomorrow.
Might not. Patel in bowls. He's giving them all plenty of air, isn't he, Edward?
This young lad will have to just concentrate. It's not easy playing against a test left armour, for an 18-year-old especially.
No. Men clustered around the bat as Patel is in, and he beats Tier outside the off stump. The bails are whipped off by Cook. Charlie Tier clearly in his ground. There is 2 slips in place, a silly mid-off and a short leg.
He's going to try and hit that patch outside the batsman's off stump.
And comes Patel again, rather, taken again. That turned.
That bounced.
Yeah, turned and bounced. Matthew Maynard just down below, rehearsing a golf shot. That's an 8-iron he was rehearsing into the green. I don't know if he's a golfer.
Hits it a long way.
Does he?
I've played with him a few times.
Patel bowls. Well, that turned as well. Yeah, away from the right. And it's bouncing as well, isn't it? If he pitches this, he's bowling just a little outside of off stump. If he pitches one around about leg stump, and it turns like that, it's going to be very difficult for the right-hander. Patel in again, bowls, and that was down the leg side, and that was very difficult for the keeper. That's going to run away for byes down towards the fine leg boundary. Let's wait for the umpire signal to make sure they are byes. They are indeed. Not much keeper Cook could do about that. And a couple more runs for the total. End of the over. And Sussex are 161 for 6, with Charlie Tier yet to score. Tom Haines, the Sussex skipper, holding things together on 73. If you'd like to send us a message, please do so. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk on email, or you can tweet us at NickWebb2017 or at BBC Sussex Sport. But just to reiterate, Sussex have lost 4 wickets here for 25 in the last half hour or so. As Glamorgan have got their foot on the throat, Edward.
At the moment, yes, but a funny old game, this cricket. In comes Harris to start in the over and bowls, and this he tries to whip it away, but he's a little bit too early playing that. Hove looking resplendent in this morning sunshine. A few white clouds, no threat whatsoever. Should have 2 full days cricket if it goes that far. It's something last winter, as you do when you've got looking at some records and where they were playing. And I went back to the late 1950s, and I want to talk about journeys. As in comes Harris and bowls, and this time it's pushed away. There'll be a single there as the route charges after it. And it's another single for Haines, and takes the score to 162 for 6. Glamorgan played here, and in those days it was Saturday, Monday, Tuesday, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. When Glamorgan were playing Saturday and Sunday and Monday, the game had finished about 5 o'clock or around that. And then Adrian, they had to travel to Hull on Tuesday night. No motorways, of course, and they never had coaches. They just used to get into their little cars, and they were old little cars. Got to Hull about 2:30 in the morning. As in comes the next ball, and it's down the leg side, poor delivery, and it's well taken again by Cook. They then played up in deepest Yorkshire for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and would you believe it, the next game on Saturday would be played at Llanelli. So they came down, and dear old Don Shepherd was telling me this story. They had to change because there'd been a delay, got to the ground, got some taxis, and they got to Llanelli just in time for the toss. And you can believe this or not, in comes the next ball. And that's a nice, lovely shot there by Tierney off the mark. Leans into half volley, and that's the way to start your first-class career, with a lovely cover drive for 4.
Beautiful shot.
He'll be heartened by that, and his captain's going to go down and say, well played, young man, just keep it up now, concentrate. And the aftermath of that, they got changed. Out they went to toss. Glamorgan lost the toss and were in the field. You just imagine all that travelling.
Yeah, not too much planning going into that.
It was 11:30 start, but still. Say, well played, young man. And here again is Harris. And he's clipped him off his toes, and he'll get 4 more. No, Patel has suddenly appeared away behind the post there.
He batted very nicely last week, Charlie Tier, up at Durham. He made 24 in the second innings, and batted very nicely on his debut, and 26 in the first innings, and that was some achievement on a wicket where you're facing the likes of Matthew Potts and Ben Rain, who are very good seam bowlers for Durham.
Rushworth play?
Rushworth didn't play. He was injured, and I think he's injured this week as well. His dad was up in the media centre with the dog. Oh. The dog Lucy, the Cairn Terrier.
In the water on the floor.
In the commentary box, yeah.
In comes Harris, bowls. Haines pulls away out to mid-wicket in front of the scoreboard. He'll get a couple as Van der Gooten runs about 40 yards. And that is the end of the over, as Patel will presumably, certainly carry on at this end, and will be bowling at Tier.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Wales, also online. Myself, Adrian Harms. Nick Webby's going to come back and join us on commentary, and Chloe Brewer will be back with us shortly as well. Edward's going to take a breather and probably go and hunt out some of that chocolate cake, which is in the fridge in the press box away to our right hand side. Unless anyone else has snaffled it, there may be a couple of bits for Edward, but Sussex in trouble here. I'll run through the scores in the other games in a moment. The important game is at New Road, where Middlesex are 212 for 4, trailing Worcestershire by 13. Durham 135 for 4 at Trent Bridge against Nottinghamshire. I think that means that Notts just need 1 more point to secure promotion. The two batters of interest in Division 2, as in comes Patel over the wicket bowls, gives that plenty of air, and Haines clips to mid-wicket with a good diving save by Sam Northeast in there.
Yes.
Good stop. Prevents a single.
Yeah, usually out in the ring when he's not fielding slip.
Patel in again, bowls, and Haines plays that firmly into the covers and picks up a single. And he goes to 76, the total to 169 for 6 in the first division. The game of interest is at Edgbaston, where Hampshire are 62 for 3. After Warwickshire declared on 272 for 4. Warwickshire need to win that game, or else they're going to get relegated. To the cover comes Patel and bowls, and let go by Terrible that turns away from the right-hander.
Very pleasant watching from up above us. I had 15 minutes on the
roof
balcony up top. Yeah,
there's a good view from up there. Clouds are just gathering a little as Patel is in and bowls again, gives up plenty of air. Tier is forward, plays to short extra. There is no run. Yorkshire still in danger of relegation if they were to lose. They're 8 for 1, needing another 233 to beat Gloucestershire. So it's all bubbling up on the final couple of days of the county championship. Patel round the wicket bowls. Tier again lets that one go outside the off stump. There is no run. 2 slips, a silly point or silly... Would you got a silly point or silly mid-off, Nick?
Silly point, I think.
And a short leg. Slip fielder just making sure they're close enough to make sure one doesn't go between them. Patel in bowls, and Tier plays it into the ground with soft hands. Fielded there, well, an attempted field to slip. It didn't, wasn't a chance. That's the end of Patel's over, who's bowled 7 overs, no maidens, taken 1 for 20. Sussex on 169 for 6, Haines on 76. Tier is on 5.
And regardless of who's involved, I always think it's one of the great sights on a cricket field to see a spinner operating and fielders around the bat, clustered around as Glamorgan have at the moment, and batters with plenty of questions to answer. Looking back at the dismissals this morning, Glamorgan have taken 5 wickets, which must have been beyond their hopes, really. But you have to say there's an element of end-of-termism in probably the last 3 dismissals, as Harris is in to bowl to Haines, who slashes that one away down towards third man. It's well fielded by Byram on the short boundary, and he keeps them down to a single, with Ibrahim bottom edging a pull onto his stumps. Ashraf with rather lazy gloving of a ball from James Harris. And Finn Hudson-Prentice mistiming a drive back to Patel. All looked a little bit careless.
I would agree. No, I would agree. I thought Hudson-Prentice dismissal was you could tell he was furious with himself.
Yeah, I suppose there's an argument that you need to get after a spinner and hit him off his length and just let him bowl. But Harris is in, bowls and beats the off stump as Tier prodding at that one rather uncertainly outside off stick.
Shane Lightley's been in touch. He says, hello from Barcelona. Thank you for your commentary throughout the season to all your colleagues. It's kept me entertained while I study at the Barcelona Flight School. All right. Let's hope Sussex have a better season next year. So that sounds pretty highbrow, doesn't it? The Barcelona, presumably starting to be a pilot, Shane. Perhaps you could let us know.
Best of luck with your studies, and thank you for your kind words. Harris is in, bowls clipped into the mid-wicket area by Tier, and there's no run. Emir Evans says, I haven't been Harris's biggest fan this season, but credit where it's due, he's blown this game open for us. So, yeah, Glamorgan with 5 wickets inside the first 90 minutes of play here on day 3. You have to think, at this stage of the season where games have been starting at all sorts during the course of the campaign. Harris is in, bowls, and Tier defends on the offside, no run. And Glamorgan now with 3 slips still. Gill slightly wider. Lloyd and Northeast fairly close together, first and second. And hopefully The calendars can be brought forward a little bit because it's always nice to plan the next summer and to give cricket supporters something to look forward to in the dark days of winter, as that one's turned nicely on the leg side by Tia and go through for a single. 171 for 6.
Hampshire have lost another wicket, Nick, at Edgbaston. Hampshire now 68 for 4. A game where Warwickshire need to win. A declaration on 272 for 2 for Warwickshire. So clearly hoping to set something up.
Yes, I mean, it doesn't look as though it'll need to be a contrived game if Hampshire are falling apart. Harris is into the left-handed Tom Haines, holding things together for Sussex. Gets a bouncer that he barely needs to duck underneath. So Hampshire batting fairly deep with Aaron Donald at 7, keeping wicket again this week. Keith Barker 8, James Fuller 9.
Yeah, I think Ben Brown, who left Sussex at the end of last season to go to Hampshire, has got some sort of a finger injury, which means he can bat, but he can't keep.
That's what we understand. Yeah, Donald did the job as an England age group player, I think, so he's quite chuffed to get it again, even if it is only for a few weeks. It's an extra string to the bow and an extra reason for him to be included in the side.
Looks like there might be a vent down in the corporate entertaining area away to our right-hand side. There's a few people wandering around, perhaps local business people with the Boundary Club, I think they're called. I can see people wandering around, a few glasses of wine, a couple of pints of beer being drunk. Very nice too, down in the sunshine. I'll make way for Chloe after this over, as in comes Patel, left arm around the wicket, bowls and forward stretches Tier, plays to short extra. There is no run. One of those close fielders have gone. The City point has gone into short extra. I can see, I think it's Tim van der Hoekten who's warming up at cover, so maybe a bowling change on the way as well, as Patel is in. Plenty of air, driven by Tier, 2 short extra. Now, did that bounce or was that on the full? I think that might have been a chance. Oof. It was driven to Billy Root, who's in there at short extra cover, and just the reaction of Patel was that may have been a chance. It was driven very firmly. My first thought was it was a bump ball. Patel in again, bowls, and Tier this time plays defensively to short leg, and there is no run. What a good fielding check, but you know, he'd moved the fielder out from City point to short extra, and he very nearly played dividends.
Yeah, just judging on Patel's reaction.
Patel bowls, that's down the leg side, and very nearly a very good bit of keeping by Chris Cook, who had to get across to the leg side. There is no run. Yeah, you're right, it was just Patel's reaction that he...
It's quite difficult, it's impossible to tell, even looking at the stream, which we get in slight delay.
2 slips still in place, and this short leg. Patel in and bowls, swept by Tier on an attempted sweep, goes through to Cook, who whips off the bow. Good piece of wicket keeping, that is. I mean, down the leg side to a left arm round to a right-handed bat. You don't see the ball till pretty late. And Cook whips off the bails.
I don't know how he does it.
Well, there speaks a wicket-keeper. In comes Patel, bowls, and Tier at short, and he's back and pulls that away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. I don't think Patel will be overly upset about that. You quite like to see someone getting on the attack against the spinner, particularly when Glamorgan have got as many runs to play with as they have. End of the over, 175 for 6. Haines on 77, Tier on 10. I'm going to make way. It's going to be Nick, who's going to be alongside Chloe.
And while they change over, notice of a testimonial event for Michael Hogan, which is going to be combined with the 50th anniversary celebration of the Balconiers. That is going to be held on Friday, the 4th of November. Celebration lunch for Michael Hogan and the Balconiers' 50th anniversary. It's been rescheduled to allow Michael Hogan to attend before he goes back, and that's at the Towers Hotel, Jersey Marine, Swansea, at 12 o'clock for 12:30 on the 4th of November. There will be details sent out to Balconiers members and people on various mailing lists shortly, but I'm sure they'd welcome general attendance. That is on the 4th of November, and details will be published fairly shortly on that. And Glamorgan are going to turn to double spin as Andrew Salter comes into the attack for the first time and bowls to Haines, who works it into the offside for possibly 2 runs. They ran that one very hard, and Tia has to hurry back to the non-strikers, and Patel with a hand of apology, but it wasn't really needed. He did his best to get there as quickly as possible from the cover point boundary. 177 for 6. There's not going to be much time for chat between deliveries, so it's nose to the wheel for your commentary team as Salter bowls off the back foot. That's played again into the offside by Haines, but this time it is straight to Patel, and they go through for just the single. Haines moves to 80, 178 for 6. A little bit of a change round between right and left-handers as Tia takes a fresh guard from umpire Tom Lungley, the former Derbyshire bowler, at the top end of the ground. A bit more cloud coming over now, still a bit of blue sky and still sunshine, but some darker clouds drifting in. And hopefully that doesn't fill in this afternoon. We have had very variable weather through the 2 and a bit days so far. Salter is bowling with a slip, a leg slip and a short leg for the right-handed off-spinner to the right-handed bat. First ball to Tia is just played straight to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. He's almost in a catching position as well. So good to see Glamorgan crowding the bat as Salter comes in, bowls, again turned into the leg side. This time it's just wide of mid-wicket, and Tia's able to go through for the single. 179 for 6. Remember, 384 is the follow-on target as Root takes off his helmet because he's not going to field close to for the left-handed bat. Tom Haines. Salter bowls again. Haines pushes forward defensively on the leg side. Plenty of encouragement from the Glamorgan infield. So Sussex need another 205 runs from their final 4 wickets to avoid the follow-on. 3 to James Harris this morning as Haines defends another one on the leg side. Salter always thinks he's going to take a wicket at any moment. Very enthusiastic cricketer. 4 off the over, 179 for 6. Over to you, Chloe.
Thank you. Yeah, Glamorgan have really turned this, having taken those, was it 4 wickets for 21 runs earlier. Now 385. I've lost it in my notes. Yeah, 384, sorry. Seems a long way off for Sussex. Now being 179 for 6 to avoid a follow-on. So these two will have to stick around for quite a while now for Sussex. As Patel continues from the C end, his 8 overs have gone for 24 runs, taken 1 wicket so far, and in he comes for his 9th, bowling left arm round right-hander, and that's patted back to him. So he has a look at it, gives it a little bit of a shine, and returns back to the top of his mark, and in he comes again. His very short run up, and there's a very quick footwork by Tia. He's cut that away off the back foot, and that's stopped with a tumbling stop from cover there as the ball's passed back to Patel at the top of the mark. In he comes again, left arm round, full of a length, and that's a slog sweep by Tia. Very good shots. Nobody's out there on the where cow corner would be, and that's 4 runs added to Tia's name.
Yeah, it's rattling along the game, isn't it? Sussex continuing to play shots.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like the worst thing Sussex could do here is just to let the Glamorgan bowlers bowl at them. They do need to keep the scoreboard going here. As Patel comes in again, just full of length, and that's cut away by Tia. Very quick to leap onto that, just slightly shorter delivery, and that's cut for 4.
It's good stuff from a youngster and his, what, 2nd game of the season? First home championship match, says Adrian, so yeah.
Yeah, he's got very quick footwork actually. He leaps onto that slightly shorter ball ever so quickly and puts it away. As Patel is just standing at the top of his mark. Previous 2 balls both going for boundaries. As he comes in again, just full of length and a carbon copy of a ball before. That's cut away by Tier for another 4 runs. Leaps onto that slightly short. As somebody from cover is gone to go fetch a ball, which has been sent over the rope for the 3rd ball in a row. His footwork is ever so quick for that shorter ball outside off his Tier. As he sets for the final ball of the over. Patel coming in again, full of length, and that's swept behind square there, and that goes for another 4 runs. The last 4 balls of that over, each going for 4 apiece. So that brings the end of it over. So Sussex are 195 for 6. Tier is now on 27. And Haines remains on 80, facing the first ball of this next over.
Well, this is quite remarkable confidence from the youngster Charlie Tier, isn't it? A variety of shots, nice flat bat through the offside, a slog sweep through mid-wicket, and a conventional sweep shot there. So really trying to take the battle to Ajaz Patel, who's now bowled 9 overs, 1 for 40, as this game continues to be played on fast forward, really.
Yeah.
Certainly in terms of entertainment, there's plenty of it. Salter, as the sun bursts through once more to illuminate the scene. And he comes around the wicket to the left-hander. That's just flicked off the pad. There's a token appeal. But Haines will wander through for a leg by as the ball trickles down towards fine leg, and the coaching team, Messrs. Maynard and Harrison, wandering by in front of us, and both men in shorts today, and Mr. Maynard in shades as well. So as Tier defends the next delivery, it's bright. It's not too warm, but used to the outdoor life. 196 for 6. And 3 around the bat plus the keeper. As this is driven by Tier to mid-on. No run. Northeast is almost in a catching position at short mid-wicket. He is walking in with the bowler, but he's pretty close by the time Salter gets to the wicket. Tier on the back foot, turns one too short leg. Oh, there's good reactions from Byram, who chucked it back at the stumps just in case Tier was falling forward. Salter in again. Bowls to Tier, steps back, pulls through mid-wicket, and that one will run away for 4. Is that a fielder out there, or is it
yeah,
the 12th man?
I think it is a fielder. Looks like this or that.
I'm not quite sure. No, it's. I think it's Kieran Carlson, but he's naughty boy and he hasn't got his bib or gilet on. It's on the boundary, but in whites. 200 up for Sussex. A bonus point. Tier props forward and defends the last ball of the Salter over. So Charlie Tier continuing to make good progress onto 31. Got 50 in the 2 innings in his previous game. So he's making a good start to his championship career with the bat. 200 for 6. Sussex, they have their first batting point to add to the 3 bowling points they had, and a further 184 to avoid the possibility of a follow-on. And Glamorgan will need to nip this little stand in the bud. They have added 43, and Tier has got 31 of them.
Yeah, it's good to see such a young player playing with such confidence. It shows that he backs his skills. As Patel is coming in from the seat end, and that's hit pad half. Shout there from Patel as he's burnt it left-handed Haines, who's on 80 at the moment, as Patel coming in again off his couple steps, full of a length. Let's try to cut that away, has Haines, but it's just beating the inside edge there.
Cook whipping the bails up just in case.
As Patel is back to the top of his mark again, and he comes full of length and exactly the same as the ball before. Hayes has attempted to cut that away, but it's just beaten the back and has gone through to the keeper. As Patel is at the top of his mark again, full of length, and that's driven to cover there. Another dot ball. That's the third ball of the over, having in slip, leg slip, and somebody in at short leg. So they're crowding the bat here at Glamorgan. As Patel comes in again, full of a length, and is left alone by Haines. He's not being drawn into that ball outside off. Patel is at the top of his mark for the final ball of the over, absolutely flew through this over, full of length, and that's driven out towards deep point by Haines, and he keeps a strike for the next over. Just one coming from it, and Sussex moved to 201 for 6. Tier is the young batter on 31, and Haines is on 81.
Strange, isn't it, that Patel seems to be causing more issues for the more established man, Tom Haines, the left-hander, probably because there's more rough outside his off stump for Patel to bowl into and try and spin the ball. And the right-handed Tier smashing 4 boundaries in successive balls in the previous over. I'm afraid from a Welsh point of view, Middlesex are continuing to make solid progress with the bat at Worcester, as Salter will start a new over from the Cromwell Road end, running down the slope towards us, and up in the block hole is dug out by Haines, and there's no run. Middlesex have reached 247 for 4. It's already 22 ahead of Worcestershire. So if Middlesex get up to 400, and they've got plenty of time to do so, as Haines pushes forward and defends. If Middlesex get up to maximum batting points together with their maximum bowling, and they draw the match, then Glamorgan remain in Division 2. Salter flights one, driven nicely through the offside by Haines, and take a single. Patel fields on the boundary. 202 for 6, Haines to 82 not out. I think I ought to, from a Welsh point of view, I ought to go and sit upstairs in the sunshine and let Edward get on with it, because all the wickets came when he was on commentary. Salter into bowl to Tier, who pushes forwards, hits Byram on the shins. Thankfully he's well padded at short leg. 202 for 6. Sussex having lost 5 men out cheaply this morning, but have stopped the rot through Tier and Haines, as Tier takes a single to backward square. The men out Alsop for 4, Clark for 11, Ibrahim for 10, Ashraf for 4, and Hudson Prentice for 2. So reshuffled Sussex batting order because 2 of them were off the field through illness yesterday. Salter bowls, forward comes Haines to defend, back to the bowler. No run, end of the over, 2 singles off at 203 for 6. We assume it's a 12:40 lunch today with the extra overs added. It usually means 10 minutes extra on each session. Unless you're on a Wednesday in September or whatever. Who knows? But we assume we'll be going till 12:40 if you want to plan any lunch activities or anything else around your listening or viewing of this BBC stream.
We've got a little bit more cloud cover now above us, but nothing like we've had the past few days, for sure. So there's a little bit of blue sky over there, but lots of sunshine. And the floodlights haven't yet made an appearance today, which is always a good sign.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of them on the last couple of days.
Patel coming in, left arm round to the right-hander, and that's very quick footwork there by Tier as he pulls that towards the leg side boundary, and that's 4 to his name.
This is fabulous batting from the youngster, isn't it?
Yeah, he's making a name for himself here. He's got ever such quick footwork against a spinner, which is really noticeable. He gets onto the ball so quickly that it's putting a little bit more pressure on Patel to hit his areas here, because as you can see, he gets onto it ever so quickly. He's putting anything not on a length away.
8th 4 in his 36.
Wow. As Patel comes in again, that's full of a length, and the carbon copy of the ball before, that one hit slightly harder as that's pulled away by Tier for another 4 runs. 2 4s in the first 2 balls of this over, and Tier progresses on to 40 runs off 41 deliveries.
Well, Glamorgan are going to have to rejig their plans here, you feel, and maybe bring a bit of seam back from this sea hand, at least until Tier is out.
Yeah, definitely. Tier's batting ever so well here against a spinner. He's just taking some time over next to short leg there as he comes back in here as Patel is coming in with a couple paces, full of a length, and that's left alone by Tier. As the first dot ball of the over, bit of a relief from Patel there. As he turns to the top of his mark, and he comes at the left arm round again, full of length, and that's defended by Tier there. Patted to extra cover, who passes it back to Patel, who sends cover out onto the boundary. So it looks like this next delivery will be outside off. As Patel comes in, we go on 4th stump line, defended by Tier there. As it's passed back to him, Patel giving the ball a little bit of a shine for his final ball of the over, as he comes in full of length, and that's been punched off the back foot by Tier for a dot ball to end the over. So 8 coming from the over. Sussex are 211 for 6. Tier is on 40 of 45 deliveries, and Haines remains on 82 runs.
Just looking, check the over rate. We've had now 44 overs bowled. We had 14 on the board overnight, as Adrian will take over from Chloe for a few minutes.
Yeah, just got our update to do on BBC Radio Sussex. I think Nottinghamshire might be up, Nick, because Durham have lost their 6th wicket at Trent Bridge, so I think that means that'll give Notts 6 points, which I think was all they needed. So they're not going to lose that game.
No.
Here comes Salter, bowls to Haines, plays out into the offside. There is no run.
6 points would take Notts to 224, which is the maximum that Glamorgan can get. So 1 more probably.
Salter in again, bowls. Haines forward, plays into the offside. There is no run.
On victories, Notts have 7. Glamorgan, if they won this, would have 7.
Yeah.
And after that, I'm not sure what the count back goes on.
Salter in bowls. Haines is forward, plays it down the onside of the track, and there is no run. Just looking at that game at Worcester as well, a new ball will be available to Worcester shortly. I think the last one I looked, there was 68 overs bowled, so certainly Middlesex are inching their way towards that 400. Salter in bowls, a bit more air. Haines is solidly forward, plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run. This partnership is worth 43 plus 11, 54, of which Charlie Tier has made 40 of them.
It's remarkable, isn't it, considering Haines was holding them together for most of the morning.
Salter in bowls, short, clipped away by Haines to mid-wicket, and there is no run. I just wonder whether David Lloyd might turn to his seamers just before lunch.
Yeah.
He's enjoyed himself against the spin. I think some of the ball. I mean, he's just. There've been 1 or 2 poor balls from Patel, haven't they? And Tira's just made sure he's hit them for 4. He's batted very nicely. Salter in bowls. Forward comes Haines, plays to middle. And it's a maiden over from Andrew Salter, who's bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden. No wicket for 10. The crisis in the press box has been averted as the lunch vouchers have appeared, which is very kind. So thank you to the club. Away to our right-hand side, the local business club are all gathering for perhaps their final lunch of the season. Very pleasant down there and enjoying a glass of wine or 2 or whatever. Patel's going to carry on.
Yes. Oh, well.
11 overs, 1 for 49.
The over rate on the board is -1. I wouldn't have thought that's the case now. That may well change after lunch, because Glamorgan have bowled 31 overs in 2 hours and 1 minute.
Yeah.
And given that 5 wickets have fallen, that's probably in excess of where they need to be.
Sorry, Nick, I better just do this just in case
Patel
they come
bowls. Oh, sorry. Hits the pad and bounces out from Tia. No aggressive shot on that occasion.
My apologies. It's probably sod's law now that they won't come to me till 22 or something, but...
Oh, you just hog in the microphone. Off you go. Off you go.
In comes Patel bowl. Tia is forward, plays to mid-on, fielded by Hogan, and there is no run. Sun has disappeared, a bit more cloud around, as Chloe was saying, but I think the forecast is generally good for today. Now that they won't come to me till 22. With a slip and a short leg. Waits, does Tia, and he's solidly forward defensively, plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run. I see Stuart Broad's playing for Nottinghamshire in this match.
Seems a bit random.
It does, doesn't it? But Notts with a very strong side out in that game. Patel waits. He's in bowls, gives that plenty of flight. Tia this time plays defensively to mid-wicket, fielded by North East, and there is no run. And I suspect we're going to be a little while until the update, so perhaps we'll just carry on as normal, Nick, and I'll tap you on the arm when they come to us. Patel does rattle through his overs, which is the good news. 4 balls gone, all dot balls. Comes in bowls to Tia. Tia again defensively forward, plays straight back down the track. Patel fields off his own bowling, and there is no run.
Champions Surrey, 209 all out, following on 303 behind Lancashire.
Yeah, I think they're on the beach, as they say. I think
on the something.
In comes Patel bowls. Well, it's a full toss, and that's going to be pulled away for 4 runs. That wasn't a great delivery by Patel down the leg side. And Charlie Tia said, thanks very much, helped it on its way. He gets another boundary. He goes to 44. Is that Glamorgan? 44, yes. 215 for 6. Go on, Nick, you do the next over, because they still haven't come to me for my update. So I'll give you a wave if they do come to me.
I'm sure Surrey would be keen to remain unbeaten through the season, but maybe the celebrations over the weekend were long and hard. And
yeah.
They finished a day early in the last round, though, didn't they? So they should have sobered up by now. 215 for 6. I'm not implying any unprofessional behaviour on the part of anyone.
Of course.
But they obviously enjoyed their celebrations. Here is Andrew Salter, 4 overs, 0 for 10 from the Cromwell Road end to bowl to Tom Haines, 82 non-out. So this is starting to be a problem for Glamorgan, as that's clipped into the onside, and there is no run. Haines facing up with just a short leg and a leg slip. He did have 4 round the bat. It's now down to 2. Since Haines is well set and steering that one down to short third man. Unusual fielding position in the championship. Maybe for a top-edged reverse sweep or something like that. It's Shubman Gill. Salter bowls. Haines drives and takes a quick single to mid-on, and will get there comfortably as James Harris dashed in, but then couldn't pick up cleanly. And a well-judged single from Haines just to rotate the strike and maybe prevent the bowlers from hitting their straps. Middlesex 253 for 4. They've got their second batting point. Update for BBC Radio Sussex listeners to come very shortly.
Thank you, Nick. I see Hampshire are 5 down now at Edgbaston, 104 for 5. In comes Salter Bowles, let go. So the off stump by Charlie Tier. Taken by Cook. And there is no run.
Minimum temperatures 3 to 6 Celsius, 37 to 43 degrees Fahrenheit.
Salter again.
Latest weather.
In and bowls and clipped nicely by Charlie Tier to mid-wicket. There is no run.
Oh, let's hope. Is it lovely there, Adrian? It's looking lovely out my window at the moment. I'm hoping you've got it there in Hove as well.
It's a lovely day at Hove. I've got to say, Sarah, there's a bit more cloud around now than there was at the start of play, but still very pleasant if you can get out of the wind. And Sussex recovering after what had been a fairly dreadful morning. They lost 5 wickets this morning, but they've been rescued by a partnership, a half-century partnership between Tom Haines, the skipper, who's on 83, and Charlie Tier, who's only 18 years of age. He's a pupil at Seaford College, plays his cricket at West Chiltington, and he is 44 not out and has batted really well. He's helped Sussex to recover from 216 to 216 for 6 at one stage. They were 157 for 6, so we've just got a few more minutes to go until lunch. Surrey not having such a good time of it. They've won the county championship, so they can afford an off day or two. They've been bowled out for just 209 by Lancashire at Old Trafford, Lancashire, making 512 in their first innings. That's our update done. You do the next over, Nick.
And it will be the Kiwi Ajaz Patel, famous for taking 10 wickets in a test innings. One of only 3 men ever to do so. Patel bowls, and that's turned just past leg slip. As it'll produce at least a couple of runs. They think about a third. They'll think otherwise as the throw comes in from deep fine leg. Haines moves on to 85. Was that possibly in the air for a fraction?
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, I think it was a chance, but it was in the air, Nick. Yeah, definitely.
Turned just past leg slip. The dive was in vain of the close fielder. Patel bowls. Haines stretches forward, and I think Glamorgan will be happy for Patel to bowl at Haines because he's got that rough outside off stump. The ball doesn't seem to have kept low for the spinner as it did for Hogan bowling up the hill, as Patel sees Haines defend that next one. 12:38, 3 balls to come. Glamorgan will probably race round and try and get another over in if these 3 are bowled relatively quickly, as they will be if Haines defends like that. The covers just lobbed straight back by Salter to his fellow spinner. Patel bowling left arm over to the left-hander. Into bowl. That one turns a little bit. It's well defended by Tom Haines on the back foot, watching it carefully. Last ball of the Patel over. 2 runs off it so far. 218 for 6. Haines on 85. Patel bowls and Haines blocks forward. There's no run. The ball rolls to Salter at cover. He lobs it up for a bit of polishing work, but is it going to be Salter to bowl? Yes, it is.
Looks like it.
He's handed his cap to umpire Lungley, and at 12:39 we've got the final over before lunch, a session in which Glamorgan took 5 wickets pretty quickly. Alsop, Clark, Ibrahim, Ashraf and Hudson Prentice all back in the pavilion. 4 low scores. 3 wickets this morning to Harris after the opening one from Hogan. 1 to Patel. 1 or 2 half chances going down, and Charlie Tier aiding Tom Haines in the fight back.
He's on 44, is Charlie Tier, as in comes Salter bowls, and Tier digs out a good length delivery, just jags down the ball into the offside. There is no. We heard from Shane Lightly a little earlier on, who was studying over in Barcelona, and Shane has been back in touch. He says, yes, I'm studying to be an airline pilot, currently reviewing meteorology while keeping an eye on the cricket. And comes sort of bowls, and forward comes Tier, plays into the offside. There is no run. I'm a bit of a nervous flyer, I've got to say, so I'm glad that the pilots are studying weather and all the rest of it. I always sort of look out the plane window, I think, really, there's a horrible cloud, and I'm not a great lover. Comes Salter again, bowls, and forward comes Tier, plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Was it 14 overs at the start of play?
Yes.
Yeah, so they've bowled 35 overs this morning of Glamorgan at the end of this over.
It's good going, isn't it?
Very good. And the spinners have contributed as in comes Salter again. Full toss, driven. He'll be annoyed with himself. He didn't put that away. Well, Charlie Tier fielded at mid-wicket by Sam Northeast, and there is no run. Yeah, so they've bowled. Salter shines the ball on his trousers. At the end of this over, makes his way back to his mark. Slipping a short leg of the close fielders. Salter in and bowls, gives that plenty of air, and Tier again meets that on the full and again clips it straight to Northeast at mid-wicket, and there is no run. One more ball to survive until lunch. Chance for Glamorgan to regroup. Having picked up those 5 wickets, but some resistance here between these two, and certainly Charlie Tier has batted really well. In comes Salter, bowls, and Tier is forward, plays defensively into the offside. Tom Haines says, no, that'll do. You stay there, Charlie, and we'll go and have some lunch. So Charlie Tier goes to lunch on 44, Tom Haines on 85, a partnership between these two of 43-61 as Sussex go to lunch. A good morning, though, for Glamorgan. They picked up 5 wickets. I think if you'd have said to them, would you settle for picking up 5 wickets in the session, they would have bitten your hand off. But they will rather anxiously be watching events down in Worcester, where they must be approaching lunch. Middlesex are 260 for 4, leading Worcestershire by 35 runs. So, good morning, though, for Glamorgan. The other interesting factor to take into account there is, of course, that Middlesex would need to get those 400 runs in 110 overs. So there's all sorts of if, buts and maybes still down at New Road, and a new ball available in 5 overs' time. So it's far from a done job. Charlie Tier gets a nice round of applause as he wanders off, as does the skipper, Tom Haines. The players and the umpires leave the field. Nick and I, Chloe and Edward, are going to grab ourselves a little bit of lunch. We'll leave the effects microphone bubbling away. Thank you for your emails this morning. And if you, especially to Shane over there in Barcelona, who's doing his studies. But thank you for getting in touch. Thank you for your messages. And afternoon and welcome back to sunny Hove for the afternoon session in this county championship match between Sussex and Glamorgan. Sussex with a recovery because at one stage this morning they'd lost 5 wickets for just 64 and have gone to lunch on 218 for 6. A recovery led by the young 18-year-old batsman Charlie Tier, who's 44 not out, and Tom Haines, the skipper, who is on 83. I'm very impressed with Charlie Tier. He took advantage of, I have to say, I thought some indifferent bowling, particularly from Ajaz Patel. He seemed to bowl a lot of short stuff that Charlie Tier, very gratefully, was hammering through the covers. And I wouldn't be a bit surprised. Yeah, we are going to see Michael Hogan back into the attack, because certainly young Tier looked very comfortable against the spinners, Edward.
I thought he played extremely well, but Patel was the only one that bowled poorly, and it was such a surprise. And he bowled too short, and he was pulled about 5 times to the boundary, hit 4 fours in 1 over. I don't know quite what was the problem. Perhaps it was the wind blowing in his face because and the cold conditions, but that's not really an excuse. And full credit to an 18-year-old coming in here with his side in deep trouble for fighting back. And we look forward to see how he deals with pace, because we've only seen him really batting against 2 spinners. Hogan then from the sea end is in and bowls to Haines, and Haines works him away down to 3rd man, and that's the first run of the afternoon. 3 wickets to Harris, 2 to Hogan and 1 to Patel. And it'll be very much up to this pair now to try and put on as many as they can. Remember that it's 384, the follow-on figure, which is a long way away. We also saw some very attacking fields, which had the game been in a different sort of way, with this mammoth score of 535. That Glamorgan scored. They were attacking with sometimes 4 men round the back, and there were big gaps, but that's not to take anything away from young Tier, who is inside of, well, I should say this, first 50 in championship cricket on his debut.
Yeah.
He's facing Hogan, who bowls to him, and Hogan bowls, and he's pushing it forward on the offside.
Well, it's his home debut. He played last week up at Durham, but the first time he's played here in a championship match. And, you know, Sussex looking at the keeping options, I think the feeling is that Ollie Carter, although he's made runs this season, his keeping has been...
A bit untidy, I thought.
Yeah, a little bit untidy. I don't think he's progressed quite as much as Sussex would have hoped this season.
Well, let him concentrate, Carter. He got 200s against Glamorgan.
But yeah, he batted very nicely down at Cardiff.
Hogan comes up and bowls to Tier. Tier defends. Hogan has been frugal, and he's bowled, as he always does, doesn't give hardly anything away. In his 12th over, 2 for 42. This, of course, reminds Sussex listeners, because everybody will get the handkerchief out, that this is, in Wales anyhow, this is Hogan's last competitive game. This is his last game for Glamorgan, and he's been an outstanding servant over the last 10 years as he turns it in, comes in past the umpire and bowls to Tier. Tier gets behind it, plays it gently out into the covers, and there's no run.
He batted very nicely last week, Charlie Tier, against Ben Rain and Matt Potts up at Durham. That was a pretty stern examination. He gets into line. He's certainly been, you know, well coached, and made 26 and 28 in the 2 innings up there. But, you know, certainly looked. He's got good technique.
More like a number 4 batsman. Hogan in, bowls, and this brings Tier right forward and plays it up to him. Off, just having a look. He hasn't faced Hogan before. Hogan striving for the breakthrough here, because what they want is a burst, as they had in mid-morning.
Yeah.
Tried to get Sussex in before tea. The batsman will have other thoughts, because there's not a lot of batting to come, you were telling me.
Yes, I mean, Jack Carson is a perfectly capable batter. He's got a top score of 87 in first-class cricket. He can play.
Hogan bowls again, is defended onto the offside. And that is the end of the first over after lunch. Just a 1 run off it. And the score 219 for 6.
And that's not to dismiss Brad Curry or Sean Hunt, because I think we all know these days that, pretty much down the order, everyone can bat and hold an end. But I think Glamorgan would feel if they could get the 10 and 11 in, as in most cases you'd expect that the opening bowlers would be looking to pick up those wickets. Lovely sunny afternoon here at Hove. The weather forecast is good pretty much for the day. There is a chance for an isolated shower. I think tomorrow's forecast is not quite as good. Chance of a few more showers around tomorrow, but I think today, provided the light holds, we may well get these 104 overs in. The scoreboard is showing we've got 68 left to be bowled today.
A lot of overs.
This is a lot of overs. And it's going to be Tim van der Hoogten who's going to pick up the Glamorgan attack since lunch. He's bowling with 2 slips, a third man, sweep on the cover boundary, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and 2 men set back on the leg side. So he's got a bit more defensive here as David Lloyd, as in comes van der Hoogten bowled, and Haines is beaten outside the off stump. That's the umpteenth time that Tom Haines has played and missed outside of the off stump.
Well, he's got 80 to his name, and there's no need. He's played so well. He's done it a few times in his innings. You're telling me he hasn't had a great season. Perhaps that's the reason.
I would say that, whilst that's a very strong area of Tom's through the offside, and particularly that shot through backward point, it's an area where also he can tend to get out. But he's waiting as in comes Van Hoogten bowls, and Haines plays that down to third man. He's going to get runs. He's going to get 4 runs, and that's the shot that he plays. That sort of late cut down through. That was wide of third slip, and he picks up another boundary as Tom Haines takes him to 90. And within sight of his 2nd century of the season. The first was a double 100, which came at Derbyshire way back in April. But he showed signs of a return to form last week at Durham, and he's carried it on today as Tom Haines.
You get so many batsmen say, yeah, I know I get out a lot to that chop. It also gets me lots of runs, so why stop?
Well, it's tricky, isn't it? Yeah. Van der Hoogten round the wicket bowls. Haines forward to a bowl of good length, plays that to mid-off, and there is no run. But it's often seen as a, left-handers failing, Edward, that, dismissal, that ball that's just wide of the off stump.
Everything's so much better. It looks better when the cover drive from the left-hander for some reason.
No, it does.
You think of the great players of the past, the likes of Gower and Cohen, Alan Border, and it is a joy when they're in full flow to watch them play the cover drive.
Van der Hoogten in and bowls. Haines forward again to a bowl of good length, plays that to mid-off, and there is no run. I guess the issue here for David Lloyd is he's needing to rotate his seamers, because Glamorgan know that to win this game they're going to have to enforce the follow-on, and he's going to need to rotate these seamers because they're going to get worn out otherwise.
Yes, they haven't bowled a huge amount. He's got himself in reserve, Lloyd. He does bowl the odd couple of overs with his medium paces.
And Hoogten bowls. Haines again forward to a bowl of good length, plays it into the offside, and there is no run. Yes, in terms of numbers of overs bowled, Harris has bowled 12, Hogan 12, Van der Hoogten in his 8th, so they haven't been over bowled at all, and they'll get tonight to put their feet up as well, and then a final hurrah tomorrow. Dependent, of course, what happens down at Worcester.
Yeah, keeping an eye on that.
The 2 slips. Final ball of this, the 2nd over after lunch, being bowled by Tim van der Hoogten. He's in and bowls to Haines, and Haines picks up a run, plays that through point, and picks up a single. Tom Haines, he goes to 91. It is the end of the over, 224 for 6.
And if you'd said to Glamorgan after breakfast this morning, fancy 6 wickets before lunch, they get nearly 200, I think you'd have accepted that with glee.
Oh, absolutely.
There were some poor shots played, but there we are. 6 wickets have gone. Glamorgan picked up yet another point, so they just need 1 more point. Take 3 more wickets in 60 overs to try and get the maximum points from the game, which they got against Derbyshire last week. So if they could finish off with maximum points in the last 2 games, it'll be a feather in their cap. Hogan is to continue from the English Channel end and bowls, and this is driven up towards mid-off, and it's fielded by James Harris. I've adopted that name for a change.
Instead of the sea end. Well, why not?
Yes.
It's the sea end, it's the English Channel, it's all the same, Edward.
Yeah.
The spectators look chilly when the sun goes in.
I went up top.
Is it cold up there?
When the sun went in,
Yeah.
it was very cold.
Yeah.
It's a superb view up there.
It is a wonderful view. Yeah. One of the benefits of being in, you can look straight down the track as well. It's
Here's Hogan going into the teeth of this wind. Bowls, and Haines pulls a short ball for 4 runs. And he was fast onto that, and this pitch looking that it's a pretty good pitch for batting. As he goes up to 95, 5 runs short of what would have been a very good attacking century. Whenever I say that sort of thing, the wicket falls.
Yeah. Well, as I say, he's had a difficult summer, Tom Haines, not least the fact breaking his hand, and if he were to go through to 100, it will be his 7th first-class 100.
Hogan in bowls, and this time he plays it gently down towards mid-on, where it's fielded with Patel, and there's no run. I've looked at Gill there, fielding at cover. He has had his hands in his pockets throughout this innings. Somebody coming from India and experience in October weather, just about. He looks frozen.
Nice email from Rosemary Cunningham, which I'll read in a minute. Edward, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk.
Until Holborn comes in and bowls. This is played defensively, back down to the bowler.
Thank you, Adrian and colleagues, for the coverage. Not our best year, but Charlie Tier is cheering me up. Off to Spain on Saturday, and then I'll be looking forward to next season and better success, says Rosemary. Rosemary, thank you for your email, and thank you for your emails during the season.
We're all scattering at you. I'm off in October to the Canaries.
Yeah, nice.
You're off somewhere?
I'm going away on Friday, just for a long weekend.
Lovely. In comes Hogan, bowls, and this is driven. And it beats Hogan, but a tumbling stop by Patel, who comes rushing in from mid-off. Everybody at the end of the season seems to scatter for their holidays because we can't take them in the summer.
Yeah, and also I think there's people who about holidays booked that are still taking them. This is the case for us with COVID, where you just couldn't take holidays and everything was rearranged.
They offered us 3 alternatives, but they didn't accept them because they weren't up to scratch. Hogan bowls, and this is worked away into the covers. Gill takes his hands out of his pockets at last, throws the ball, immediately puts them back.
I'll just pick up Edward, because I've got an update to do to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex.
Didn't accept them.
15 selfies, 54.
And it's going to be Tim van der Hoopten who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground as the Sussex revival continues. These two coming together when Sussex were 157. So it's 43 plus, was that 228 to the score or 226? 228. 43. And these two have played very well. In comes Van der Hoopten, bowls to Tier, lets that go outside the off stump. Confident leave by Charlie Tier, taken by Chris Cook. And there is no run. 2 slips, a third man, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Van der Hoopten.
The latest with Adrian Hart.
Yes, thanks very much, Sarah. We've just resumed after lunch here at Hove. Sussex 228 for 6, which is a vast improvement on where they were. At one stage, they were 157 for 6, but they've been rescued by an excellent innings by young 18-year-old Charlie Tier, the wicket-keeper who's making his home debut for Sussex in this match. He played last week at Durham, but he's 44 not out. Tom Haines, the skipper, is on 95, within sight of the 7th first-class 100 of his career. So Sussex recovering here. Meanwhile, up at Old Trafford, Surrey playing Lancashire, and Surrey are 7 without loss in their second innings. They've been asked to follow on by Lancashire, having bowled out for 209 in their first innings, but Surrey still trailing by 296. as Van der Hookton is on his way in the sunshine from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Bowl to Tom Haines, short delivery, bent his back there, did Van der Hookton, and Haines watched it all the way through into the gloves of keeper Cook, and there is no run. Well, some funny noises on our effects microphone, which is just down below us.
A couple of mice trying to get into.
Yes, something like that, I think.
Yes, the sun is about to come back out. A lot of blue sky, fluffy white clouds, no problems at the moment.
Van der Hookton tosses the ball from hand to hand and is on his way down the slope here at Hove. He's in and bowls, and Haines nudges that one down to fine leg and picks up his 96th run to Tom Haines. And the Sussex total goes on to 230 for 6. It's here on 40. These two coming together when Sussex were 157 for 6. So it's been a good recovery by these two. He's in and bowls, and Haines.
It has been a good recovery, and they've shown great application, and impressed with Tier, who was every short ball or not on the target, he's hit for 4.
He has. And he waits as in comes Tim Van der Hookton down the hill, bowls to Tim, who lets that one go outside of the off stump, taken by Cook, and there is no run. 2 slips in place, a third man just down below us, Michael Hogan, looking rueful. What if he's cold down there, because he's got a long sleeve jumper on?
He doesn't feel the cold as much as anybody. My first ever interview with Hogan 10 years ago, he started to shiver because he was sort of end of March or whatever. I said, "You all right?" "Yes, I just find it a bit cold."
I remember Steve McGoffin when he came over.
Yeah.
His first game was up at Aigburth on a freezing cold April day. He picked up 9 wickets, and he said he just wanted to keep bowling because he was so cold.
Keep him warm.
Yeah. Van der Hookton on his way down the hill and bowls, and Tier plays that firmly into the covers. Not as firmly as I thought, didn't quite time it, and there is no run. End of the over, 230 for 6. Haines on 96, Tier on 44. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Wales online as well. You may be watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream or listening around the ground, wherever you're listening. A very good afternoon, and welcome to our coverage of the penultimate day of the County Championship season. The Sussex skipper Tom Haines on the verge of his 2nd century of the season and the 7th of his career. Michael Hogan will be determined for it not to be that to be the case. Do you mind if I just carry on commentating here as Tom is on the verge of this 100?
Certainly.
As in comes Hogan running in over the wicket and bowls, and Haines is forward, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. Lost wickets regularly this morning, didn't they, Sussex? I think the chatter at lunchtime was that some of the shots that were played were perhaps a dispute will be all judged.
In other words, if they look back at their shots on the screen, they wouldn't have been very happy with that.
No,
performance. I think that's the nicest thing to say.
Yeah, and I think I would agree. And you could tell by the batsman reaction when they were out how disappointed they were as Hogan comes in bright sunshine, bowls, and Haines drives down the ground. Hogan fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. No, absolutely. I think the new ball is just about to be taken down at Worcester, Ed, so that may well be a defining...
What's their run rate like at the moment?
Well, they're 275 for 4 off 80 overs, so they've got 30 overs to score 125 to get that 400.
How many down?
4.
They've got to go for them.
Well, you'd have thought so. In comes Hogan. Over the wicket, bowls short, and Haines lets that go through to keeper Cook, and there is no... Every now and again, Michael Hogan bowls that quicker ball, and that was a quicker delivery.
Yeah, he was thinking of hooking it, wasn't he, Haines, and then decided not to.
So there's a slight... So they're going to have to score up, what? 125 in 30 overs, so what's that?
Oh, it's not a lot over 4.
A little bit over 4. Middlesex to get there in... To pick up
Luke Holman, he scored a very rapid 50 against Glamorgan or 48 the other day in no time.
Hogan in bowls. Haines, more runs here for Tom Haines. He plays that down to the third man boundary, which picks up a single. Does Tom Haines? He goes to 97. Hand the microphone back to Edward. 231 for 6.
It doesn't appear, Adrian, that there's much in the pitch at the moment. Obviously, the new ball earlier on, that did a bit, and that came and went. And that flurry of wickets in mid-bowling this morning, I think that was some good bowling, but some injudicious stroke play from the Sussex batting. So I think it's a good enough pitch, but there is turning it. As Hogan comes in, the bowls a tear, drives handsomely through the offside. Well played, young man. Beautiful shot, and you've got someone here who can, even if he's not going to make it as a wicketkeeper, he's shown huge talent for an 18-year-old. Now we're in England pathway, sending somebody down to have a look at this young man.
Well, perhaps I ought to pick up here then, because he's on the verge of his half-century, Edward.
Take it away and I can finish my lunch.
Lovely shot. In comes Hogan, running away from us in bright sunshine to bowl to Charlie Tier. He's in and bowls, and Tier lets go outside the off stump, taken by Cook. There is no run. End of Michael Hogan's over. He has bowled 14 overs, 1 maiden, taken 2 for 55. Sussex are 200 and... I only hesitate every time because it's difficult to see the angle we are here in the scorebox. The numbers on the scoreboard at both ends, 235 for 6. I'm fairly certain that says. But we're at an awkward angle to see the scoreboard. Yeah, 235 for 6. So Tier on 48, 2 short of his half-century. Tom Haines on 97, 3 short of his century. These two coming together when Sussex were 157 for 6. So good partnership between these two, as Sussex were really wobbling on 157 for 6. As in comes Tim van der Hoogten, who's running in down the hill, bowling to Haines, and Haines is forward and picks up a single. He clips that 2 mid-wicket. They picked up 1. They're thinking about 2. They're going to come back for a second. They'll need to get a move on. Here comes the throw. Good running by Tom Haines, running to the danger end, and takes Tom Haines on to 99. And no one will be more pleased.
And in come the vultures.
Yeah, than Tom Haines. I don't know if Brother Ollie is listening. He's a regular contributor to our commentaries, but your brother's done very well today, Ollie.
What I mean by that is, of course, they're all coming in
All coming in for the 1.
Stop the 1, and he'll probably crack it through the covers for 4.
Yeah, Michael Hogan's just saying, shall I come up from fine leg? But they've brought up Patel from third man into the gully. Everybody's saving... Yeah, everybody bar Hogan is saving the singlers. Van der Hoogten is on his way from the Cromwell Road and bowls to Tom Haines. Short pulled away on the bounce to mid-wicket. I thought for Andrew Salterfield, I thought for a minute he pulled that on the full to mid-wicket.
So did I. So did I, but it went gently. So
it did. And, but he wasn't hanging around there, Tom Haines. It was short, and he decided it was going to go. On his way from the 2 slips in place. You can see it's cold out there. The fielders have got their hands in pockets. Someone's calling out in the crowd as...
Oh, that's James Harris, the cheerleader.
Oh, okay. Is he fielding mid-off? In comes Van der Hoogten. The sun has momentarily disappeared. Van der Hoogten is in. He bowls to Haines, who's beaten outside the off stump. That's a good delivery. He was rather feeling for that was Tom Haines. I mean, he's been beaten on a number of occasions outside of his off stump.
I think that was the 99 not out syndrome coming down.
No, I think you're right. We'll wait for these 2 landmarks to pass, and we'll bring in Chloe Brewer, who's sitting very patiently in the back. We'll wait for a wander at lunchtime, did Chloe? I wonder if she might have gone for a dip in the sea.
Yeah.
That would have been brave today. Not so much getting in the sea, because I think the water was still reasonably, in inverted commas, warm. In comes Hogan, bowled, and Haines is forward, plays into the offside. He was looking for the single, but it really wasn't there. Straight to Byram, who's fielding at point, and there is no run. I think it's probably getting out of the sea on a day like today that is worse.
I've never experienced that.
Well, apparently a couple of the Glamorgan fellas have
they were in at 7:30, Van der Hoogten and Cook.
Oh, well done to them.
And I thoroughly enjoyed it. One of them said, fancy it? And I said, no, thank you.
It's meant to be good for you, Ed. Open water swimming is all the rage, apparently, but I must admit, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of when it's cold. Van der Hoogten, the sun is covering half the ground. Now it's out in full as Tim van der Hoogten is in. Bowls, short bowls to Tom Haines, and there we are. That's 100 for Tom Haines. Beautifully played away through backward point. It's the second century of the season for Tom Haines. He takes off his helmet, raises his bat towards the pavilion. It's been a tough season for Tom Haines, but he really has responded in kind in this match. That's a wonderful 100, the 7th of his career, and he gets a standing ovation from those in the Spen-Karma pavilion. Well batted, Tom Haines, terrific innings. He's 103 not out, and Sussex 241 for 6.
Yes, it's been a splendid innings. He's had his moments outside the off stump, but he started rapidly and then he's kept it going.
In comes Van der Hoogten bowls. Oh, and now he has a wild attempted cover drive, and he's beaten all ends up through to keeper Cook, and there is no run. So Tom Haines finishing the season on a high note, and for that I'm sure he'll be thrilled to bits. It's it's been a tough gig for Tom, just 23 years of age, captaining this young Sussex side.
And his responsibility, of course, as an opening batsman. But yes, well played. The 3rd century of the match, it tells you about this pitch that it's a good batting pitch, and if you get in, there's no reason why you shouldn't get runs.
Yes, it's I would say you're talking here about the wickets. Though there have been good batting wickets. I think my opinion has been they've been a little bit too much favouring of the batting side in some games, and they have flattened out as the games have gone on. So we'll just see if young Charlie Tier can go through to his half-century. He's on 48 as Michael Hogan runs away from us to bowl to Charlie Tier. He's in and bowls, and Tier plays without timing into the offside, and there is no run. Charlie Tier on 48.
And the sun comes out to greet that 100.
Yeah. I'm pleased for Tom. He's, it's been a difficult time. And a young player who 2 or 3 years ago when we spoke to him, in fact, at the beginning of last season, he got a very good 100 at Old Trafford and was, not at all happy with his game and had worked really hard during the winter. In comes Hogan, bowls to Tier, who's forward, plays down the track. Hogan fields, and there is no run. And had begun to doubt himself the season before, but then he made a very good 100 in the Bob Willis Trophy, the Oval. That was his second 100 of his career. His first came down at Arundel. The same day that Phil Salt made his maiden 100 as well.
You missed him, haven't you?
Phil Salt, yeah. Comes Hogan running away from us to bowl to young Charlie Tier, who's on 48. He's in and bowls, and Tier is forward, plays to mid-wicket. I don't mean to hog the microphone here, but we're just trying to get Charlie Tier to his half-century, which it's a bit of a sort of an unwritten rule in local commentary that we try to get the local commentators to commentate on these.
And he has all the facts in front of him, like we all do when your home side scores 100.
These little landmarks that come up. I would imagine Glamorgan Worcestershire have taken the new ball, but so far no more wickets. 288 for 4. Middlesex. In comes Hogan. Runs in, bowls to Tier, who's forward defensively, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. So the young man's not going to be tempted into playing anything rash, as he's just too short of this landmark. Comes down, does a little bit of gardening. This partnership between these two is now 43 plus 41, so 84 between these two. In the 56th over of the innings. We've still got another 62 overs to be bowled tonight. Whether we're going to get that far, we'll have to wait and see. But Hogan is in, bowls, and he clips this one away through mid-wicket, and he's going to pick up the couple of runs that he needs to go to his half-century. Nicely clipped away by Charlie Tier. They're not going to, yes, they are going to come back for the third. Need to get a bit of a move on what they do, and that's a very, very fine half-century from the young 18-year-old. Pupil of Seaford College, plays his club cricket at West Chiltington Cricket Club. He raises his bat 51 in 82 minutes in 76 balls, including 11 fours. And what a moment for the young man on his home debut to score a half-century. And he's batted very nicely indeed. Sussex 244 for 6.
It's been a chanceless innings and a confident innings by the young man. And he deserves all the plaudits he gets because he has rescued, up to a point, Sussex, who are in dire straits at 157 for 6. They were very well played.
They were. changing the field. The cover fielder is coming across to mid-wicket, and James Harris is coming into cover from mid-off. Final ball of the over, then Chloe Brewer will be back with us. In comes Hogan, bowls, and Haines is forward, plays to Harris, who has moved exactly that position. End of the over, 244 for 6. Haines 103, Tia on 51. High time I hand it over to Chloe Brewer.
Yes, Chloe will be back in just a moment. We swap microphones. And from Glamorgan's point of view, they'll be a little disappointed that they can't break this partnership, because they'd like to get Sussex in somewhere around tea time. And if the weather stays like this and we get a bright evening, they just have to be patient now. This happened last week when Madsen and Deploy put on lots of runs, and then eventually, once they went, the innings folded. So Glamorgan must just bowl well and be patient, as that first ball of Van der Guten's over is played gently up towards mid-on. You have a nice stroll, Chloe.
It was quite nice, actually. The sun came out for a little bit. Some people were actually going in the water, which a lot braver than I am.
You should have got your bathing costume down here and swum across.
Not a chance this time of year. It's so cold.
A little trip over to France. What's France? 20 miles across there?
Not sure.
No. Adrian will tell us. As the next ball ducks into Tia. How far is it to swim across the channel to France?
From here?
Yeah, 20.
It's a bit more than that from here. It's 20...
From Southampton.
It's about 22 from Calais, isn't it, to Dover? From here,
Yeah.
a little bit more.
A little bit more.
I'm guessing. I'm going to guess 40 miles.
Is it as much as that?
Someone might say it miles out.
Perhaps somebody lands for it. Van der Guten bowls to the right-handed Tia and gets a thick inside edge, which is well fielded at mid-wicket by the tall Eddie Byram, formerly of Somerset, who's had a pretty good season. Well, half a season. He was injured early on and didn't play for a month or so. Nothing but blue sky and a few little white clouds around us as Van der Guten comes racing in and bowls to Tia. Tia's beaten outside the off stump with the ball just moving off the seam.
Did you manage to nip upstairs during the lunch?
I did before lunch, yes, and a fantastic view. But luckily I had a coat on, as when the sun went in, it got very cold. I do think we're playing too late, because last week was a beautiful week, and that should have been it for the summer, I felt.
Yeah.
And to go on to a few days of October.
Yeah.
Well, it's a 6-month season now, because you start in March, practice games. Van der Guten bowls, and this is a hit away, and that's a lovely shot. I don't know if Hogan's, no, he's not going to get near it. A square drive, just backward of square. And he's been patient, waiting for the ball and then cracking it away for 4, which will get Glamorgan just a little bit concerned, because we got back from lunch at 1:20. About 25 minutes, and no success and no threat of success for Glamorgan as yet. That's short, outside the off stump and wide. And Nick has come back as if he's been out in snow and ice. He's got a hat on. No, it's not a hat. What do you call those things? Beanie. I've got 3 of those at home. And if I'd known if it was like this, I might have put one on. But it's very sensible if you're going upstairs or venturing across the prom.
Yeah, definitely. So he's coming into bowl. Is that Patel is to return from the, what we're going to call it, sea or channel end?
It's up to you. I've named it mine. I just give you the score, which is 200. And Adrian, by next season you'll have to do something about these scoreboards. They're impossible to read. 244, is it? 246 for 6.
Do you know what else? We've got a computer in front of us.
Yes, we're fortunate now. Nick is back. And Patel is going to weave his magic, or so he hopes, as he comes back into the attack.
Yeah, definitely. Patel back into the attack. We're bringing short leg in. We've got a leg slip and a normal slip as well. So crowding around his back now as Haines faces on 103. Patel just coming off at a couple steps now, full of length, and it's punched off a back foot, beating. Slip there.
Yeah, I thought he would take a bit of a gamble, but it worked all right.
Yeah, it's just beat him over. Tentative about taking that run, but we've ended up taking it.
This battle will continue between the 18-year-old Charlie Tear and Patel, who he hit him for, must have been half a dozen fours this morning.
Yeah.
When he pitched short and pulled him. Plenty of room down that leg side once he beats the infield.
Yeah, definitely. Pot 2 on the boundaries. We've got deep cover and deep backward square as Patel comes in again, and that's driven handsomely by Tirver out to deep cover on the boundary. It's just ticks over for another single there.
Down that leg side once he beats the infield. That brings up the 250, I believe.
Yeah, it does.
And another point for... It doesn't really matter for points-wise with Sussex. We're going to finish 7th, whatever.
Patel coming left arm over this time, outside off, defended by Haines there, and the keeper comes round to pick it up. We can hear a little helicopter, plane going.
I think there's a small plane by the sound of it.
Yeah. Patel coming in again, just on the left and work to mid-wicket there by Haines. As there's a pass back to Patel. He's given it a good old shine. As he comes in from the sea and just on a length defended back to him by Haines.
The deficit here is 244 as regards the follow-on. The follow-on is 384. Glamorgan strive for another breakthrough.
Patel coming in again, just outside off, driven by Haines. There's man at deep point comes round to pick it up, and they just take a single from it, bringing the end of the over. So Sussex are 251 for 6. Tier is on 56, and Haines on 105. This is definitely the partnership to break.
Yes, and they were just thinking now, how do we break this partnership? Just bowl a good length and get the batsman just thinking a little bit, because the pitch is a good one. Ghost in this room or what?
Okay, we've got Casper joining us.
Noise at the back there. What's going on there? Oh, I see. Can we tell him please to keep quiet? Or is it the chief executive? Right, Nick is back. I'm going to have one more over before I might go upstairs as the sun is out. And it'll be Tim van der Houten who is going to come round the wicket. Can we tell him please? And he will be bowling at Haines. Then he comes now, starts the over, and down the leg side it goes, and Haines tries to flick it away, but doesn't make contact and taken by Chris Cook, who's taken 3 catches in this innings. And he would dearly love, and so would David Lloyd and his men, to take a 4th. But they look in complete control, the 2 batsmen at the moment. Here he is again, Van der Houten. Bowls. It's, is it past mid-off? No, this was a big dive there, mid-off, and by Billy Root. I think a ploy here could be against Haines for Van der Houten or anybody with pace is to just hit that channel just outside the off stump or thereabouts. He'll be very confident at 106 not out, and he might just go for those drives and get a nick to the keeper or the 2 waiting slips.
Yeah, definitely having 2 in play. It's just keeping him playing, really.
He's wanting to tear now over the wicket. Bowls him as a beauty, absolute beauty that Tear was about to push on the offside and went right through him, through to Cook.
Yeah, that's definitely the lines. You need to bowl here because you just get a little bit of a nibble as well. So if the batter's playing at it, you get a slight tickle, it's your wicket gone.
You know, Tia just stands on his bat and has a look down. Says, well, I wouldn't got too many of those. He says, here comes Van der Gooten again. Bowls it. Tia, appeal for LBW. He's walked across his stumps and he is out and hits the bat on the ground. I thought that was a good one because he walked across, if you like, and Van der Gooten has got his man. Glamorgan will be relieved at 252 for 7. Nonetheless, I said it about Jack Carson. I hadn't seen him before, and I'll say it now about this young man. He is going to be playing county cricket for a number of years. A very, very confident innings for an 18-year-old. Only his second championship match. And he gets deserved applause as he's walking back disconsolate because he knows perhaps he should have just played a straight bat there. So he departs LBW to Van der Gooten, and he made 56 good runs, and Glamorgan sniff a break. Well, they've had the breakthrough and they have a chance now perhaps to get the last 3 wickets cheaply and start again. But Haines has other ideas. He's on 106. 252 for 7 then, and that partnership was a good partnership for the 7th wicket. 95, and the score now is 252 for 7. And the young man was not happy with himself, as Jack Carson will stride. And I'm not sure if that's the end of the over. If it is, then I shall vacate my seat, and it is not. 4-7. What do you think of that dismissal? Happy with that then, in as much as straight?
That's definitely what Glamorgan needed here, because if they have that partnership in 95, that was the one they really needed to get to put Sussex back a bit. And now that 384 mark does seem very far away off.
Jack Carson, as Adrian was 100, in the end, was telling us, Adrian, a few moments ago, that he has got a career best score of 80. So Glamorgan will have to get him out rather quickly. A 3rd slip comes in, and Shunburn Gill is in there. In comes Van der Gooten. What was the first ball? Oh, that just bowled him neck and crop. And that's the 2nd wicket in 2 balls. I'm here for the hat-trick. Well, isn't it? You've got wickets falling, then a recovery, then 2 and 2. As that, in fairness to Carson, did keep a little low. So I've had 5 wickets today. Yapping away. Oh, it's a beauty, absolute beauty. Hit middle and off. And back trudges Carson, and all of a sudden, it's 252 for 8. As Van der Gooten has... Oh, this scoreboard. How many balls left? Somebody tell me.
It's over.
1.
Last one will be over.
And he's on a hat-trick. Yeah, who was on a hat-trick last week? Oh, it was Patel, of course. So Van der Gooten has been wicketless, but he has just taken 2 in 2 and put Glamorgan back in control as we wait for the 2 left-arm seamers. Who's going to win the race for number 10? Will it be Curry? Or it's Sean Hunt?
I always find it interesting how some left-arm seamers bat right-handed.
You wouldn't remember this name, but Brian Close, a great name in cricket, who captained England, captained Yorkshire for many years before playing for Somerset, played golf of 5 left-handed and played to 7 right-handed. Yeah. Billy Root throws left and right. You've got to be very careful when you see somebody like that because you think he's picking up on the wrong hand. Oh, no, he's not. It could be a very important moment. Van der Guten's on a hat-trick. He's bowling to the number 10 batsman. He's over the wicket. He's in and bowls. I didn't know much about that. And it's played away. Well, what a difference an over makes. All of a sudden, we were going so well on 252 for 6, and then it went 252 for 7, 252 for 8. Glamorgan back in control. As my colleague to my right, who has been out in the cold, comes back to the warmth and will take over. Chloe.
Patel just remains bowling from sea end after a very destructive over from Van der Guten from the other end, taking out the young Tia, who made his 50. It's very, very good 50. You wouldn't guess he's 18 playing like that, that's for sure.
Yeah, pleasant but chilly outside.
Yeah, definitely. Patel in, just full of left defended by Haines, and they take a single from it. Where did you go over lunch? Seems like you came back with a coat. Willie Hack just popped upstairs.
Upstairs, yeah. Had my falafel wrap up on the roof with the members, and lovely angled viewing, because it was virtually over the bowler's head almost for bowling from the sea end. So had a very good view of Michael Hogan's operations.
Patel just on to new batter Hunt, and it's beaten the outside edge. Lots of double reverse teapots from slip cordon.
We're just trying to mend a vent at the back, which had fallen loose. Unfortunately, the sticky tape wasn't sticky enough.
Patel coming in again, full of length, and there's a big LBW shout, and it's given. Sussex struggling. Hunt returns on his long walk back to the pavilion, as that's the 9th wicket down for Glamorgan here, and Sussex are 253 for 9.
Well, they say one brings two, as one of cricket's great cliches. In this case, it's one that's brought 3 in pretty short order in the 59th and 60th overs of the Sussex innings, as they crumble to 253 for 9, having been sailing along with Tia and Haines at the crease together. And, well, it looks like Haines might run out of partners here. And Sussex have got fewer than half Glamorgan's total. As things stand, the deficit is 280. I don't think there's any doubt that Glamorgan would enforce the follow-on, even though it's hard work in their bowlers. It's the end of the season. One last effort recalled for. In our efforts to stick up that vent, I thought I'd better give way to Adrian to climb up on top of a desk there, since he's about half my weight, and I thought my rather large frame would bring it crashing to the ground, and Adrian's managed to bend the chair in half in the process, even though he's, as I say, about 50% of my weight. There we are. We're doing our best to keep things together, sticky tape included, until the end of the season. 253 for 9. Glamorgan, well, they've got high hopes of fulfilling their part of the equation, but I'm afraid that things have not gone their way as far as the other matches concerned. Glamorgan against Worcestershire against Middlesex. Middlesex 304 for 4 now, and still with 23 overs to get the last 96 for the bonus
coming
points.
in, a flighted ball patted back to him, and now crowding the bat now in a short leg and 2 slips.
And Nottinghamshire have got the bonus points they need to achieve promotion.
Patel left arm round again, coming in, that's beating the outside edge. Lots and lots of sides from behind the stumps.
Edward points out the parallels from last week when Derbyshire were dismissed for 253, which is what Sussex have for 9.
Patel coming in again and that's defended. Short leg picks it up, and that brings the end of a another over. Sussex now 253 for 9. Curry, the last batter for Sussex, and Haines remains the batter in on 107.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether he goes for it now, whether he has much faith in Curry's efforts. Averaging 15, I think, this season, if I can read my notes correctly. At Trent Bridge, then, Nottinghamshire, 662 for 5 declared. Durham 207 for 9, which is all out because David Bedding was absent injured. That is a 7th bonus point for Nottinghamshire, and Glamorgan can no longer catch them. It looks as though Notts are batting again rather than enforcing the follow-on, because it doesn't really matter if they win. Sure they'd like to. Van der Hoogten, having claimed 2 wickets in his last over in successive balls, is bowling to the skipper Tom Haines. And Haines angles that one down towards third man. There was an easy single there, and they don't take it, which answers our question. He's going to try to protect his number 11 to some extent. But Middlesex being on 304 for 4 is the elephant in the room as far as Glamorgan are concerned at the moment. Because if they get to maximum points there, they will only need to draw the match to go up. As forward stretches Haines, defending out to mid-off. Sure, Glamorgan will still make every effort to force victory here, but it may be in vain if Worcestershire get 8 bonus points plus the 8 from the draw. They cannot be caught by Glamorgan. They'll be on 225. Balls. Haines smashes it away towards cover point. In fact, it didn't quite middle it as firmly as I'd thought. And they do go through for a single off the 3rd ball of the over.
Yeah, the final batter to get the last 3 balls. As you can see, all fielders coming in.
Yeah, it's not usual, is it? If someone's trying to protect a tail ender, they usually don't give them more than 2 balls. But Haines not taking a single early in the over, but taking one off the 3rd ball. A little bit betwixt and between from the skipper, but he's played a valiant hand as Van der Hoogten is in to bowl and defended on the leg side by Curry, and there's no run. Taking a single early in the 254 for 9, follow on target 384. The sunshine illuminates the county ground once more. Sam Northeast clapping his hands together, trying to keep warm, I think. It's a bit breezy, a bit chilly. Van der Hoogten bowls down leg side. It's flicked something on the way through for 4. Bat or pad? Pad it is. 4 leg byes. Van der Hoogten just straying a little bit. 258 for 9. Well, this really has been an innings of fits and starts. Sussex with a powerful start, reaching 69 before the first wicket fell. He slipped from 136 for 2 to 157 for 6. As Van der Hoogten bowls to Curry, who leaves that one go outside off stump. Then we saw the partnership at 95 between young Charlie Tier, a Seaford College student, hit 56. Tom Haines still there on 108 not out, but after Tier's dismissal, we saw a couple of ducks appear on the scorecard. Van der Hoogten claiming a 2nd wicket, and Patel getting his 2nd wicket of the innings as Hunt and Carson did not last long. So Glamorgan have maximum bonus points from this game. Their over 8 is +2, all good there.
Patel coming in from his seat and full of length, and that's defended by Haines. there, back to extra cover. He's given a bit of a shine. Pretty much every single man is on the boundary except from extra cover, slip, leg slip, and short leg as Patel comes in again. Just, is that spill?
I don't think Byram got to it as it popped up off maybe bat and pad. He couldn't quite get underneath it because the ball actually ended up still on the cut strip, so he's diving forward from short leg. Don't think he got a hand to it on the full.
Patel coming in again, and that's worked into the leg side. Patel just flicking it back onto towards the non-striker's end as he collects it for the fourth ball of his over. Haines to face. It's 3 dot balls as of yet. As Patel comes in full of a length, and that's driven by Haines. Patel doing a very good stop as all of his men on the leg side is on the boundary. But now he's bringing in mid-wicket. Everybody's coming into the ring, so mid-wicket comes up, mid-off, mid-on comes up, so does extra cover. Point and square leg all come back into the ring for the final 2 balls of the over. So we're trying to keep Haines down this end and off strike for the next over as Patel comes in again, and that's defended back to him by Haines, who has done ever so well to bat throughout for Sussex innings. As Patel comes in again. Oh no, it's spilled. He's put it down in the slips. That was the final wicket. That's a drop. That would have been an excellent catch. Who has done ever so well.
David Lloyd spread-eagled on the ground there at slip, went full length behind him.
He can't believe it.
And did well to get a hand to it. He really would have been a brilliant reaction catch, but I think it was as the arm hit the ground, the ball spilt out sideways somehow, and David Lloyd was left in an undignified heap, having missed the chance to finally dismiss Tom Haines. And that's on 108. I don't think he's given a chance that I've noted down. So a fine innings from Tom Haines, but the fact that it was a maiden over allows Tim van der Hoogten the chance to start an over at the number 11. Curry, and first ball played on the leg side, no run. So 3 slips, 2 saving the single on either side of the wicket for van der Hoogten to the number 11, and Hogan is down just to our right at third man in front of the hospitality area, and Patel is down at fine leg on the ropes. Van der Hoogten in to bowl down leg side, well taken by Cook, no shot tried. Looks as though the suits have either wandered indoors or wandered off. There are quite a few of the business community networking or some such other vital activity. Some might say it's a free booze up at the cricket. I couldn't possibly comment. 258 for 9. Van der Hoogten in, and Curry drives on the leg side. No run. All valuable part of cricket's income stream, so mustn't decry it if people can get it on company expenses. And good for them. 258 for 9 in the final knockings, you feel, of this Sussex innings. It could have ended in the last over when Lloyd put down a really difficult chance at slip off Haines. Van der Hoogten bowls. There's no shot played. A passionate appeal for LBW, and it's eventually given. Brad Curry goes without scoring as he thrust a pad out. Tim van der Hoogten yelled to the skies, so did his teammates, and Sussex are dismissed for 259. Van der Hoogten has Curry leg before wicket without scoring, and Haines is left not out on 108. That did cut in a little bit. Might have just gone over the top, but umpire Langley had had enough, and Sussex are all out. 258, and we presume will be asked to follow on. A little bit high, maybe, but always looks bad when someone plays no shot, and frankly, you're asking for it, aren't you?
Yeah, correct. But there we have it.
So, last 4 wickets went for 7. Thank you very much indeed, Adrian. Haines left on 108 not out, including 14 boundaries. Currier's leg before to Van der Hoogten, who has 3 for 56. The other wicket takers, Harris 3 for 58, Hogan 2 for 58, and Patel 2 for 59. So remarkably symmetrical bowling figures. Salter was the other bowler, used 6 tight overs, 0 for
need to win this match to have any chance of promotion by securing maximum points of enforce the follow-on. The news from Worcester is not so good for Glamorgan in that Middlesex are going along very nicely. They are 328 for 4. They need to get to 400 in the 110 overs. They've got that came in over the last half hour or so. Stuart McPherson got in touch. He says, hello again, Adrian, from the sunny north coast of Northern Ireland. I just wanted to thank you and your fellow commentators for the commentary on the live stream. For the last 6 months, it's been watching from afar and listening to your expertise on all cricketing matters. My brief reflections on the season: our top 4 left-handers are definitely improving, just need more consistency. Pujara was our standout player. We need him back or something similar to bolster the batting. We need a fit Garden and Hudson Prentice to slot in as all-rounders next season. The wicket-keeping needs addressing, although young Tier is doing himself no harm today. We need to find a top-class bowler who can take 4 to 5 wickets in innings to help bowl sides out. T20 was disappointing, too many overseas players doing short stints. 50-over comp was encouraging and something to work on. Hoping to get over for the first time next season, so any hints on best viewing points and how to get to Hove by train will be appreciated. So the best bet is to go, it depends where you're staying really. There's plenty of places to stay when you get down here, Stuart. Book in advance. But the train service from out of Victoria down to Hove is a decent service, though it does tend to stop at a lot of places, so I know yourself time. But he says, winter well, and we'll all come back again next April with renewed enthusiasm and hopeful of modern expectations of improvement. Thank you, Stuart. I don't know, I might have mentioned this before, I don't know whereabouts in Northern Ireland you are, but my sister-in-law's family own a place called Port Ballantrae, which is not that far from Portrush up on the Northern Irish coast, and it is a wonderful part of the world. So thank you for getting in touch. I'm not quite sure where you are, but thank you for getting in touch.
Indeed, plenty of hotels on the Hove seafront, many of which I've stayed in over the last decade or so, and Edwards will know everyone inside out.
So we've got an update to come to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in a few moments' time. It's going to be James Harris who's going to open the bowling. From the Cromwell Road end of the ground, coming into bowl to Alistair Orr. He's in a moles, and Orr is forward, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. Interesting email from Simon St Ledger Harris, who, thank you Simon, who says that Sussex have used 29 players in the Championship this season. The most ever is 36 in 1919, which was, he says, no doubt the first season after the First World War was disrupted. He goes on to say the lowest in modern times. As in comes Harris, bowls or up on his toes, plays onto the onside, and there is no run. Wait for the update.
Aspinall's phrase in a cricket rather than a footballing contest. Surrey have got their flip-flops on in Lancashire, and Sussex showing while they'll finish next to last in the county championship against Glamorgan. Adrian Harms in the county ground.
Well, absolutely, Danny. In fact, Sussex have been forced to follow on here at the county ground, bowled out for just 258, and of those 258, the skipper Tom Haines batted throughout the innings. He made 108 not outs. Charlie Tier, the young 18-year-old who goes to Seaford College, coached there by Chris Adams, batted very nicely. He made a maiden first-class half-century. He made 56, but really the others rather fell away, and Sussex lost their last 4 wickets for just 6 runs. So Sussex following on here in arrears by 275. And yes, I think Surrey have got the flip-flops on. I think you're quite right, Danny, but they are doing a little better second time around. They're 61 without loss, still trailing by 242. And Surrey, if they can draw that game, will go through the season undefeated in the county championship. championship, and that'll be some achievement.
Yeah, they wrapped up all last week, so you can understand.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they won the championship. They're the best side in the championship, and they deserve to win it. But I still think there'll be something about their professionalism that says, you know what, wouldn't it be good to go undefeated? And you wouldn't bet against them second time around, 61 without loss. Still a long way to go. But, don't be surprised if we're still talking about that game this time tomorrow.
That would make them the invincible back after.
Yeah, wouldn't that be good? That'd be terrific.
All right, Adrian,
Thanks, Danny.
Later on, ball by ball commentary continued.
Harris back to his mark. Yeah, so the lowest amount of players Sussex used in modern times was 15 in 2003. And guess what? Sussex won the championship that year. In comes Harris, bowls full toss, and Haines punches that through the covers, and he's going to get probably a boundary. The ball races out towards the Spencama Pavilion. The ball trickles over the rope, and Tom Haines, starting where he left off, pick up a boundary, and Sussex go to 5 without loss. A nice friendly full toss. So thank you very much for those. But that's extraordinary, is it? 29 players in a championship season.
Yes, you sent me wondering how many Glamorgan have used now.
3 slips in place. On a chilly afternoon on the south coast, if you're sitting in the wind, you certainly need a coat. As Harris is in over the wicket, bowls to Haines, and Haines is forward and picks up a single as he clips. That's 2 mid-wicket. And it's 1 more to the total. Michael Hogan's peeling off his sweater down below us. He's going to bowl the second over in the innings, and Sussex are 6 without loss, with Haines on 5 and Alistair Raw on 1.
Glamorgan have used 20 players in the championship season. A couple more for white ball as well. Of the 9 that aren't playing today, well, 3 of them are here in the squad: Carlson, Bevan and Gorvin. 3 are the overseas players who aren't in the country at the moment: Ingram, Labuschagne and Nisa. And of the others, Cullen and Wheel have been released after playing 2 and 4 games respectively this season. And Callum Taylor has done consistently well for the seconds, but hasn't been able to break back into the first team after having 3 matches in the first month. Michael Hogan then to run away from us at the sea end and bowl to Haines, who's forward defensively, playing back to the bowler. No run. Sussex 6 without loss. 275 was their first innings deficit. Glamorgan averages, by the way: Ingram 66, Gill, as things stand, 61, North East 59, Chris Cook 56, Eddie Byram 49. So some decent performances there. As forward comes Haines, driving into the offside, and will pick up a single to get off the mark as Billy Root does the fielding. Haines, who has been on the field throughout this match, has been batted through the Sussex innings and of course commanded his troops through the Glamorgan innings. In terms of other Glamorgan batting averages, David Lloyd's currently up to 39 after his resurgence of the last 3 innings, which have accounted for somewhere around half his runs for the season. As Hogan is in and bowls, forward comes Orr and steers one down to third man, maybe off a thick edge, but safely enough along the ground. Single taken, 8 without loss. In terms of the bowling averages, Nisa tops them with 37 wickets of 25. Hogan 45 wickets, so he's the leading wicket taker at just over 26. Van der Hoogten 24 now. I think these are updated live. Van der Hoogten 24 wickets at 27, having missed chunks. Hogan in, bowl, short delivery, pulled around and safely enough out towards mid-wicket. Single for Haines, 9 without loss. Labuschagne had 10 wickets at 28.7. Patel currently 12 at 30. Salter 28 at 33, which is not bad in terms of England qualified spinners. He's fairly high up there. Harris 31 wickets at 35. Hogan into bowl, down leg sides, single taken by Orr, flicking it away down towards backward square. Harris will need to get that down again next season, but he has been improving towards the tail end of the season. David Lloyd will be disappointed with his bowling, but he's sometimes been the fourth, sometimes the fifth seamer, so often coming on in odd situations. He's got 9 wickets at 78, and he's potentially a lot better than that. Hogan to Haines, pushing forward to defend. How many overs have we got left? 52. Presumably we'll go down to 51 now. After that last ball, the over. So 51 overs to go. T. Probably 325, I think. Probably. No. Hang on, where are we? Is it 325 there? 10 minutes on to the first session. 10th the second. 3:30 is my guess at the tea interval. But
yes.
It might be 32 overs left.
Yes, I think it was 3:30 yesterday, wasn't it? It was slightly odd. I was just thinking about other things for... I'm sure Middlesex have taken into account slow over eights and all sorts of things, but I mean, Glamorgan will still want to wrap this up on me, because you never know, do you, about points deductions and all sorts of things. I mean, it looks like a game might be up, but you can never quite tell. In comes James Harris. Bowls let go by Orr outside the off stump, taken by Cook, and there is no run. It's interesting though, Nick, isn't it? Because throughout the season, and almost from the first game, we say, oh, an extra batting point, an extra bowling, but you never know at the end of the season. It might all, that 1 point might make all the difference. And it just goes to prove that is the case. So I think when we are talking in commentaries and saying, oh, you know, they've missed out on a batting point by a run or something like that, you know, it can make a huge difference.
Steve West hoping for rain in Worcester tomorrow. Unfortunately, Steve, that wouldn't matter if Middlesex get the maximum points.
Harrison bowls, and Orr is beaten outside the off-stump because delivery by Harris kept a little low through to keeper Cook. I guess the only outside chance is that, I mean, I guess Middlesex will just keep on batting.
Yeah.
That's all they'll do. And then the further they get ahead, the less chance of them being sort of bowled out very cheaply second time around, even if Worcester can set themselves any sort of target. That sounds like a very old aeroplane making its way across the ground somewhere.
Doesn't sound hugely healthy, does it? Keep going.
I'm glad I'm not on it. That's all I can say. Harris in and bowls, full toss. That's a horrible delivery. And Ali Orr smacks the ball away through the covers for 4 runs. On occasions, he hasn't got his line and length right, James Harris, today.
No, but he had that purple patch, didn't he, mid-morning,
he
with 3 wickets in the space of a couple of overs. Neil Thornycroft says, having missed out on a knockout place in the Royal London on the final ball, I fear we will lose promotion by 1 point. It's quite possible. Glamorgan, bizarrely, even though they won only half their matches, did get very, very close to a quarter-final place.
Harris in and bowl. Oh, that's a good delivery, and all right, just sway out the way the ball goes through to Cook. There is no run.
Because had Lancashire's Luke Wells not dropped a reasonably simple chance, then Kent would have messed things up, and Glamorgan could have snuck through on the rails in that one-day cup competition. But the way they played in the middle, they probably didn't deserve to. They had some fairly heavy defeats in the middle of that 8-match campaign.
In comes Harris bowls, and I reckon that's out.
Not given?
Well, they thought they got him. He looked like he was playing across the line, did Ali Orr. He was given out LBW in the first innings. He wouldn't have been surprised to see umpire Baldwin's fingers go up there.
That looked a pretty decent shout.
No, it did.
From our angle at fine leg, anyway. As you say, it seemed to be playing across the line, and pitch just outside leg, I think, is what saved him.
Right. I mean, it certainly did look pretty adjacent from here. We're looking over a fairly fine leg.
It would certainly have rattled into middle and leg.
Yeah. Harris again bowls, all's beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery. Good response from James Harris for that full toss that Alior belted away for 4 runs. 4 runs off the over. End of the over. Sussex are 14 without loss, with Orr and Haines both on 7. Sussex needing another 275. Well, sorry, they need to get to 275 to make Glamorgan bat again.
14 without loss. Glamorgan will want to end with a bang, even if Middlesex gets beyond their reach, potentially. 346 for 4 Middlesex, needing a further 54 runs off 14 overs to get that final batting point. And with Eskenazi and Simpson well set, they look likely to get there. Hogan is in to bowl to Haines, and Haines is pushing forward to mid-off, and there's no run. These top 4 left-handers certainly makes life difficult for the visiting commentators.
Yes.
Trying to distinguish them
yes.
at a glance.
Or is the taller of the two.
Yes. And to be fair, Haines has got long sleeves and Orr short at the moment, as that is defended by Haines. Back towards Hogan, and there is no run. We ought to know what Haines looks like, because he's been batting since Glamorgan declared, which was just after tea last night, wasn't it? Sussex rattling through their innings, 258 all out, as that is square driven by Haines through the covers. Salter is off in pursuit. He'll give it a go. He tumbles towards the boundary, but the ball gets there first, and Sussex move up to 18 without loss in this 4th over. Sussex must have scored at quite an impressive rate. Yeah, they went to 4 runs and over, 62.4 overs they were bowled out in, so a smidge over 4 runs and over. Has been a game for brighter cricket between the showers. Hogan into bowl, driven through the covers again, tumbling stop by Billy Root, but they'll take a single. 19 for naught. Haines moves to 12. Orr is on 7. Cricket. And Sussex have knocked off 19 of the 275 they require to make Glamorgan bat again. But looking back on this season, that session that Matthew Maynard's highlighted at Lord's, but you can't really complain with Middlesex having done the double over Glamorgan.
Yeah, that's a fair comment.
Hogan bowls, turned on the leg side by Orr, and they'll take a single out to mid-wicket. Having said which, Glamorgan did defeat leaders Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge, and also had slightly the better of a drawn game in Cardiff. So they performed well against one of their rivals. Mid-wicket. Having said which, in comes the next delivery from Hogan. It's short but down the leg side, and Haines is not to be tempted into a hook shot. The other game that Glamorgan lost was away to Durham, which was again a rather frustrating one, in that they were only chasing 190 odd to win, but they never looked really like getting there, in the face of a fine performance from Matty Potts, who bowled his way into the England side.
Yes.
On the strength of that performance. But on that game, Matthew Maynard said they didn't sort of stick to their guns. They got stuck in the crease and got defending once they'd taken a couple of wickets, and didn't really go as hard as they might at the target.
Here comes James Harris, the ground completely in shade, bowls to Orr, and that's quite a quick delivery from James Harris, who bowls a short delivery that Orr, who's a tall man, ducks underneath it. The ball goes through to keeper Cook, and there is no run. I would imagine that Alistair Orr will figure in the Sussex Awards, which are being made this evening in the pavilion away to our left-hand side. I'll be very surprised if he's not one of those, having had a very good first full season for Sussex, but we'll have to wait and see who the members and people have voted for. In comes a bright sunshine now. Harris comes in, bowls to Orr, who punches that ball to short extra cover, and there is no run.
Emir Evans says, backs up that point. If we do miss out on promotion, having lost twice to Middlesex, I don't think we can complain. Regardless of what happens elsewhere, let's take care of our own business and send Michael Hogan off with a win.
Yeah.
Thank you for your kind words about our commentary, Emir. Glad you've enjoyed it.
I think as well, Nick, we spoke about this when we were down in Cardiff earlier on this year, as Harris wheels around and comes in down the hill to bowl to Alistair. He's in and bowls and all defends onto the onside. Bit of extra bounce from Harris, and there is no run. I felt with Glamorgan, winning the One-Day Cup last season, that there was a bit of optimism around Glamorgan this season. I thought they played very well in that game down in Wales this year, and this season going very, very close to promotion. There just seems to be that the club are going in the right direction.
Yeah, they've certainly got a good first team. Whether they've got a good first team squad is more open to debate.
Okay, Harris on his way in bowls and all drive down the ground. That's a lovely shot by Alior, and that's going to be 4 runs. Over pitch from James Harris, and Alior played nicely, firmly down the ground. He does give the ball quite a tap, does Alior, and the ball raced away up the hill for 4 runs. Alior goes to 12, where he joins Tom Haines, and so 24 without loss.
So I think Glamorgan's production of their own has been in fits and starts in recent years, and certainly they wouldn't have been able to fill the same amount of young players that Sussex have.
Bowls and all plays into the offside, picks up a single. No, he doesn't pick up a single. It's a good bit of fielding out there by Ed Byron, and there is no run.
Malcolm Ace makes a very similar point. Massively irks me to admit this. We were beaten badly twice by Middlesex, so it's not entirely unfair they go up. And he thanks us for our commentaries again. Thank you very much indeed to Malcolm and Emir.
Yes, Clive Jacobs has been in touch. I'll read your email in a moment, Clive, as Ollie Carter goes wandering around the outfield. The score of a big 100 down at Cardiff earlier on this season.
Man with a mullet.
Yes. In comes Harris and bowls, and more runs here for Ali Orr, short wide of the off stump, and Ali Orr clubs the ball away back to the square on the offside for a trademark boundary. He goes to 60, end of the over. Sussex off to a good start, 28 without loss, but they got off to a good start in the first innings as well. They were 69 without loss before Ali Orr was dismissed. Clive says, hello Adrian, for Sussex the end of this disappointing season can't come soon enough. And this may well apply to the players, fans and backroom staff. Things can only get better. If that means some change at the top, then so be it. Just one 4-day win this season is not enough. And while so many of the young attack have put in a lot of effort, the attack lacks a cutting edge. And I hope this lack of teeth is addressed quickly. The batting is okay, but still too brittle. Blah, blah, blah. You feel an epic collapse is waiting in the wings. Oh, well, next season beckons. We'll hope for a better season next year. Thanks for your commentary this season. My regards, Clive Jacobs. Thank you, Clive. Thank you for your support throughout the season.
As Hogan bowls and Haines defends to mid-on, where it's fielded by Patel in bright sunshine now.
And it is good fun, and great privilege to do the commentary on these games, and we work with some great people, Nick, don't we? It's always great to go to the county ground, see the players, and
Mid-on, where it's fielded by
particularly on a day like today.
Next delivery from Hogan to Haines is defended on the offside. There are certainly a lot worse ways to earn a living, and we're conscious of the privileged position we're in, I think, as a set of commentators, to be able to bring you this county cricket service, and not only in audio terms, but for many counties like Sussex and Glamorgan, as part of the video stream as well. So it's contractually agreed for BBC to continue for another 2 summers at least. As Root just changes places with Van der Hoogten in the field, and that's off an inside edge from Haines's bat, runs away to mid-wicket into a gap, and they go through for a single. 29 for naught, having started 275 behind.
Interesting, the other outstanding issue will be who's relegated from Division 1. It looks like it'll be Warwickshire. Yorkshire are 108 for 5, still needing 133 to beat Gloucestershire. If Yorkshire were to lose that and Warwickshire were to beat Hampshire, I think Yorkshire would come down. Now, Hampshire are 210 for 6 in their first innings, trailing Warwickshire by 62. But I wonder if that could be an exciting day at Edgbaston tomorrow.
Hogan is in, bowls, and or ducks away from that one.
If Yorkshire were to lose,
depends whether Hampshire want to play ball, really, doesn't it?
Yeah, I just wonder whether if Warwickshire, if they bowled Hampshire out for, say, 270 or then just went hell for leather and thought, right, we'll bat for 40 overs and just stick Hampshire in and just see, because they've got nothing to lose, Warwickshire, have they?
No.
Just might. I'm sure Hampshire wouldn't play ball in any sort of contrived finish, because I think that wouldn't seem a great thing to do in the last game of the season and could send Yorkshire down.
Hogan is in to bowl to Orr, who plays that one away on the leg side for a single. That's the fifth ball of Hogan's over. And Sussex moving with relatively few alarms to 30 without loss, but they did have, as you mentioned, a pretty rapid start last night, and fell apart in a couple of bursts either side of the Haines and Tier stand, as that's through lowish outside off stump. Haines has nothing to do with it. It is 30 for no wicket after 6 overs. And I'll have to withdraw stage right to do a BBC Radio Wales update, so Chloe can slot in alongside Adrian.
Sean Sullivan has been in touch. He says, good afternoon, team. If Sussex are to be successful next season, we'll need at least 3 or 4 new additions. A wicket-keeper and a couple of fast bowlers are the very minimum for me. I feel we have thrown the likes of James Cole, Daniel Ibrahim too early and dented their confidence for the long term. He goes on to say, this hope won't be the case with Tier. I find it a bit shocking that Paul Allen mentioned on Sky that Luke Wells took a big pay cut when he joined Lancashire. It's a bit insulting to the supporters and members with the lack of transparency over the last 5 or 6 years. Well, I can't speak for what Paul Allen said, but if you heard it on Sky, Sean. But thank you for getting in touch, and you've been another regular contributor. And thank you to you, Sean, and everybody who takes the time to send emails, and we try and read as many out as we can. And it certainly helps the commentary and brings some interesting discussion points as well. In comes James Harris, bowls to Ali Orr, and Orr's beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery by James Harris, to in between some not so good deliveries. Has bowled some good stuff, Chloe.
Yeah, it's been a big mix. For Harris, I feel like he's got quite a tired body. He's bowled some absolute cracking balls, and then some of them been just full tosses.
Yes, he's bowled some poor stuff amongst some very good stuff. In comes Harris bowls, and this time Orr does let that go. He's a little nod from Ali Orr towards James Harris as the ball goes through to Chris Cook, and there is no. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. A very good afternoon wherever you're listening from. Well, around the world, really. You may be listening to us online, you may be listening in the ground, you may be watching the live stream on this penultimate day of the county championship season, being played in glorious weather, provided you're out of the wind. What was it like walking on the seafront at lunchtime?
It actually wasn't too breezy, you know.
Right. In comes Harris over the wicket, bowls, and he gets an inside edge. He's going to drive that through the offside, but he The ball ends up deep backward square, fielded there by Andrew Salter. One more to Alior. He goes to... Again, we can't really see the scoreboard that clearly. 18, a total to 31 without loss. Was there anyone in the sea, Chloe, or...?
There was some people in the sea, actually.
Were they? Some crazy people.
Some very, very brave people. Braver than me, that's for sure.
But the thing is that they say that this time of year, September is the warmest time of the year for the sea because the sea retains its heat. So apparently, if you want to go and have a dip, now's a good time. And Edward was saying earlier that a couple of the Glamorgan boys went in, certainly yesterday, I think Edward was saying. Van der Hook and Harris in over the wicket bowls. Short, pulled away by Tom Haines. Nice shot, 4 runs. Lovely shot by Tom Haines, who suddenly got his confidence back in the last couple of innings. A nice knock at Durham last week. A ton undefeated, batting throughout. Carrying his bat for 108, and that was too short by James Harris, and Tom Haines clubbing the ball away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. So just to say thank you, Sean, for your email. Thank you, everybody. Middlesex 361 for 4, so they're going to get those. I was saying, Edward's back with us, we'll bring him in a few moments' time, that you know, Glamorgan will still want to win this game. And, of course, you never know with these things. You do hear about deductions for disciplinary or anything. Glamorgan won't want to not win this game and then suddenly find something happens and for some reason Middlesex lose points for whatever reason.
No, exactly.
You know, you know, they're professionals and they'll want to win this game just to make sure there's no stone left unturned. As in comes Harrison bowls, and that's short. The ball balloons over Haines through to keeper Cook, no run. And again, we'll get Edward's view on this because I said to Nick, and I said it when I was down in Cardiff earlier on this summer, that I felt the fact that Glamorgan won the One-Day Cup last year, the fact that they've had a good championship season this year, that there's a, you know, there just seems to be a good feeling around Glamorgan at the minute, and you can build. You feel the side is improving, and I'm sure that when you're going into the winter, that spreads confidence and maybe attracts the odd player who may think, actually, you know, things are changing down at Glamorgan.
Yeah, well, success breeds success, and
yeah, that's the phrase I was looking for. Harris. Kingdom bowls, pulled again by Tom Haines, and I think that's going to be 4 more due to a misfield on the leg side boundary. Glamorgan have actually fielded very well in this match, and that's a misfield by Andrew Salter, and he's furious with himself. It wasn't a great ball, to be fair, from James Harris, and probably got the treatment. Haines goes to 21 and Sussex to 41 without loss.
yes, and when you look in the winter back and you see Glamorgan got over 500 in their last 2 games, they won. Probably will win this one. They won 2 on the bounce, and they got maximum points from both. So, yeah, you're going to say that, well, they're not a bad side, are they? And nearly get promotion, or do get promotion.
Harris again bowls. Haines plays to mid-off, and there is no run. It is the end of the over. 41 without loss, or on 18. Haines on 21. Of course, the big talking point around county cricket will be this restructure, which may or may not happen. I listened to, I know that the new chairman of the ECB, Richard Thompson, has been interviewed by the BBC, who was suggesting there'll need to be some sort of a compromise. But what needs to happen for next season is there needs to be something in it for sides who are in the second division. If there's no prospect of promotion, that needs to be addressed. You can't have a season of meaningless matches. There has to be some sort of promotion out the second division next season.
If Strauss was thinking clearly, as obviously he wasn't, he wanted to have a knockout competition, Adrian, at the beginning of the season, April. The old Benson Hedges, you well remember, was a terrific competition where you had a semi-final, final at Lords. I'll just break off as Hogan starts a new over and bowls, and this is played out into the covers by Alior. And, OK, someone said, hang on, if, shall we, Sussex or Glamorgan or Warwickshire are knocked out in the first round, what are you going to do for the next 3 weeks of April? Twiddle your thumbs and just have nets? So that's going to be put to bed, out of the way. And then at the end of the season, he said, oh, yes, you can play championship cricket in August. Well, that's Hogan again, in lovely sunshine now, bowls, and that's clipped down the leg side. It might be too fine for the fielder, it is, and both these bowlers not finding their radar at the moment, as it was in the first innings. But then I think Van der Gooten will probably come on before long, and possibly Patel. So Also, who you going to? Your best players will be in the Test match. Then those players will be playing in the 100. So you're just going to expect members to go and watch basically a second 11 and an emerging 11 playing each other over 4 days. How is that going to produce elite players?
Well, I think that, yeah.
There was another point, and it'll come to you in a moment. As in comes Michael Hogan around the wicket, and that's driven. That's a glorious shot, and it's driven past the bowler by Ali Orr for 4. Unfortunately, now there's a surfeit of half volleys being dished up. And as they did, again, as I said, in the first innings, they race away until a wicket falls, and then one falls after the other. But, yes, to answer your point, Benson Hedges for a start, then you're supposed to have this. Well, surely those two will be thrown out before they come up with... And why do you want to compromise? Well, those two competitions I've just named are not going to do anybody any good if you're going to be knocked out in the first round.
No, it'll be a lot of weeks without any cricket, that's for sure. Steve Brooke has sent in an email, so Steve, I'll reply to your email shortly, or we'll read it out, rather. A couple of good shots, though, for Ali. That was a good shot down the ground, wasn't it?
Yeah, 2 fours in this over. As he comes in, Hogan, and bowls again. That could be a third. No, it's found some man at deep mid-wicket. They crossed for a single, so they're going along merrily at the moment. And Orr moves on to... the applause you may hear is for the 50 partnership coming on in the 8th over. Ali Orr has moved on to 26. And the other batsman, Tom Haines, is on 21.
They started off like a train, didn't they, yesterday, Orr and Haines? I mean, Sussex got to 69 before Ali Orr was out. And,
in comes Hogan, and Hogan bowls in this true pitch. You know, it really isn't doing anything, but we've seen the bat beaten a couple of times, mainly by Harris. And there probably will be a change because Van de Gooten and little Mr. Patel is throwing his legs up in the air. So he might come into it. Glamorgan have so many runs to play with. And if they could get 3 or 4 tonight, they'll be well on the way. Hogan in, bowls, and that's clipped around the corner by Haines. He's going to get 1. Will he come back for a second? No. A good throw coming in there. And that is the end of the over. The score has moved on. I say that
yeah, 51 without loss. I think that's come up to. Middlesex have lost a wicket, which is probably a little too late for Glamorgan. 364 for 5. John Simpson out for 92. So Middlesex needing to score another 36 in 10 overs, or 9 overs actually, to get the 4th batting vote, which you'd have thought they would do. So we'll keep an eye on that. Email came in from Steve. Hello, Steve. Thank you very much. He says, firstly, thanks to you and your colleagues for the informative and entertaining commentary throughout the season. Thank you, Steve. What's your take on the number of injuries that Sussex has suffered this season? Is it bad luck or is there more to it? Years ago, players were playing 7 days a week, and I don't remember anything like the current injury tally. It's a very good question. People do ask about this. You know, they look back and they say some of the great, the quick bowlers, the Freddie Trumans, etc. They never used to be injured and stress fractures and all that sort of thing. Well, perhaps we didn't know. Did players play, in pain? Did they have little niggles? I mean, there's a talk about you need to be bowling fit. And you only get that by playing cricket. Here comes Tim van der Hookton down the hill, bowls to Tom Haines, who's wrapped on the pads. The ball bounces out onto the onside. 1 more to the total.
Well, you just mentioned Fred Truman, who only think that he bowled 1,000 overs a season regularly and was playing in Test matches. I once had a very good conversation with Jeff Arnold.
Yes.
Well, you know him very well from down here. Played for Sussex after leaving Surrey. And Jeff said, but he was playing for England. He would ring Surrey up, who he was playing for, at the weekend, middle of a Test match, and say, where are we? Wednesday. Test used to finish on a Tuesday, and then the county matches start on a Wednesday.
And Hookton in bowls. Oh, Orr is struck midships. That's painful. Is he okay, Ali Orr?
I think so.
He picks up the ball, but that looks as if he got somewhere rather painful. He's okay. He's just having a little wince and walking away to square leg.
And Jeff said he was ring Surrey up and say, where we Wednesday? Leicester. Okay, I'll see you at the hotel the night before. And he said, I didn't want to lose my rhythm. Easy to say, well, we'll miss the next county game and play in the test next week. No way. And the other lads were the same. Because you can say a lot about resting, Adrian, but...
And Hookton in bowls, and Orr is going to get 4 runs. It was a streaky shot down to third man. In fact, he's just going to get a good bit of feeling by Patel, who gets in the throw, and in the end, Ali had to come sprinting back for the second. Patel did very quickly there. I mean, you get used to the ball running down the hill here, and that looked for all the world as if it was going for 4, but Patel was very quickly round from a wideish third man to leave it to 2.
And a lot of people would tell me that they blame the gyms, because a lot of people start training in November, well, and you hit hard flow for the next couple of months, it's bound to do something to you.
And Hookton is in and bowls, or covers up, plays down the track. Van Hookton bowls, fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. It's interesting you talk about test matches finishing on a Tuesday, because Sunday used to be a rest day, didn't it? So they play Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday a rest day.
Yeah.
Monday. No, but so you might be right. I mean, certainly there does seem to be a lot of injuries. And that seems to be injuries around fast bowlers around the country. You hear about that.
I may be old-fashioned in this, but they say, okay, they're playing too much cricket. I'll just describe this Van der Gooten ball as he bowls to Ali Orr. He's clipped it away onto the onside for a single. Let's not forget, we were playing championship cricket. We were very popular 40-over game on a Sunday, the Gillette Cup and the Benson and Hedges. But nobody used to moan a lot about, we're having too much cricket.
It's interesting, isn't it?
So you can take both sides of that. It was far more intense. The players get to the ground about 8:30, 9 in the morning.
They do.
Now.
They do. Final ball of the over. I'll make way then for Chloe as in comes Van Hookton bowls to Haines, who pulls that down to deep backward square and picks up a single. Tom Haines goes to 20. I'm sorry, I'm just straining to see on the scoreboard. 23.
It's bad, isn't it?
Orr is on 30. Sussex are 56 without loss here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Online, BBC Wales. Adrian Harms, Ed Bevan, and to take over from me for the next half hour or so, I'll need to get back for 3:30, is Chloe Brewer.
Yes, there's so much we can talk about, of course, and I'm sure some people would disagree vehemently with me what I've just said, but it just seems in the last 10 years, nearly all your frontline bowlers seem to get injured. There's Ollie Stone, there's Mark Wood, your man here, Jofra Archer, although apparently they were not cricket-related, a couple of them weren't. He did an injury at home, from what I hear. And as I speak, Mr. Patel is coming on to bowl, Ajax Patel, who had a little bit of stick this morning for the very promising teenage player, Charlie Tear, who scored 56 and must have hit him for about half a dozen boundaries, and he is going to be bowling at Tom Haines, who hasn't been out today.
No. It'll be a test of his concentration, really.
Yeah, that's fair play. You're going to have a lot of company there. A back pad, a leg slip, a keeper standing up, and a slip. And you can do this when you've got so many runs to play with. Here he is then, Patel's first ball of the second innings. He bowls, and that's clipped away on the onside for a single. You're going to have a lot of score moves on to 57 without loss.
Yeah, they've got off to a blistering start again. I saw this yesterday. Sussex scored their runs ever so quickly with run rate.
When you've got 4 people around the back, you see there's so many gaps. It's invited them to play, but they have played some delightful shots, the 2 left-handers, in both innings. 57 with Ali Orr waits now. As in comes Patel and bowls to him, and he goes on the back foot and plays it out to mid-on. There's no run. Because if we're going to have full day's cricket, and how many... I was going to say how many overs left. Who knows that scoreboard? No idea. Any idea how many overs left? Anybody? As Patel bowls, and this is played off. 43 overs still left. And Glamorgan will be hoping, I would say, if they get 3 wickets tonight and a day tomorrow, they'll be more than happy.
Yeah, definitely. We've done it incredibly well. We said earlier that it would be a hard task to bowl out Sussex, but we've done it, and they've forced them to bat again.
Yeah, 9 wickets falling today. As in comes Patel. He's over the wicket and bowls, and that's covered up by the batsman, who plays it out onto the offside. Just pushing it through a little. He'd be aiming again for more rough that he found for a couple of deliveries, but then didn't seem to find it as much as he liked. Patel bowls, tosses this one up, and it's played there by Haines, back down the pitch, and no run. Just pushing it through a little. Patel comes in, bowls, and again to Tom Haines, who pushes forward, and that spun a little bit, but it was well protected with his elbow going down and the wrists well over the ball. End of the over. Just a run off that, and the score moves on to 57 for no wicket.
Yeah, Sussex is steaming ahead. These two so far, an unbroken partnership, and their run rate is 5.8.
It's when these two are separated, it seems, then you have a start and a look into the rest of the batting order, because these are probably the two best batsmen in the side. And it'll be Van der Gooten from the Cromwell Road end round the wicket.
Van der Gooten just starting his run, coming around the wicket, just short of length, and worked into the leg side towards deep square. Was looking for two, but just the one. Haines was not interested in a two there at all. I bet he's got some very tired legs after getting a century earlier today.
Yeah, I don't think his fitness, there's no problem there. It's just he's sort of racing in, and a flat throw would have done him.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Van der Gooten just running in again, just full of length, and worked into that leg side by Haines. Square leg, very busy man there, chucks it back in, and has taken another single from that delivery.
When do we have tea today? Does anybody know?
We're thinking 3:30. Let me check with the scorers.
3:30 is within 10 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Everything changes when you lose overs. I've got absolutely no idea.
Van der Gooten just giving the ball a little bit of a shine, looking after his new ball. So it's only 10 overs old, as he runs in from the Cromwell Road end, just on the length, and it's been played down to third man by Orr there, who takes another single from it. 3 singles from the over so far.
And the run rate is 5.80. Glamorgan went over 5s in their innings, and I don't think the run rate has been under something like 4.80 since the start of the game, which tells us that the loose ball is dealt with.
Yeah, definitely. They've bowled a couple more looser deliveries so far. In comes Van der Gooten, that's flicked off the hip down for 4 runs, where fine leg would be.
The game, which tells us
that is Haines just clipping it off there, not hitting the lines or lengths there. Morning here as the ball's being sent back to the keeper and being passed back around the field. You can hear Hogan just blow her at fine leg.
Yep, he's too wide there. All fine legs at the moment seems to be wider than they normally used to be.
In comes Van der Gooten again, just on a length, defended 2 mid on, who collects the ball and gives it another bit of a shine. The field, we've got third man, fine leg, and someone on deep square boundary, and in the ring we've got mid on, mid off, cover, point, and 2 slips in play. So looking to keep the players while keeper batter's playing here. As Van der Guten comes in again, just full of length, and that's a big swish by Haines, a very, very big swish, and that's gone through to keeper as it's beaten the bat fair, bringing the end of it over, and Sussex is 65 for none, or is on 33, and the Haines is on 29.
And Adrian and I spoke about this during the game yesterday, that if Haines wants to be a real top-class batsman, he's got to try and lock that, stop playing that shot, because he could have been out about 15, 20 times during his 100. He played beautifully, but you know, a couple of inches here and there, and he gets a nick, and you know, there is no need. He's getting enough half volleys to dispatch them, and it will be pointless to just give your wicket away at that stage. Patel then, from the England Channel end, comes in, bowls. Oh, that's too short, and it's hammered away. Is it going to be 6? Sounded like 6. Yes, it is. That was a half tracker, which he had all the time and all the space, and Haines clobbered that in. Oh, 4, did he change their mind? It was a 6. I thought it might have been. Yeah. I have no idea what the score is again. It's completely obliterated now. Any guess, anybody? 71 without loss. And in comes Patel, bowls again to Orr. Orr goes off the back foot and plays a gentle little pat, and he's going to get 2 runs as a return comes in. So there doesn't seem any problems after this pitch has probably dried out, and also had the heavy roller on it in the interval between innings. But that was a long hop, the one before, and 6 runs off 2 balls as Patel comes over the wicket and bowls again, and this is hammered away in that area, and Van der Guten is chasing. I don't think he's going to reach it, and that goes over the line for another boundary. So it's been an indifferent performance in the first and second innings by Patel, who started off well, then conceded those runs, and Glamorgan again will just be thinking, well, yes, 275 of the arrears. If we go along like this, we could be getting close there and put some pressure on. But the bowling has not been terrific by any means in this opening, what is it? Oh, they've only been batting 40, 45 minutes. Well, still the field remains the leg slip, short leg and the slip, as in comes Patel and bowls. Bowling a little bit too short now, and off the back foot goes Orr and just taps it away, and there's no run. I think Nick's laptop, we're behind just a couple of deliveries now as Patel comes, and there goes the big one. That surely is 6. I can't follow the flight of it, but surely that's clearing everything. And these 2 batsmen now, Ali Orr gets his 50, and it is a very good 50 from him. It hasn't taken long. I can't tell you how many balls, because it's 41 balls, because he's not out 41 on our laptop. We can't see the other scoreboards. It's been a bit of a bother. Whenever Nick can scroll on that. So they've decided they want to attack the left-arm spinner and not let him dictate with these 3 close. Well, that has cleared everything, but have they got it back, or is Brendan going to be in action?
Umpire's just going to have a little look at it.
The ball is back. Has she come onto the field at a moment of glory again? No. Did we find out what time tea is, gentlemen, lady and gentlemen?
Waiting for a reply from the scorer.
TBC.
Just while this break, you hear us off mic, we'll look at who's going to come down. Looks like Yorkshire are going to get beaten by Gloucester, in which case, if Warwickshire beat Hampshire and they pick up the maximum bowling points, then Warwickshire would stay up, but they've got to win. And that's still quite a long shot.
Yes, it is.
They've given themselves a chance.
Ground staff are having their own little game of cricket over there, if you can see it. right over far corner by the tractor.
All right.
They're having a little game.
So they know that they don't won't be in action for a while because the skies are blue.
Yeah.
Good start this, 77 without loss and 83 without loss in the 12th over.
See it? Right over far corner by the tractor.
Tell, we haven't seen him getting struck about so much, and the leg slip has disappeared to where that ball went at cow corner. A little bit of after the horse had bolted, but Patel is in again and bowls, and that's played back down the pitch, and that is the end of another over.
Yeah, that was a big over for Sussex there. They got 18 off the over. That was a bit of quick maths there.
Yes, Glamorgan all day, and another, how many overs?
41 to go.
So they've got tomorrow and 41 to try and dismiss Sussex, who apart from one or two players batted very disappointingly in that first innings, but they're toning for that now. De Gooten will continue, and he will be bowling to Tom Haines.
Yep, and De Gooten to continue from the Cromwell Road, and he's just given the ball a little bit of a shine. And his fielders are in place. Haines for batter on strike. He's on 29 of 31 balls. Ali Orr is on 51 at the non-striker's end. As in comes Van de Gooten. Right arm around the wicket, and that's full of length, patted back to him by Haines. And Van de Gooten continues shining the ball, just looking after it a little bit. Make it last.
Neck has adjusted, thank you very much, sir. And
Worcester game. Worcester game.
he's very kindly turned me on to the Worcester match, so I'd have to describe two games here.
In comes Van de Hoopton bowls. I've just taken over from Chloe because we've got an update to do to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. What's happening in the Worcester game? Have wickets tumbled or?
386 for 5 in the 106th over.
Okay, so they're going to get there for the fifth batting bonus one. I've had an email in from the Sussex chairman, John Philby, who is sadly at home with COVID, but he's watching the game on the live stream. So I'm sorry to hear you've got COVID, John, and I hope you aren't too unwell. As in comes Van der Hoopton around the wicket, bowls to Haines, and Haines is forward, plays down the offside of the track. There is no run, and it's been good to have John. He's a chairman who likes to come on, talk to members and answer questions, and we're very grateful, John, for everything that you do coming into the commentary box. But an interesting story from John. He said, I'd be grateful if you could give a shout out to Ben Gibson and his grounds team, without whom this game would certainly not have started on time. I'll read more in a moment, as in comes Van der Hoopton around the wicket, bowls, and Haines forward, plays into the offside. They think about a single, but it isn't there, fielded by Patel at point. John goes on to say, I was at the ground on Friday afternoon when rain of biblical proportions was cascading down, and I witnessed the extraordinary efforts of Ben's team to protect the pitch for this game from the torrent that was coming down the ground. Such was the quantity of water that a lake quickly formed at the top of the ground, and Ben's men were obviously hugely concerned that it could flood the pitch for this game. So much so that one of the lads laid down under the covers to form a human shield to prevent the water reaching the pitch. Wow.
Well done.
That is dedication to duty. In comes Van der Hoopton, bowls, and Haines is going to get a single down to third man. It wasn't a shot, he didn't intend it to go there. And a good piece of fielding down here by Ed Byram. Haines goes to 30, the total to 84 without loss. It was an amazing thing to see, says John. I thought your listeners would be interested to know about that. Well, I'm sure they are, John. That's extraordinary, isn't it? And I have to say, the amount of people who come down, opposing commentators who look at the outfield, because it does look an absolute picture, and the outfield is like a carpet. If you can't field here, you might as well give up, really. In comes Van der Hoopton, bowls, let go by Orr outside the off stump, taken by Cook.
Just to switch matches very quickly, 8 runs they need now in the last 4 overs before Worcester, and Eskenazi has just reached his century. Fine batsman in all modes of cricket, so that should be done and dusted. 392 for 5.
And that would mean that Middlesex would get their 5th batting bonus point to add to the 3 bowling points, and if they draw the game they'll get another 8. That'll be 16 points, which no matter what Glamorgan do here, it won't be enough to secure promotion. Thank you, John. He says, look forward to seeing the Albion over the winter and back at Hove next summer. Yep, look forward to that, John. And as I say, just to reiterate again, thank you for coming in, because it's not all the county chairmen who come and have a natter away on the commentary box. And is that not the case? You know, it's terrific. And a lot of, you know, John's very forthright, comes and answers questions. And I think it's all about communication, particularly in these tricky times for the county game.
We ever had Gareth Williams in the box? No, isn't it?
Very welcome.
Yeah.
Any time, yeah. Well, Andrew Salter's going to have a bowl here. He bowled 6 overs for 11 runs, but he's going to be bowling at opposite ends. He started up at the far end. Now he has the English Channel behind him. So here is Salter coming round the wicket and bowls the first ball, and it's defended by Tom Haines. Not a bad idea to bring a off spinner in against 2 left-handers if there's any turn. Of course, that's turning away from the bat. There is a slip and a short leg. As in comes Salter.
Oh!
That beats him all ends up.
Well, that spat at him, didn't it?
That hit that rough, and not only did it spin, it lifted and nearly hit the man at slip in the chest, David Lloyd. And going back, is that tee? It was the 390. What's going on? They're going off.
Lost a wicket, and this tee.
Yeah.
392 for 6.
So it's losing, yeah.
8 runs needed in 3.4 overs.
2 blows, thank you very much, but we'll keep in touch. Yeah, that's certainly spun. And the next ball, they get a single down to long on. What's going on? And this, of course, is not a 4-day pitch because we've lost so many overs. We don't know how many overs we have lost in 2 days, do we? No. Salter tosses this one up and it's driven, and it might just beat the bat. Oh, no, it's a brilliant bit of fielding there. Shubman Gill throwing himself. That's just because the sun has come out. A brilliant piece of fielding because he's had his hands in, and back they go in his pockets again. But that was a good bit of fielding. Salter prepares the ball too. Or he comes forward and plays it back down the pitch. So 104 overs tomorrow and 30 odd overs, or just a little less tonight, and we're approaching tea as Andrew Salter comes around the wicket, bowls, and that's cut away. This pitch seems to have lost any venom whatsoever. And if they can concentrate hard tomorrow and somebody gets a big score, as we will now be pausing for tea, then who knows what might happen in this game. 84.
I think that is. It's quite difficult to. You know, I think it's almost impossible to see with the sun on the score, but I think it's 86 without loss.
Well, we'll take the word. Yeah, Nick will tell us because he's adjusted his live stream on the computer. 86, that represents a very good passage of play. And Glamorgan, as I say, if they pick up 2 or 3 wickets tonight, they'll be delighted because 1 brings 2, brings 3 or whatever. 88, so any advance on 88, gentlemen?
Oh, yeah, no, 88 off 14.
88 off 14, so very productive pre-tea session there. And it's high time that we had a tea and a bit of chocolate cake that's left. Oh no, it's all gone. Chloe's eaten it.
I'm sure something will be brought out. So the players leave. wickets for 6 runs. Glamorgan enforcing the follow-on, and Glamorgan needing to win this match if to have any chance of promotion. But those chances of promotion seem to be disappearing because a lot depends on the game down at New Road, Worcester, where Worcestershire are playing Middlesex, and it looks as if Middlesex are almost certainly to get maximum bonus points. So that means as long as they avoid defeat in that game, they will get promoted alongside Nottinghamshire, who have confirmed their promotion to Division 1 today. So the players making their way out. Nick Webb is with me, and I guess the Glamorgan team will know the situation regarding Middlesex, and I guess they have to hope that some sort of a miracle happens at New Road, and because of that, I'm sure they're gonna keen to win this game, and at least they've then done everything they could do by getting 24 points.
Yeah, they'll want to send Michael Hogan off on a positive note as well after his decade-long career at Glamorgan, playing his penultimate day today of that career. They have resumed at New Road, so I'll keep an eye on that one in the next few minutes. But if Middlesex achieve the maximum 8 bonus points and pick up 8 for the draw, as seems virtually certain as a minimum, then unfortunately for Welsh followers and for the Glamorgan squad here, then Middlesex will finish at least 1 point ahead of Glamorgan. How frustrating can that be?
Yep, every point counts, as they say. So, let's see what happens here after tea. Ali Orr has batted very well. He's on 52 of just 45 deliveries. And it's going to be Tim van der Hoogten who's going to open the bowling for the first over after tea.
Van der Hoogten then down the slope from the Cromwell Road end to bowl to Ali Orr, and Orr steers that away down towards third man for a single. 89 for no wicket. There's 88 for naught off 14 at tea. Was that the same as overnight? Overnight, I think.
Overnight.
Oh, 88 for 1 off 14. Yes. So it was exactly the same number of runs and overs. But this time, Orr and Haines still together. Orr fell late last night as Van der Hoogten bowls to Haines, who's forward defending, and there is no run.
Ali Orr, by my calculation, has now passed 900 runs for the season in the Championship, which is no mean achievement in your first full season. 901 runs, I reckon, at tea, so whatever happens, averaging over 40 at the top of the order, I think is a pretty good effort.
Yeah, well, it's a formidable top order, potentially, isn't it? As Van der Hoogten bowls and Haines is forward, playing back to the bowler. If you take the 4 that are playing in this match, or Haines, Alsop and Clark, all of whom have decent stats, averages of between 35 and 46 coming into this game, and you add Cheteshwar Pujara to the mix next season, as seems likely, then Sussex have got plenty to work with in the batting department. But as Van der Hoogten bowls again to Haines, and he drives through the offside for 4. Beautiful shot. Running up towards the dressing rooms away to our left, and Sussex move into the 90s, 93 without loss. Sussex have got as at New Road, Worcester, Middlesex have moved on to 394 for 6, needing a further 6 runs off 2.2 overs for maximum points. They're keeping us in suspense, but you would be shocked if the Londoners did not get there. Van der Hoogten in to bowl, and Haines drives again into the offside this time. I was going to say a really good stop by Billy Root. It was a really good half stop, but if he were a football goalkeeper, that one might have squirmed over the goal line, and the VAR check would have left the ref pointing to the centre spot. But it's the wrong sport, and they took a single rather than 4. 94 without loss. In comes Van der Hoogten bowls, and Orr slices another one down to third man for a single. as Middlesex move on to 396 for 6, needing 4 runs off 2 overs to get maximum bonus points, and therefore be all but certain of overtaking, remaining ahead rather of Glamorgan in the final shakedown. Knots are already up, and it looks likely that Middlesex will join them. They will only have to confirm their draw against Worcester tomorrow, and Middlesex will presumably just bat on as long as they can and try and eat up time in that match.
Our colleague Martin Everson has tweeted, what on earth is this about at Trent Bridge? Nottinghamshire have a 455-run lead, but they've decided to bat again. I can't believe this.
Perhaps their bowlers are tired.
Well, and also, also why not? Because they want to win the game. They want to, draw the game and make sure they don't lose. So, but anyway, Martin's not happy. In comes Andrew Salter around the wicket, bowls to Alistair Orr, who thumps that away through the covers. That's going to run away. It may not get to the boundary, actually. It's going to be fielded on the edge of the boundary by Tim van der Hookten, who trots round, but not before Ali Orr comes back for a second run. He goes to 56, and Sussex 97 without loss.
And that's it, I'm afraid, at New Road, Worcester. There are hugs between the two batsmen as Middlesex reach maximum bonus points at Worcester.
So that would seem to be it as far as the promotion places are concerned. It comes Salter bowls to Orr, lets that go outside the off stump. I mean, what's the Worcestershire made 230 odd, I think, so Worcester would have to go like the Clappers tomorrow, get a lead and try and bowl Middlesex out, which would seem highly improbable. In comes Salter, bowls, and Orr is back and looks to thump that one away through the offside, but doesn't time it, fielded in the covers by North East, and there is no run. So it looks as if tomorrow we could just be playing for pride, but as I say, I'm sure Glamorgan would want to finish with a win if they can. I don't know whether there's more prize money than for coming, well, you'd have thought so, for coming third. In comes, that kept a little low from Salter, may have turned a little as well, and Orr just plays out into the offside, and there is no run. 97 without loss, all 56. Haines on 38. As Salter is back to his mark, short leg and a slipper in place. And Salter is on his way, bowls, and Orr thumps that straight back down the ground, and that's gone all the way for 6 runs. Just dispatched by Ali Orr, really, just stuck his foot down the wicket and smashed the ball straight back past the bowler for 6 runs. And that's the 100 up for Sussex. And Ali Orr's got 62 of them. And you were talking about Charlie Tier, he's done very well for Sussex in this match. Ali Orr, that's certainly making a name for himself at the top of the order for Sussex. That's his 3rd 6 of the innings.
Yes, he might as well enjoy himself. Last innings of the season, his side are not going to be relegated or promoted, and just enjoy himself, I think, now and play a few shots. There's nothing else for him. Of course, they don't want to lose. That'll be the pride.
In comes Salter, bowls, and all his forward players into the offside, and there is no run. End of the over, and over that cost 8 runs. Sussex are 103. I think that is, without loss, or 62. Haines on 38. We've got 37 overs to be bowled tonight, and actually, with
we might get them.
Well, with the spinners on and the light as it is, there's a lot of blue sky around, and we've still got the floodlights that could come on. I suspect we could get a fair proportion of these overs bowled, Edward.
Yes, I think so, and we can enjoy some very late season batting practice. Especially some of the batsmen who want to improve on their first innings performances and show that they can fight out to draw. But a lot of overs left as Van der Gooten comes in, and it's driven back and half stopped by Van der Gooten. So it's 38 to the other batsman who got 108 not out, Tom Haines, 62 to Ali Orr. It's lovely late sunshine here. Early autumn, late sunshine, I think is the best way to describe it. In comes Van der Gooten, goes wide of the crease and is defended up to the offside. And you feel that if only Glamorgan can get one wicket, it opens a door.
No, I would agree.
But these two, fairly immovable at the moment.
Pitches have got better and better here at Hove, and it has become quite difficult to bowl sides out on the final day.
In comes Van der Gooten over the wicket, bowls, and that's driven no deviation at all from any of the bowlers or any sort of turn. There's the odd one that hits the rough, but really, as they take 3 runs there, it's been pretty plain sailing. 3 more runs, 41 now to Tom Haines, 62 to the other batsman, Ali Orr, who's about to face Van der Gooten. Not a lot of balls have beaten the bat.
No, they haven't.
Van der Gooten bowling a full length here. Gets right behind that, and they go through for a single. They have to score 275 to avoid an innings defeat, and they're making a fest of it now. Gone past 100, and it's a full 96 overs tomorrow. They don't add on, of course, as I thought.
No, they don't.
To 104. I thought they might add them on, but they don't, of course. Should have known that. It'll be 96 overs on the last day of the county championship season, as Van der Gooten, as the sun beams down here. Bowls, and that is pushed away into the covers. And batting fairly seems rather easy now with such perfect batting conditions for the Sussex batsmen.
Just keeping an eye on events at Edgbaston, which will determine who plays second division cricket next season. It looks odds on it'll be Warwickshire. Hampshire 248 for 7. Warwickshire will need to get all those Hampshire wickets, then score runs quickly enough tomorrow to bowl Hampshire out again. It looks unlikely.
In comes Van der Gooten, bowls again, and this time it's pushed away by Haines, and this time it beats the man, and it might just run away for 4. It was picked up on the edge of the boundary and returned by Glamorgan's opening batsman, Ed Byram. That's the end of another over. The score has moved on. Here we go again. Well, completely obliterated is one such standard. You can't see anything on it where the score is. The scoreboard, rather. And on the other side, it's, am I right in saying it's 109?
Yes, 109.
109 it is.
Interesting, we were talking there about Hampshire. Of course, if Yorkshire were to beat Gloucestershire, it wouldn't matter what Warwickshire do. Yorkshire 154 for 6, needing another 87 to beat Gloucestershire. Andrew Salter is going to bowl. The light is as good as it's been throughout the entire game, and I think it stays like this, we might well get these remaining 36 overs. As in comes Salter on bowls, and all is forward, plays that into the offside, and there is no run.
Yes, Glamorgan just wondering where the next wicket is going to come from, with these two batting so well at the moment.
Salter again, there's a slip and a short legger in place. He's in and bowls, and all hammers that one away, and that's going to be another 6, a 4th 6 for Ali Orr. That's gone many a mile.
He's probably hit a car.
He just rocks back and hammers the ball over wideish mid on for 6 runs. It's always entertaining when Ali Orr's batting. He goes to 69, and Sussex to 115 without loss.
And the Glamorgan attack really been put to the sword here.
It's easy to say, having seen what's happened down at New Road, because we know that. I'm sure the Glamorgan boys will know that.
Yes, they will know.
You just feel that maybe some of the intensity's gone out of the Glamorgan attack since tea. Because they'll know that they're barring a miracle at Worcester tomorrow, which is highly unlikely.
Yeah.
That the game is up.
There is no miracle, is there, really, to be gained, because you will say more or less they have been promoted. You would say 99.99%, am I right?
Well, Worcestershire lead by 100, Middlesex lead by 179, so Worcestershire would need to score at least 179, then a few more, then Middlesex out.
Exactly.
So that's not going to happen.
The ball was lost.
Yeah, I think we have lost the ball.
Brenda has appeared and gone back. Another ball is tossed to the bowler. Glamorgan might be, David Lloyd might be looking around and saying, what can we do here?
He certainly deals in boundary alley, or doesn't he? So it's 4 sixes, that's 24. He's at 24 in sixes, 24 in fours as well.
Yes, he's having to enjoy himself, isn't he?
In comes Salter bowls, and all thrashes that one away through the offside. He's going to pick up a single on this occasion, followed by Van der Hoekten, who gets in the throw. Good bit of running by Alior, actually. Comes up for a second run. He goes to 71 off just 57 deliveries, Alior. So he's to 117 without loss.
I think he's batting well, but he's enjoying himself, knowing there's no pressure or really on him, is there? He's had a good season.
Very good season. Salter again, bowls, and he's going to get caught. I think he swings that one away. No, he's not. He's going to get away with it. He was looking to play that one over mid-wicket.
And I think that typifies what I just said.
Yeah, thick edge, and the ball very nearly carried to backward point. He picks up a single, Alior. He goes to 72 and Sussex to 118 without loss.
He had a huge swish at that, didn't he?
He did. Tom Haines is on 43.
Yes, he's not quite so aggressive.
Salter in again, bowls. Haines is very cautiously forward, plays it back down the track. Salter fields of his own bowling. And there is no run. We've been Chloe Brewer back in at the end of the over. It's a blue sky around Hove. Salter in bowls, and Haines plays straight back down the offside of the track. End of the over. Andrew Salter, 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 21. Sussex are 118 without loss, or on 72. Haines is on 43. I'll take a breather for 20 minutes or so until our next update, and I'll leave you with Edward and with Chloe.
Yes, this game could die a death tomorrow, because if Glamorgan don't take early wickets, it's going to be not great to watch, as either side perhaps will be just meander for a draw. But if you can get a couple of wickets, then it'll change things. But they haven't looked like doing it as yet. And it would be unkind to call this end of a season innings by Alior, but he really is flaying away at everything and nearly got himself out off a top edge. And he is facing Van der Hoekten coming round the wicket, and he angles this away onto the offside. It fielded it covered by Byram, and there's no run.
Yep, was definitely going out of a bang this season, because he's got 72 or 59 balls as of yet, with a couple of sixes in there. He's not going down quietly, is he?
No. I think he's, as I said, just enjoying himself in the last innings of the season. Left-handed, tall young man. And he's facing Tim Van der Hoekten, who's coming around the wicket from that far end, and bowls, and he just pushes it away, back down the pitch. So we could have a 400. Gill got 100, and Cook got 100 for Glamorgan, and Tom, the captain, Haines got 100 for Sussex, and who knows, there might be another 100 on the cards on this very good batting pitch. Van der Hoekten passes umpire Baldwin in bowls. That's driven away the offside. That's going up to the old pavilion. Well, it's still the pavilion, but it's the old dressing room that it used to be for many years. And it's stopped just inside by Billy Root, and they go through for 2 runs. Who knows, there might be another. 74 he moves on to 43. And those figures are very brightly in the scoreboard on top of the pavilion, and nice and bright, and you could actually see the score as well, 120. As for the other scoreboard, the less said the better, I think.
Change the sun.
He moves on to, and comes the next ball from Van der Hoekten. He ticks it away. And Van der Hoekten's having quite a long bowl here. I think perhaps David Lloyd might just have a trundle, because they've used their main bowlers, and there's no one else, and they'll just keep rotating until something happens.
Yeah, definitely. It's good to just get a mix of bowlers, so batters can't get settled facing one bowler. And different bowlers might be able to get something different out of the pitch.
Yeah, I agree, but it doesn't look like it at the moment. And really, I know the ECB want it, and you should have the pitch beginning to wear and turn on the last day, but some just get better. In comes Van der Gooten and bowls and forces on the back foot as he nudges away on the offside. Play will go on. What do we think? About 6 o'clock, if light permits here at Hove.
Yeah, we've got some nice blue skies today, whereas yesterday we were battling clouds for the light as well.
Yes.
So it'll just be the sun today.
Anybody out in the sun on the flats away to our right? Not today, I don't think. Van der Gooten bowls. And, this is a full-length ball, which is played away. And you can see Chris Cook and David Lloyd, Sam Northeast just chatting amongst themselves. They probably heard the news that Middlesex are more or less home and dry, and the pressure probably off, and they'll just meander on like this. Hopefully not for the rest of the game. We'll all be dropping off here, but a pity really. It might just turn out tomorrow morning, fresh day, the bowlers get on top of it and dismiss Sussex. But at the moment, it doesn't look as if this pitch is doing anything at all.
Not really. We'll see if Salter can do anything from the sea end as he comes in. Right arm round, and that's full driven back to him. And as he returns to the top of the mark, you can hear him. Oh, there it is. A little plane going over.
He'd been around for a couple of days.
Salter in again, full of length, driven back to him. Carbon copy of the ball before. He just gives the ball a little bit of a dust as he returns to the top of his mark. As he comes in for his third ball of the over. Full again, a big swish from Haines there, but misses it. That was the shot you were talking about.
Yeah, he might have just hit that bit of rough outside the left-hander's off stump. That's the only hope I think he's got of dismissing, if he can turn it.
Yep, Salter in again, just straighter this time, work to mid-wicket. He picks it up, gives it a little bit of a dust off and passes it back to Salter, who's just spinning the ball in his hands as he returns to the top of his mark, as Haines is ready to face. In comes Salter, shorter of a length, and it's flicked towards deep square, and they've just taken a single from it as the ball comes in, so rotation of strike. But Sussex have a lot of left-handers, so no.
Yes.
Most of them called Tom.
Yeah.
Long off, just been put out now as Salter comes in, and that's been pulled into the leg side boundary for 4 runs. Another 4 added to Alior's name as he moves on to 80 runs off 65 deliveries, and that will bring the end of the over. So Sussex are 127 for 0 or 80, and Haines is on 44.
At this stage, it looks as if they will overhaul the follow-on target of 275. They're 127, as you say, without loss, and will make them, well, if it gets to that, they'll make Glamorgan bat again. And if they don't make Glamorgan bat again and bat through most of tomorrow, we might have the spectacle that poor Nick Webb had at the Oval last year when 2 sides scored 700 apiece. And Hogan ended up keeping wicket. And I think it was Eddie Byram or somebody like that took 3 wickets.
Oh, wow.
It is absolutely farcical. So let's hope something happens in this game. Van der Gooten, poor shot there by Haines. He just has, he can't resist that shot outside the off stump.
No, he definitely gets drawn into it, for sure.
And bowlers will notice this, and perhaps that's why he's had a sort of indifferent season. Have they noticed that if you've got a top analyst, he'll tell you how many times he's been caught behind the wicket or at slip in his innings.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that Adrian hasn't done that. He got enough to do. Plenty of time. Van der Gooten comes in and bowls again, and this time is played up towards mid-on. Van der Gooten's had How many overs has he bowled? If you've got a telescope,
He's on
this is the
his
7th. Most of the bowling has been done after tea, but no success. The odd ball has passed the bat, but no real threat from any of the bowlers.
No, I'd say here we just need to be consistent, not giving away too much to the Sussex batters.
Van der Houten in bowls, and this time it's played up. They could to run rather quickly as Patel is rather deep there. The return comes in, and they're going to come back for an overthrow. And oh my word, really had a... Well, Patel there threw the ball, it was wide, it was missed by Cook, went down towards the fine leg boundary. And I'll just break off, somebody's done something to something here. What is that? Is that number... Well, yeah. Now, David Lloyd on Saturday is running the marathon in London. Yeah, so I hope he's all right.
Wow, it's quite something, isn't it?
And they nearly went for 2 overthrows in the end. Van der Houten bowls, and that's poor delivery. Poor old Patel has got the whole ground to himself, and then he gathers it some 20 yards in. And already it has the feeling of a last day's game here, or last but one. The batsman batting with gay abandon, you can say, and the odd overthrow, and not interested, of course, but the score moved to 131 without loss. Van der Houten comes in again. Bowls, yes, another big shot, and that's 4 more. That takes Haines to 52. 100 in the first innings, 50 in the second innings. And this is a little bit like festival cricket here at the moment.
61 balls.
Yes.
61 balls. How many fours was that? 7 fours, so. And I think you better get a slip out, David. Perhaps somebody's telling there's still 2 slips. Glamorgan striving, but really it's there's no penetration from anyone. Comes the next ball, and that's another 4 up towards mid-wicket.
You definitely can't be bowling there, can you? Especially
No, it's just easy runs at the moment for these 2.
Yeah, definitely.
Which is a shame, really, because it's... Okay, they don't want to lose the game, Sussex, but the spectator-wise, if they get past the follow-on, as Nick said then, he said it's not going to be a good day tomorrow.
No.
But Glamorgan, in their they've done what they tried to do. They got the full bonus points. And the 2 batsmen having a chat and looking at the scoreboard. Well, it'd be rather nice, wouldn't it, if the 2 captains had a chat here? We'll throw you 100, as I used to in the old days. We'll throw you 100, then get another 100, and then we'll have a nice run chase on the last day. They don't do things like that these days, which some people liked, others didn't. I didn't particularly like it, but there we are. Here's Nick. Nick is looking at me. Get off, he said. All right, I will.
There we go. Salter. Was a lot of discussion. Someone's stood there with helmet underarm, as I think this may be a change of bowling, potentially some nattering going on.
There is there's 2 groups of players. Hogan's having a chat. 3 others, Cook, Lloyd, and one of their colleagues. Well, this is a bit of messing around. Isn't it Shubman Gill having a word as well? Sussex have nearly halved the deficit, which was 275. In fact, they've more than halved the deficit. 139 they've got. 136 is now the lead, and it'll be Patel.
Yep.
Edward was getting excited to see if we could get Shubman Gill into the attack there. But I don't think Gill's bowled more than a few dozen balls in his professional career, so that might be that particular delight may be reserved for this time tomorrow, Edward. And if this innings is still going, then we might be in trouble as far as entertainment and tension are concerned.
Yeah, Patel just sorting his field out. Got 3 men out on the legs side boundary and 1 out on the offside boundary for Orr. So he comes around left alone by Orr from Patel. He's bowling across. Orr now, he's bowling left arm round to the left-hander. So just drift across him slightly as Patel comes in. That's a big shot. Oh, I thought that went in, yeah. Went along the floor. 4 runs by Ali Orr. He swung hard at that one. And
he's swinging hard at quite a lot at the moment, isn't he?
yeah, it was definitely coming off. He's 84 off 67 balls. So definitely can free his arms up a little bit. Big as Patel just sorts himself with the next delivery, remaining left arm around to the left-hander here. As he comes, same place, shuffled down the wicket, and that will be another 4 from Ali Orr, as that is being sent over the ropes through mid-off there for another boundary. 2 4s from 2 balls.
Glamorgan need a slice of fortune from somewhere, or the batters to make a mistake, because they've already more than halved this massive lead of 275 and could conceivably knock it off and be in the lead by close of play.
Yeah. Patel coming in again. It's cut away towards deep point there, who comes round to cut it off, and all wants 2, but they settle for 1 there. Haines takes a strike.
If we're even Stevens tonight, you just wonder whether there might be a little effort by Sussex to push on and set Glamorgan some sort of target and have a chase.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, definitely. If they make it even tonight. Patel in again. That's defended by Haines, and it's run down towards where third man would be, and it's a sliding stop from slip there. So they've taken another single so far. 10 coming off the over, and the final ball to be bowled with Patel remaining left arm round the wicket to the left-handers, just trying to slide it through there. As Patel comes, that's a attempted sweep by Orr there, but it's his pads, half shout from behind the stumps, but no, nothing from it, and that brings the end of it over. So Sussex 149 for none. Orr is on 89 off 70 balls, and Haines, the Centurion in the first Sussex innings, is 57 off 63.
A couple of comments on Twitter. Nick Webb 2017 at BBC Sussex Sports. Nick Gulliford said when his son worked out the maths, it wasn't great news. He hopes they finish off Sussex and have a massive end-of-season drinking session in Brighton. I think we'd take third at the beginning of the season. There looks zero possibility that Glamorgan will be finishing off Sussex anytime soon, because they're absolutely flying along. As for the drinking session, who knows? They're in a different hotel from me, so I won't be in a position to find that out.
Oh, go on.
I'm being dragged out for a drink with yourself, Adrian. I gather.
Well, I guess it won't be a raucous like Glamorgan perhaps might be, but you never know. But I think that Glamorgan will keep. I mean, they've still got an appreciable lead, haven't they? I mean, that's being whittled away. It's down to 275. But
275 on first innings.
Yeah.
Salter bowls, and that's driven by Haines up to mid-off. There's no run, but 140 something off that.
I think it's so difficult to see that. I think it's 149, Nick.
Okay, it's the deficit is 120 odd. Salter bowls, down leg side, and Cook blocks it with his pads.
Yeah, the way the sun is now shining on the scoreboard isn't from this angle. It's making it really difficult to read.
Can someone please move the sun or the scoreboard?
Yes. Well, look, the sun's not going to change because it's lovely blue skies.
As Salter bowls and Haines pushing forward, and the bail's come off, but I think that's come off the keeper's pads rather than anything else.
Yes.
As Haines pushed forward rather uncertainly for once. Andrew Salter looking for his first wicket of the match, just bowled 6 overs in the first innings, and Haines is forward defending it back to him. And Salter, well, he's the sort who'll crack on with any task, no matter how unpromising. As he bowls to Haines, who drives into the offside. There's no run. He had to open the batting for 6 matches earlier this season. In the last game of last season, he was the only regular bowler to bowl on for large stages of the last day. As Salter bowls, Haines pushes forward, pick appeal for LBW. No response from umpire Baldwin. I think Salter's bowling figures suffered from bowling on the Oval Road last season. A couple more Twitter comments, or at least one. Ricky Morgan says it's a shame, but Middlesex have battered us twice, so no complaints. That 295 all out against Worcester, not to get the 3rd point a few weeks ago, looks huge, but that's the way it goes, and he thanks us for our commentaries.
Well, thank you. If you just joined us, live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Wales, BBC Online. As Patel is going to come into bowl from the C end of the ground. If you just joined us, Sussex bowled out earlier on today for 258. Tom Haines carrying his bat for 108. He's been out there all day, Tom Haines, because he's 57 not out in the second innings. In comes Patel. Around the wicket, bowls to Orr, and Orr tucks this to square leg, or backward square leg, and picks up a single. That's his 80... Is it gone to 90? It goes to 90, does Alior. And the total to 150 without loss, which is comfortably Sussex's best opening partnership of the season. And Orr and Haines have a little handshake. Ali already with 2 championship hundreds to his name, so he'll be looking for a 3rd. Patel is just inquiring as to whether the ball may have gone out of shape, but I think he's got short shrift from umpire Tom Lungley. Slip and a short leg still in place as in comes Patel. Over the wicket, bowls, and Haines pushes that to the vacant point area. Northeast trots round the field. Tom Haines takes another single. He goes to 58.
I'm disappointed to not see any nicknames listed for Orr in the Cricketers Who's Who. You thought they could have come up with something inventive?
Yes. Comes Patel and bowls. He's down the wicket, heaves that one. That's going to be 6 more. That's gone many a mile. That's gone many a mile. That's gone into the car park behind us. He's taken rather a liking as Ali Orr to the bowling of Patel. He thumps him over the top, and that's the 4th 6 of his innings. Ali Orr goes to 96, and he's only faced 72 balls. And this has been some innings by young 21-year-old Ali Orr, who is making a bit of a name for himself. This will be his 3rd championship ton of the season. He made a big double 100 in the 50-over competition. He also played in the T20 for Sussex this season. And he's, I think he's just calling for something to be bought out. I think he had a quick word to David Lloyd. I think he may want a new pair of gloves bought out. But there's some retrieving of the ball needs to be done.
Patel gestures upwards with both arms. I think sticking, possibly sticking a couple of fielders on the top of our building would be appropriate.
Yeah, a big ladder might be needed.
On the 3rd floor, they might have a chance of catching it.
So Orr retakes his guard. I can hear ourselves back in our headphones, which is a little disconcerting. And this I'm doing at the studio. That's it. Thank you. Oh, we've got the weather now. In comes Patel and bowls, and Orr thrashes this one to mid-off. Good bit of fielding by Michael Hogan. Prevented a boundary, because that would have taken Ali Orr through to his 100. All fielded by Hogan. The lying is years, getting down very quickly. As Patel in again and bowls, and Orr just prods that one into the offside. Picks up a single, does Ali Orr. He goes to 97. Is that the end of the over? No, one more ball to go in this over. 100 and... So difficult to see the score, isn't it? Is that 158?
Approximately.
I think it is. 158 without loss. Sussex needing to get to 275 before Glamorgan will need to bat again. In comes Patel and bowls, and Haines plays the ball onto the onside and picks up a single. As Tom Haines, he will pinch the strike. He goes to 59. End of the over. And Sussex are, I'm fairly certain that says 159 without loss. I'm sorry to sound slightly vague, but it's the way the sun is shining on the scoreboard is making it rather difficult to see. Yeah, 159 without loss. Who's coming on? No, it is going to be Andrew Salter. I'll just carry on, Nick, 'cause I think we've got this update to come on BBC Radio Sussex. Generally, we follow the weather. Here we go. Making it rather difficult to see.
Let's check in on the penultimate day of the cricket season. County Championship champions Surrey away at Lancashire, Sussex at home to Glamorgan. The latest from Adrian Harms at the county ground.
Well, it is cricketing weather here at Hove. Lovely blue skies and sunshine, and Sussex enjoying themselves in the sun. One of the rare occasions this season. They've had to follow on. Danny bowled out for 258 earlier on today. Tom Haines batting throughout. He made 108, but following on, they're making a far better fist of things. They're 159 without loss. Alior is on 97. He's faced just 74 balls and has hit 4 huge sixes. Tom Haines is having a day of it. He made 100 in the first innings. He's now 59 not out. So Sussex needing to get to 275 if they're going to avoid an innings defeat, and they're certainly heading in the right direction. Meanwhile, up at Old Trafford, Surrey are 144 for 4 in their second innings, bowled out for 209 in their first innings. It means they still trail Lancashire by 159.
Okay, so Sussex going to make Glamorgan play for what they consider to be the
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Glamorgan, the results in other matches mean that Glamorgan are very unlikely now to get promoted. In fact, it's almost impossible. So this could well be a day tomorrow when it's just playing for a bit of pride. I'm just going to break up because Alior is on the verge of 100, Ali, but he punches the ball into the covers and there is no run. And he has been the one of the young Sussex players who have really excelled this season, Alior. He could go through to 1,000 runs in the season if he gets to 150 in this innings, and that's no mean achievement for a 21-year-old who opens the batting. He's been excellent. Just break off as in comes Salter and bowls, and all plays that to mid-on, but he's been in excellent form. It's all a little too late really for Sussex. They've had a very disappointing championship campaign, but maybe they can finish off with a flourish here over the next day and a little bit. Okay, well, it's been a super innings by Alior. It really is. He's just waiting. Andrew Salter is a spinner. Let's see what Alior does. Come on, Ali, see if you can get a 4 live on BBC Radio Sussex. In comes Salter and bowls, and Orr just plays it quietly down the track. I don't think it's going to happen. How long do you want to wait? You know, he's been so attacking. Let's just try one more ball, Danny. So, okay, let's just see. Come on, Ali, don't let me down. In comes Salter and bowls to Orr, and he doesn't. He plays it quietly down the track. So there we are. It's the end of the over. Alior remains 97 not out, but I've got a feeling he'll go through to his 3rd 100 of the season very, very soon.
If you want to hear that, the commentary on the BBC Sport website and app. Thanks, Andrew. Back to you later.
There we go.
Appropriately named Paul Sussex on Twitter suggests that Mr. Orr ought to be nicknamed either.
Yes, very
could
good.
go for Shocken as well.
Go on.
Military term, Shock and Awe. No.
Oh, Shock and Awe. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, someone's suggested alligator.
Oh gosh, yes.
Earlier this season. So I don't know. I'll ask him later because he'll be at the awards. I'll ask him whether he's got a.
Have you got a rubbish nickname?
Have you got a nickname, Ali?
I'm sure it's not just Ori or Orsy or something tedious like that, as cricketers tend to either add a Y or an S to people's names.
But I would say that the Grant Flower influence on the young batsmen has been a real positive for Sussex. It's been a season that's had a lot of lows, but I think the batting of Alsop, Clark, Haines latterly have all been positives, and Sussex need to carry that forward into next season. And everybody knows where the issues are in terms of bowling, and hopefully they'll be addressed.
New over from Harris, who's starting the over to Haines on 60 not out, and he's adding a single to that as he plays it away on the leg side towards the umpire 161 without loss.
Thank you, Nick. I can see Middlesex have lost another wicket down at New Road, 437 for 7. Middlesex leading by 212, but it would seem...
Don't care now.
pretty academic, really.
Yeah.
Sadly for Glamorgan. Or just adjusts his helmet. There's just the one slip, 3 men saving 1 on the offside. 3 on the leg. There's a fine leg, a sweeper on the cover boundary. As James Harris runs away from us to bowl to Alistair Orr. He's in and bowls, and Orr pulls that one away through mid-wicket. Is going out towards the boundary, and it's not going to go for 4. He's going to come back for a second. Here's Ali Orr. That's a very good piece of fielding out there by that Billy Root out there.
Yep.
Good bit of fielding. Prevents the boundary. Orr goes to 99. On the verge of his 3rd 100 of the season. It would be the 4th of his career. And now David Lloyd bringing everybody in. It's interesting that David Lloyd's running the marathon. Good for him. I don't know if he's doing it for a...
T. Haven, the children's hospice charity.
Oh, well done. Well done, David Lloyd. Wish him well. In comes Harris. Running away from us, comes into bowl to Ali Orr, and Orr plays that under the offside. You heard the call of wait on as he plays it into the covers. There is no run. I think there's a rail strike this weekend, isn't there, which is rather disrupting a lot of people's plans, both to go and watch the marathon and in some cases partake. I'm sure if you're a participant, probably you've made some kind of a plan, but it's not going to make it easy to get to the capital this weekend, which is a real shame. What is a fabulous event. The weather forecast is not great for Friday and Saturday in these parts, but better for Sunday, so let's hope they get a dry day as well. Certainly dry here today. It's a lovely day as Harris is in, running it over the wicket, bowls to Ali Orr, who glides that into the gully on the bounce, I hasten to add. And there is no run.
Yeah, if you want to sponsor David Lloyd for that marathon effort on the weekend, he is on Twitter, LloydDL2010. That's LloydDL2010. And he's got a Just Giving page for his efforts in support of the T. Haven charity.
Well, good luck. Thank you, Nick. Harris running up the hill away from us, coming into bowl to Ali Orr. He's in and bowls, and Orr plays that one away, and there he is. That is 100 for Ali Orr as he plays that away through backward point, comes back for a second and probably a third. Yes, indeed he does. Ali Orr comes back, he shakes his fist, takes off his helmet, and he's getting a standing ovation from his teammates on the balcony and those around the ground as well. It's his 3rd 100 of the season for Ali Orr. He's come in 82 balls with 9 4s and 4 6s. It's been a tremendous innings by the 21-year-old who gets a hug from his captain, the 4th first-class century of his career, and the 4th, I think, of many, many more.
Second 50 or 41, exactly the same as the first.
As Harris runs away from us. In and bowls, and Haines ducks. The ball goes through to keeper Cook, and there is no run.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Haines get to 3 figures as well.
Well, that'll be quite
tonight, which it wouldn't be quite 2 centuries in one day because he scored some of his first innings runs last night, but to certainly hoist or get to 2 centuries in one day must be pretty rare.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think it would have been done too often. What did he start on this morning, Tom? He began on, I've got it here somewhere, last night. Haines was on 38.
So he added for the 60, 70...
62.
Runs today.
Yeah.
To get to that century. Finished 108 not out when he ran out of mates. 9-10 Jack contributing precisely 0 runs between them. As Salter bowls and or drives to mid-off, and there's no run. So 27 overs this evening to go, and Sussex trailing by 100 9. Salter bowls and Orr is forward defending. So 4 and over, and they're scoring more than that. Sussex should in fact be in the lead tonight, because we may well get the extra overs in tonight.
Yes, I think we will. Oh, it's good.
Salter in, bowls, and Orr defends on the offside.
I did Ali already disservice. It was 9 fours but 5 sixes. I apologise. I think I said 4 sixes.
It's quite an effort.
Yeah.
Salter into bowl to Orr, back on his stumps, forcing on the offside, but as it trickles up to mid-off, they don't worry about a quick single. Is he often this aggressive in style?
Yes. Yeah, this is the way that he plays. He hits the ball very hard.
As he drives again through the covers, that beats the dive of the man close in, and it'll beat the chase of Harris as well up towards the dressing rooms as Orr moves on to 106 not out.
And I think when he gets to 151, if he gets to 151, that'll be 1,000 runs for the season.
Have we got Tandy his highest score this season, or his career best, sort of figure?
His career best is 140.
Well, if he's going to get there, it'll probably happen within the next half hour, I would suggest.
Yeah.
As Salter bowls to Orr, who works its way on the offside. And there is no run. 170 without loss. Sussex just 105 runs in arrears. And, well, quite possibly on their way to salvaging a draw from this game.
So, sorry, highest score 141.
Alan Metcalf suggests for Mr. Orr, E. Orr.
Very good.
Yes, good job his parents didn't give him a first name beginning with E, isn't it? June the Tea Lady on Twitter says, at least we were still in it to the last game. And she reckons Middlesex will win their game quite easily at Worcester.
It's going to be James Harris who's going to carry on from this, the sea end of the ground, running in up the hill to bowl to Tom Haines. He's in and bowls, and Haines clips that down to fine leg. That's going to be 4 more. Beautiful timing by Tom Haines. Just clipped that one away, and he goes to 65, does Tom. And Sussex to 174 without loss. Stirring down the leg side was James Harris.
Wow. It was Haines on that occasion, but you can't err to Orr either.
That 141 came earlier this season, Ali Orr. That was the win against Derbyshire. I mean, there was a strange declaration from Derbyshire in that game, but Ali Orr made 141. That was his highest score. In comes Harris. Bowls to Haines, and Haines smashes that through the covers, 4 more, and Sussex are enjoying themselves here. Haines goes to 69, and Sussex to 178 without loss. That was belted away through the covers.
When you say strange declaration, was it an over-generous target?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, Derbyshire were in complete control of that match. And then they came. They should have enforced the follow-on. Didn't do so. Came out to bat and looked for quick runs to make the game safe, and then make Sussex bat again. And they lost wickets very, very quickly and got themselves in a real pickle, Derbyshire. And then decided to declare. It was very odd. It was a game that really Derbyshire had dominated. You can imagine that our friends from Derbyshire were incandescent.
Yes, bit of a maverick, Billy Godleman, having stuck Glamorgan in Cardiff to concede 550 for 5.
In comes Harris, running in again, bowls, and Haines has done it again, but he doesn't quite time that, plays it into the covers, fielded by Andrew Salter in the covers. 1 more to Haines, who goes to 70. So it would be unusual for someone to bat all day and make 200s in the same day. But if Tom Haines does that in the next, we've still got 25 overs to go. So there's still a lot of cricket to be played tonight. And to say the light's good, and there's every chance we'll get there. 70. Harris runs away from us, comes into bowl to or, and a short and or watches that sail through into the gloves of Cupid Cook.
Yes, it's ironic, isn't it? On the first 2 days, the Welsh audience and the Glamorgan squad out there would have been praying for the rain to stay away, and tonight they'd probably welcome a biblical downpour, as the chairman suggested happened last week.
Yeah. I think there was a bit of rain about tomorrow morning, actually. So
What a shame.
We'll see how that works out. Harris, running away from us, comes into bowl to or drives firmly into the covers, followed by Salter, and there is no run.
I've got a bit of rugby this weekend, so that won't be affected by the rain. Cardiff against Lions on BBC Radio Wales and Sport Online on Friday night, and Ospreys against Glasgow on Saturday afternoon.
You've got a busy weekend coming up, Nick.
Yeah, I was thinking of trying to take in the Dragons match as well, but I decided that might be a bit too much.
Comes Harris, running away from us in on bowls, and or pulls that down to fine leg and picks up another single. He goes to 107 and Sussex to 180 without loss. To the end of the over, Tom Haines and Ali Orr have a little natter in the middle of the pitch. We've got 25 overs remaining in the day. Edward coming back in, and then we'll bring Chloe in for a natter as well in a moment's time as we lead up towards 5 o'clock. I think Andrew Salter's going to carry on, which when you come in for a minute, do you want to come in for a moment, Chloe, and have a chat, or is Ed coming in? Oh, Edward's going to come in. As we lead up towards. So 180 without loss. I'll probably need to start having a little thumb through the record books for highest opening partnership against Glamorgan. That sort of thing may be going to come into play. But it's going to be Andrew Salter who's coming in around the wicket to bowl to Ali Orr, who's forward and plays that into the offside. And there is no run. The Sussex Awards are being handed out tonight in the pavilion after the close of play, for those of you in the ground who want to hang around and see that. As in comes Salter again, and Orr playing forward, gets a thickish outside leading edge, and the ball ends up with the sweeper on the cover boundary. One more to Orr. He goes to 108. One of the problems with the scoreboard is that those white numbers that they show when the batsman isn't on strike, they are very faint because of the sunshine, which we shouldn't moan about, really. Salter again is in and bowls, and Haines is forward and just plays straight back down the track, and there is no run. In comes sunshine, which we shouldn't moan about, really. Salter again bowls, Haines forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. Salter back to his mark, slipping a short leg of the close fielders. He's in on bowls, and Haines drives fluently into the covers. Good bit of fielding there by Sam Northeast, prevents a run. Salter balls back to his mark. Sussex still need to get to 275 to make Glamorgan bat again, so they did rather collapse in the first innings. As in comes Salter bowls, Haines forward, plays into the covers. There is no run, but no sign of that so far in this second innings. Terrific partnership here by Ali Orr, who's on 106, I think that says.
108.
108, thank you, Edward. And Tom Haines, who is on 70. Bit of a natter going on between the two bats. I'm going to hand over to Edward, who's going to be joined for the next 20 minutes or so by Chloe Brewer.
Yes, and it all happens if a wicket doesn't fall, and these two just go on batting and overhaul Glamorgan and continue tomorrow, then well, it'll be all right for the batsmen who'll just feed themselves, but then we might just well have everybody having a bowl and meander into a close. And it reminds me of something Matthew Maynard said earlier on in the season. Is that Harris starts and the first ball is tucked away. There is no run. If there's no chance on the last day of any positive result, then why can't the captain shake hands, say, after lunch or whatever? Which I think is an excellent thing, because how much we love this game of cricket, and sad to see it come in the end. There's absolutely no point in just going on and just give people records, everybody having a bowl and that sort of thing. But there's a long way to go before it. But at the moment, this pitch is, is not helping. It's helping the batsman because it isn't doing anything. But you really like to see a ball turn on the last day. The last day is tomorrow, but as somebody pointed out, it's probably a third-day pitch tomorrow.
Yeah, probably, because we didn't get many overs in that first day, did we? There was a lot of rain delays coming off on a pitch again. So, pitches, it won't be a fourth-day pitch, will it? It's not doing much at the moment.
It's not doing anything at all, which is not fair for the bowlers, really. As Harris bowls, and that's pushed away down to deep backward point for two. No, just single. Smart bit of fielding by Van de Gooten there. The score moves on to 100, and it's
84. Got you covered, don't worry.
184 without loss. How many batsmen we got on the boundary? There's a fine leg and a deep extra cover. So, it's still attacking field, but no success. As round the wicket comes the next ball, and that's played away, and that runs away for 4.
Yeah, these two Sussex batters are just having a bit of fun now, aren't they?
Yes, yeah. Well, I don't know about a bit of fun. They just boosting their averages, certainly. But Glamorgan trying their best. They haven't resorted to any non-bowlers having a bowl, but there is nothing in it. We've seen the two spinners have a bowl, Patel and Salter. We've seen 3 seamers trying to, but nothing to assist them as the next one comes. That's just pushed away for a single.
Yeah, this will definitely be a hard partnership to break as well for Glamorgan bowlers. They've now got a partnership of 186 out of 189 runs. So they're very much in.
That's just pushed away for a single. 111 to Orr and 75 to Tom Haines.
86 out of 189 runs.
Here comes James Harris and bowls, and just played off his legs for 4 more. Expensive over yet again, and probably he might be rested. And Hogan, who hasn't bowled many overs, and this is his last game. Probably they don't want to get him to bowl on this sort of pitch because there'll be no assistance. He is 41 years of age, and no prospect of a wicket falling. There's another chat there by 3 of the players. Probably saying, where are you going for dinner tonight? And it's joined by a 4th and a 5th. There's 5 of them now having a little power. And the game, unfortunately, is dying. All credit to these 2 batsmen who are taking advantage of this flat pitch. Okay, you can say to the bowlers, well, you try and get a wicket. But at the moment, it's pretty hard. It's the 2 batsmen, they have a chat as well in mid-wicket.
Yeah, we're having a little bit of a natter at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah.
But not much. Slowly walking away from each other. There we go, dispersed.
Yeah, they've still got to get 275, but at this rate, that shouldn't be any problem. And then, if this carries on tomorrow morning, I'm just wondering who's going to bowl. It is Salter. He's going to continue. How many overs he's bowled, I can't tell you, because he might as well not have a scoreboard that side.
Salter.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry.
No, carry on.
Defended by Haines there. Top ball.
It is Salter.
Yep, Salter's into his ninth over now. As it's coming right on round a wicket, and it's driven towards cover, and the person at mid-off comes round to collect it and gives it a bit of a shine. Salter turns to the top of his mark as he's bowling his ninth over. And so far in this second Sussex innings. As in he comes again on a length, defended by Ali Orr. And
apart from the odd flash outside the off stump from Haines, there hasn't been anything beating the bat that I can remember. Ali Orr hasn't given the semblance of a chance, in fairness.
Again, Salter in, defended back to him. Yeah, they're not giving Glamorgan an inch here, are they?
No, because Glamorgan still have the upper hand, but they're finding it so hard to take a wicket, let alone wickets.
Yeah. In, Salter comes again to Orr, full driven to mid-on, who picks it up for another dot as Salter returns to top of his mark for the final ball of the over.
How many overs we got left, I wonder?
We've got 23 to come.
Oh.
Full driven to mid. In comes Salter again on a length, and that's punched off a back foot to him, and that brings the end of the over. Sussex 194 for none. Ali Orr, the Centurion, on 115 of 101 balls, and Haines is on 76 of 86 delivered.
And I think that was a maiden, not many maidens in this. Two. Oh, I thought the two captains were talking. No, it's the two batsmen. Last day tomorrow, and who knows what we're going to have.
Yeah, should be an interesting last one in the calendar.
Well, I don't think it will be an interesting day here if things go on like this.
This is true.
Unless, you never know, last day, Patel is going to bowl instead of James Harris, but there's been no luck for any of the bowlers. And Hogan will probably be given the evening off, yeah, by the looks of it. Things go on. Chloe to continue.
Okay, Harris. Nope. Patel coming in from a C end. That's worked into the leg side by Haines there. Apparently Harris is still bowling.
Hogan has fielded nearly all the game down here at third man or fine leg, and now he finds himself out at cow corner. So I think he's just having a little walk around the ground and see if he can cover every position.
Tick him off as he goes. As Patel's just waiting for Ali Orr to get himself sorted. As he comes in bowling left arm over, full of laps, defended back to him. Previously in his previous spell, he came round the wicket to two left-handers sliding it across them, but he's come back to bowling over the wicket as Patel comes in wide of off stump, and that's cut away, and that'll be another 4 runs to Ali Orr as that settles over the cover boundary.
I see Kieran Carlson's on the field. Somebody's gone off, or whom I don't know. I think we might see a lot of that tomorrow. People going off the field, having a rest, and getting in the other 2 12th men. The 13th and 14th, there are 3 extra players down here.
Yeah, they'll be kept nice and busy.
Yeah.
Patel comes in again on the length, and that's a slog sweep by Orr there, and that will be another 6 as that's sent over the boundary, and that also brings up. They'll be kept nice and busy. 200, yes. It's 205 partnership for Orr and Haines. And Sussex are now on 205 for none.
So they need just single figures.
Patel
Here's another slog.
short of the length. Poor shot this time, and the same result as before. It's another 6 runs. Oh, this is heavy over. 17 so far, and there's 1 ball to come.
Although he pitched it up there, it was so slow coming off the pitch that he could go on the back foot and just hit him. I don't know where he hit him. He hit him to cow corner, but then it'll be on now.
Yeah. Not so sure if we're having much luck. People peering over the back of the stand there, trying to see where the ball's gone. The umpires are just pointing to the rough direction where it was. Whether it went over the stand or it was in there.
12th man coming on with something.
Some water bottle, I think.
Gloves or for a drink.
Yep, some bit of water. Direction where it was.
And you detect as Adrian comes back that once Glamorgan had heard that they've just relaxed and it's
I do, but having said that, this is an innings and a half from Orr, who has done this. The innings down at Somerset, he made 205 in a 50-over match, and I mean, I do think some of the intensity has gone out of Glamorgan play. There's no question about that.
Pitch, no.
But having said that, this is a fearsome display of hitting. 131 out of 105 balls. In comes Patel and bowled, and Orr's at it again, and that's going to be 6 more. Straight down the ground. This is extraordinary from Ali Orr. 3 6s in a row, 3 6s in a row. As 18, 22, 23 off of the over. He goes to 137, and I did some maths a little earlier on. I think, and perhaps the guys might be able to confirm this who are listening on the Sussex feed or in the office, that if Ali gets to 151, I think that'll be 1,000 runs for the season. If Jonathan could just confirm that for us, that'll be quite useful. But they are big hits, Ed. I mean, you know, straight down the ground, and I know it's a relatively short straight boundary here at Hove, but they are big hits down the ground from Ali Orr. And this partnership now worth 211.
Yeah. But it's a shame that the intensity has gone out of it, and the prospect of tomorrow, well, I don't know what it might bring to you. You know, people would like to see some sort of a positive finish.
Well, Sussex, if they go and go at this rate, they're 217 without loss.
How can you set a target on this pitch?
Well, yeah, I mean,
you know, you've got Gill there and Lloyd.
Yeah, so Sussex would need to, you know, whether if Sussex carry on at this rate, they may, who knows?
Well, they might have a chat, hopefully. It'll be Salter to continue, and not a great boundary field for him, and far more studious approach from Tom Haines, who's on 77. And you've got close fielders, which gives them ample opportunity to hit over the top. And that's clipped away for a single down towards Kieran Carlson. In comes the return, and they take 2 runs.
Well, he's been very fit, Tom Haines. He's been out there all day, hasn't he? But he's came back for the second. Just looking elsewhere, Edward, because we're talking about who's going to come into the second division next season. It's still slightly up for grabs. It looks like Yorkshire are going to lose to Gloucestershire. They're 197 for 9, needing another 44 to win.
Are there 2 coming down?
Yes, Gloucestershire will be 1.
And Yorkshire.
Well,
it looks like it anyhow.
Well, it's probably still going to be Warwickshire, because that's played out onto the onside by Haines. Hampshire all out for 311, so they trail Warwickshire by 39. Warwickshire need to win that match. If they do win it, and Yorkshire don't win, Yorkshire will go down.
Here's the next ball, which is pushed away on the offside.
But you'd still think, I mean, there's only 1 day to go at Edgbaston, so Warwickshire are going to have to go hell for leather, aren't they? Get a lead and try and bowl Hampshire out. Yeah. And if Yorkshire do manage to win that game against Gloucester, then it won't matter what happens at Edgbaston.
You just wonder here whether Orr's been told, well, have a crack, because he is hitting across the line, and saying, well, you just keep on going as we are, and who knows, we might be up there tomorrow and leave Glamorgan something after lunch, but I doubt that very much, because there's only one side going to win then, I think, with a pitch like this. But I suspect if it does come to that, the chase will be rather high, as that's the single down the ground. Don't you think? I just can't see a result at the moment.
No, I'd be very surprised.
Yes.
I don't think Glamorgan will give this up until such times as they feel they can't win the game.
No.
Because, you know, we did see a clatter of wicket. You have to remember Sussex lost 4 for 6.
But it was doing something in that first innings for both sides. Now, I'm afraid it's...
It does seem to have gone flat. But I think a combination of it is a good batting track here at Hove. I think that Glamorgan... probably, well, understandably, probably feeling a little dejected in that their promotion chances have gone, and unless something dramatic happens at New Road, it looks very unlikely. And also, I think we have to give credit to Orr and Haines, who've batted really well. You know, Orr has come in, he's taken the, this is a young man who only made his debut last year, Edward. He made it at Leeds, and at that stage he was a player who was a very solid opening bat, and his game has just developed. And I think you have to look at the influence Grant Flower has had on Ali Orr's game, because it's just developed out of all recognition in the last 18 months. Well, they're going to keep Patel on, which is brave captaincy from...
There's nobody fielding on the leg side. Not one... Yes, there is. One fielder.
There's a long on, a cow corner and a deep backward square as in comes Patel bowls, and he takes a chance, he's down the wicket. And it's going his way, Ali, or he was looking to hit that one straight down the ground. He got a thick edge and the ball ended up ballooning over the covers.
And I think they've had a chat and they said, OK, if you're going to keep on slogging towards cow corner, we'll block that side and we'll just ball outside his off stump. And nearly got out to that ball.
All goes to 133, I think that is. Total to 222.
139, I think that is.
Is it 139? Thank you. Oh, yes, I can see better on the other scoreboard. Yes, I can see that far better, actually. Let's keep an eye on that one. In comes Patel bowls to Haines, and Haines clips that down the ground too long. Tom Haines goes to 81.
Can you imagine if there was a game here, a 2020 game, where it was so exciting, one to win last ball, you just wouldn't have a clue, would you?
Well, I think in the evenings when the lights are on, it's a little easier to see, but certainly with the sun on the scoreboard, it is tricky. Patel coming into bowl to Ali Orr, who's Edward's right, is on 139. In and bowls and all. Let's have
he's bowling outside the off stump. Yeah. Well, I think he, just to try and keep him quiet, he's got to bowl there now, hasn't he? Because he's been just slogging away on the on side.
8 sixes to Ali Orr. In comes Patel bowls, and that's signalled a wide.
Yeah, that was not a wide. It's for bowling negatively, I think. You can be wided for that. And he's saying to the batsman, OK, I'm going to bowl wider. What are you going to do?
Comes Patel bowls, lets that go, and that's again, bowling negatively, another wide.
That wasn't wide.
Chris Cook is saying, holding
look at Carlson.
Well, they're saying... I would say, Ed, but I slightly disagree with you when you use the term slogging. I don't think he is slogging.
He's played across the line, then, put it that way.
You know, he's hitting hard and straight. In comes Patel bowls, or drives firmly out through the covers. Picks up a single, does Ali Orr. He goes to 140.
Well, he has put 4 over cow corner, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think credit where credit's due. I think a lot of
he's played well, there's no doubt about it, but...
big hits down the ground. Patel again, slip in place for Tom Haines and bowls, and Haines is forward and plays into the offside, and there is no run. Patel back to his mark, just the one slip in place. Sweep on the cover boundary, short extra cover mid-off. As in comes Patel and bowls, and Haines pushes this into the offside, fielded by Byron. End of Patel's over. He has bowled. His figures aren't great, are they? 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 68. I had an email in about Ajaz Patel, actually, Edward. And goes on to say, I heard you mention Cranley briefly yesterday. Ajaz Patel played for Cranley, my club in Surrey Premier League 2 seasons ago. He did exceptionally well with the ball and batted well at number 6. He's a top guy and actually lived with me and my family as a lodger for the summer. He also coached our juniors. He's a terrific guy.
He is a nice guy.
I'm a big Sussex fan. I feel slightly sorry for him today as Oren Haines are tucking into him. He goes on to say that Cranley School have produced Ollie Pope as well as young Tom Laws. And he says, look out for a guy called Zan Cobbleston, who's another product of Cranley. So thank you very much for getting in touch, Paul. Good to hear from you.
Is that 220? Is it 220? Can anybody see?
It is 226, I think that is, without loss, or 140.
25. Just for 51 runs behind. This is Salter bowls, and it's just pushed away on the offside.
6, I think that is, without loss, or 140.
Salter from the far end bowls. And it's a big run there, but they decided not to. Oh, he's halfway down the pitch. He's dying to get up, down there and get after the bowling. Salter from the far end. As Salter comes in from that far end, round the wicket, bowls. That's played up to long on, and there is no run. Long ball here for Salter. Hasn't managed a wicket. Hoping that there is a bit of turn, but I'm afraid there isn't, as that is pushed away up to mid-on, and again, there is no run. Long ball here for Salter, round the wicket, bowls. That's blocked there by Haines, no run. Round the wicket again comes Salter, and again it's blocked. And there is no run.
So, I think that was a maiden over from Andrew Salter. Yes. 11 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 37. Sussex 226 without loss. Alior on 140. I'm just waiting for confirmation if when he gets to 151. I think that'll be. He needs 150, I'm being told. That'll be 1,000 runs for the season for Alior. So there's a nice little landmark for the Sussex opener. Live cricket here on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Wales and online. Patel's going to carry on. Of course, he has taken 10 wickets in an innings in a test match, Sajaz Patel, but he's not his day today. 6 overs for 68. And he's going to be bowling to the left-handed Tom Haines. And lovely sunshine here at Hove. In comes Patel. Bowls, and Haines is forward, plays it into the offside. There is no run. Haines on 81 to add to the 108 not out in the first innings. Slip the only close fielder. Tell again, bowls, and Haines plays carefully down the offside of the track, and Kieran Carlson trots into field, freeing it off the substitute fielder. In and bowls. Haines again is forward, plays into the offside. I think probably Sajaz Patel is pleased to be bowling here to Tom Haines and not to Alior. Tom Striker's in 140, just one short of his highest first-class score. Patel gives that some air, and Haines is forward, plays back down the offside of the track. Patel fields, and there is again no run. Patel in bowls. Haines again respectfully forward. Patel wanders down the track.
And those 2 wides, I thought that was a bit harsh, didn't you? Kieran Carlson just threw his hands up in the air.
Patel again bowls. Haines tucks that down to short fine leg. It's a maiden over from Sajaz Patel. 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 68. Sussex 226 without loss. Or on 140, Haines is on 81. Scoreboard says we've got 17 overs left to be bowled tonight, and with very good light here, I think there's a very good chance that we'll get through those 17 overs, particularly with the spinners on.
Just 49 overs, 49 runs needed, and Glamorgan to bat again. But if there isn't any collusion, perhaps they won't bat again, which will make it for a very, very tedious day tomorrow, as this pitch is unyielding, is it, for the bowlers. We might get a bit of action in this over because Ali Orr is facing. And here comes Salter and bowls to him, and he just nudges it away, and they go for a quick single.
That equals Ali Orr's previous highest first-class score, which was 141 against Derbyshire earlier on this season.
Adjustment in the field as Tom Haines, who's far less aggressive than Orr, comes down to the receiving end, and a short leg goes in. Not that there's any turn for Salter. He's trying his best to hit some rough as he comes in and bowls. And not hit something as it went off the edge of the bat. Haines waits as in comes Salter, bowls again, and this time it's blocked. He's gone into his shell just a little now. As Haines, he's on 61. He was 81 rather. I think it's 81, is it?
Yes, it is. Yes.
In comes the next ball. It's blocked again.
He's probably entitled to be feeling a little tired, is Tom Haines. He's been out there a long time today.
I think it's 81, is it?
Yes, it is.
Yes, he's blocking his way through this over.
He's probably entitled to be feeling a little tired, is Tom Haines. He's been out there a long time today.
In comes Salter, bowls. That's another maiden.
Yeah, back-to-back maidens. 227 without loss. All 141. Haines on 81. Nick Webb is coming back in on commentary. We've got updates to do fairly shortly. Kirby back with us before the close of play. Ajas Patel, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 68. Is going to bowl the next over from this, the Haines on 80. C end of the ground. The field, there are 1, 2, 3 men sat back on the leg side. There's a long on, a cow corner, a deep square leg. There's a long off and a sweeper on the cover boundary. So 5 men back on the boundary for Glamorgan as in comes Patel and bowls to Orr wide of the off stump. Now, Tom Lungley has been very strict on the bowling to Ali Orr, and the suggestion of Redwood was that it was negative bowling, which is why it was called a wide. There were 2 wides called previously from Patel. He's in and bowls, and Orr is forward to ball outside the off stump and played quietly by Orr to Lloyd, who trots into field from cover.
Well, if you call negative bowling not wanting to get hit for 6, then you've got to sympathise with the bowler, surely.
In comes Patel and bowls, and Orr looks to reverse sweep, and it's given a wide down it's taken by Chris Cook.
Absolute nonsense.
Chris Cook's not happy about that decision. And
I'm not surprised.
And
that's not gone down the leg side because it's a left-hander.
Well, Patel is just querying that with umpire Tom Lungley. He's given a wide. Total advances by 1. Patel in again, bowls, and Orr sweeps, and he's going to pick up a boundary on this occasion. Reverse sweep, runs away to the boundary for 4 more for Ali Orr, who goes to 145. And Sussex to 200 and... I can't see that scoreboard particularly clearly. Is that 232, Nick?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, it's difficult to see. Reverse sweep, runs away
The delivery from Patel that was called wide was not outside the white lines.
No. And suddenly Alior missed the ball, didn't he?
And if the batter is playing a reverse sweep, then...
Comes Patel and bowls, and all reverse sweeps again, and he's going to get 4 more as the ball runs down to the boundary, and Alior goes to 149. So I reckon, and thank you to the guys in the Sussex office, I reckon that means that Alior is 1 short of 1,000 runs for the season, which...
I thought it was 151 myself.
I thought it was 151. I thought it was 151, but the guys are telling me 150. I thought it was 151. I worked that out at tea time. Either way, let's hope he gets a 4 so we don't get it wrong. In comes Patel and bowls, and Orr is forward. There's an appeal from Patel as the ball balloons up in the air. It wasn't supported by keeper Cook. Patel. Waiting at the end of his mark, comes in off this short run, 2 or 3 paces, comes in and bowls to Alior, and Orr cracks that one through the covers. He picks up a single that takes him to 150 to Alior, and he gets us very healthy round of applause from this Sussex crowd. Now, we're slightly unsure whether that's 1,000 runs or 909 or 999. The lads in the scorebox are telling me that's 1,000 runs for the season. If it is, well done, Alior. If he needs 1 more, as I just commentate on the next delivery, just in case that is the 1,000 runs. But a fine effort by Alior. That's his highest score in first-class cricket. He made 141 against Derbyshire earlier on this season. And it's been a ferocious display of hitting. I slightly disagreed with Edward Nick, who felt there was a bit of slogging, but I thought they were pretty clean hit shots down the ground.
Yeah, they were aggressive shots. I think they were pretty much within the textbook rather than agricultural. Remarkable fact about Ali Orr's 150. Each 50 has come off 41 balls.
Wow, that's a great stat. Well done, Nick. Well done.
He's gone at exactly the same pace throughout. So well done to him.
I'll just see if he gets this. I say my sums were that he needed, and I think yours were the same, that he needed to get another run before he gets to his 1,000 runs for the season as an aeroplane makes its way over the ground. I don't know if that's that noisy aeroplane that we thought wasn't in good shape earlier on.
Needs its exhaust sorting out.
It does, doesn't it? Comes Salter round the wicket, bowls, and plays that through the covers, and we think that is 1,000 runs for the season. And the applause from the Sussex balcony suggests that that is absolutely the case. I don't know whether Alior realises it. I'm not sure that he does. But the boys on the balcony all applauding. And so well done, Alior. That is some landmark when you're 21 years of age in only your 2nd season in county championship cricket to bring up that milestone. So well done to Orr, and Sussex go to 238, I think that is, without loss. Saltman bowls to Haines, and Haines plays a bit up now, and he's going to move on here. Throw comes, if he hits, he's out. No, he misses the stumps. But I think Tom Haines might have been struggling if James Harris had hit the stumps. Tom Haines, entitled to feel a little tired. He's been out there all day. Finished 108 not out in the first innings. He's now 82 not out. Total advances by 1, 239 without loss. Hit the stumps. Salter comes in to bowl to the left-handed Alior. Bowls, and Orr is playing that in the air. I thought for a minute, has he been dropped? Or was it just short of northeast?
And northeast went forward as if he was trying to scoop it up, maybe. May have been aerial. I don't know if it quite reached him. Northeast looks fairly disappointed, or he might have just had a stinger.
I thought for a minute, has he been dropped? Comes Salter again, bowls, or pulls that away onto the leg side. He's going to be caught. No, he's not. He's put down. He's put down by Patel.
Oh dear.
Out there. He went with that one-handed. That was a little odd, wasn't it? It was pulled away by Alior. It was in the air, but that is definitely a chance. If the one wasn't before, that was a chance. Dropped on 151. Alior. In comes Salter bowls to Haines, who's forward down the offside of the track. Fielded off his own bowling by Andrew Salter. It is the end of the over, so we've got 14 overs left in the day. Dropped on 100. I think that is
the announcement of 1,000 runs over the public address. So well played to Ali Orr. It's been a quite fabulous innings to help Sussex knock off now nearly all the deficits, starting 275 runs behind, and now 240 without loss. Edward Cooper on Twitter suggesting maybe Orr could do Sir Garfield Sobers and Patel take the heat off Malcolm Nash, i.e. 6 sixes in an over. He hit 3 in succession. Make sure on commentary advises Edward Cooper as the royalties might be useful. Well, we're not going to see Patel bowling anymore at the moment because we have got, is this new ball time?
No, I think it's just Michael Hove back into the attack, I think. He's only bowled 4 overs. So Hogan is back into the attack, 4 overs, 0 for 22. Michael Hogan in his farewell appearance.
Oh, we're only halfway to the new ball, so it's a middle-aged ball at the moment that Hogan's going to have to propel. I'm surprised Lloyd hasn't given himself a go. As Hogan is in, right arm around to bowl, and Orr chops it away down to third man for a single. Patel 8 overs for 78 and a drop chance as well. Andrew Salter has been far more economical or less expensive. He's been going at 3.15 runs per over.
I don't know if another stat for the Sussex statisticians might be, and you were mentioning this earlier on, Nick, whether any Sussex players ever scored 200s in a day. I mean, Tom Haines did start on 38, so he had a bit of a head start.
It's not quite the...
No, it's not quite the great stat, but it would be a wonderful feat of concentration if he did.
Hogan bowls, and Haines is forward defending. I don't know if it's time that you started looking up Sussex first wicket records against Glamorgan and that sort of thing.
Yeah, probably is.
How big is Sussex's all-time first wicket stand?
I shall tell you in a sec. I shall consult the handbook.
241 for North at the moment. As the shadows stretch from the pavilion out halfway towards the playing wicket, and Haines drives that one but doesn't time it to Van der Hoogten at mid-off.
Well, they're nearly on the list at the bottom of the list. The best opening partnership for Sussex was 490 between Bowley and Langridge against Middlesex at Hove in 1933. More recently, in 2001, 372 between Murray Goodwin and Richard Montgomery against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge.
Hogan in, bowls, and Haines flicks it away towards square leg and takes a single, 242 without loss. Any standouts against Glamorgan previously?
No, not for the first wicket. They generally list the top 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. The top 12 are listed in the handbook.
Okay, so have we got to that 12 yet?
Nearly 252 would be when we get to the 12th best. And that's
all right, so, yeah, so we can...
Ralph and Vince against Nottinghamshire at Hove in 1912.
Pretty likely to be a record against Glamorgan. We'll say with sure it is if they get those extra 10 or plays one straight to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Michael Hogan trying to stop the nonsense of Orr's assault on Patel. The Kiwi spinner having been assaulted twice today, once by Charlie Tier, who hit 12 fours, and most of those were off him.
And welcome to figure in the second wicket partnership, 281 between Langridge and Parks at Eastbourne in 1938.
Hogan bowls, driven by Orr, through the offside, down towards backward point. Two fielders converge. It is picked up inside the ropes, and they're safely and easily back for a couple of runs, 244 without loss. here at a sun-drenched county ground in Hove. Although of the spectators, only those up at the Cromwell Road end sun-drenched, because everyone else is in the shade.
You tend to find a bit of a migration, actually, of spectators from the shaded areas into the sunlit areas, particularly at this time of the year. When it was really hot back in the summer, I think most people preferred to stay in the shade. And the only danger here in terms of us not getting in these remaining 13 overs is that the shade comes across the ground and it affects the vision. But Haines and Orr need another, what do we need? Another 31 runs. We're going to go for a radio update in a couple of moments' time, Nick, so I'll just pick up commentary for our final update of the day. 13 overs left in the day. The over 8 for Glamorgan, very good with the spinners on, and it's going to carry on with Andrew Salter. 13 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 41, which are pretty respectable figures, to be honest, in view of the way Ali Orr has gone after the bowling since he came in. The day. Come on, boys, is the cry. I think it's going to be Salter who's going to bowl to Tom Haines, who's on 83. Sussex 244 without loss. As in comes Salter on bowls, and Haines drills that to mid-off. And there is no run. People staying on and enjoying the penultimate day's cricket of the season here at Hove. Yorkshire need 19 runs to beat Gloucestershire. That's a good finish at Headingley. In comes Salter bowls, and Haines is forward, plays that to backward point, and there is no run.
Pakistan 145 all out in the T20 International. England are just setting off in pursuit. 3 without loss in the first over.
Dom Best, 79 not out for Yorkshire. In comes Salter bowls, and Haines is forward.
Presumably that'll keep them up.
It would, yeah. A win for Yorkshire, that would send Warwickshire down. Doesn't matter what Warwickshire do, they'll be down. In comes Salter, bowls, Haines stretches forward, plays down the offside of the track, and there is. Oh, the floodlights are starting to cut. Or is that the sun just reflecting off the floodlights? Maybe. I just do the update.
So Surrey could be coming home a day early. Somebody's given them a rocket.
Well, they have. We'll talk about Surrey first of all, because it looks like they're going down to an innings defeat at Old Trafford. They're 164 for 9, still trailing Lancashire by 139. So Surrey, it looks that they won't go through the season undefeated, but I don't think they'll be too worried. They've won the county championship, and deservedly so. Meanwhile, here at Hove, you're quite right, Danny. The story of the day is that Sussex were bowled out for 258 in their first innings. Tom Haines batted throughout the innings, making 108, and young 18-year-old wicketkeeper Charlie Tier made 56. Sussex made to follow on, but in their second innings, they're 244 without loss. Ali Orr, extraordinary. Ali Orr, 155 not out, an innings that's contained 8 huge sixes. He's passed 1,000 runs for the season, Ali Orr, which is no mean achievement for a player who's only 21 years of age. And he's passed his highest score as well, which was previously 141 against Derbyshire. Tom Haines is with him. He's on 83, so Tom Haines has been out there all day batting. So there's been very few really good days for Sussex in the county championship this season, but certainly the crowd are staying on and they're enjoying this one, and there's still another 12 overs to go in the day.
In terms of Surrey, if that finishes this evening, do they get presented the county championship trophy before they head back south?
Good question. I imagine they will, Danny. The trophy was, I mean, I think a lot of people thought it should have been presented last week at the Oval, to be honest, when they won the championship, but I think it was decided to be presented. Yeah, that would have been far better in front of their own fans. So that perhaps that'll feel a little odd when you've been beaten up at Lancashire by an innings, if indeed that is the case. But do you know what? I think the Surrey boys will enjoy it anyway.
Undoubtedly, Adrian. So all that continues, ball-by-ball commentary on the BBC Sport website. And
here's Hogan in to bowl to Orr down leg side, and Chris Cook takes neatly and indeed whips off the bails. That is a fine piece of keeping, and whipped off one bail, I think. That was very neat from Cook. Umpire Langley bizarrely widing Ajaz Patel when the ball looked to be pretty much within the tram lines. as Hogan is in to bowl to Orr, and he's blocked that one back to the bowler. As well as Surrey's impending defeat that Adrian was referring to in his chat with BBC Radio Sussex, Kent beat Somerset by an innings and 151 runs. Somerset all out 139 today. Northants against Essex. Essex 63 for 5 in their second innings, but that's 163 in the lead. As that one is blocked out on the offside by Orr, and there is no run. The match that Warwickshire battling in vain to stay up, it seems. Hampshire made 311 all out in the first innings. Warwickshire are 29 without loss, which is still 10 behind. So difficult to see how Warwickshire can get a victory out of that one anyway, as that is played nicely. A nice little late cut from Orr on that occasion, just squeezing it down towards the third man boundary, but there is a fielder down there, and so Orr just picks up the single. He's on 156. It's 245 for naught, just 30 runs in arrears now. Division 2, Derbyshire against Leicestershire. Leicestershire 129 for 2 in their second innings, still 190 runs behind. There's some other one-sided matches, as often happens in the last round, as that's clipped neatly on the onside by Haines, but no run. Nottinghamshire declared their second innings on 121 for 2 against Durham, setting the visitors 577 to win, and Stuart Broad has just taken a Durham wicket. They're 0 for 1. So it seems as though the Division 2 champions will finish off with a win, as Hogan bowls, and that's cut away for a single by Haines. Glamorgan Division 2's third place side, it seems virtually certain, because Middlesex, as you'd expect, have gone on and on against Worcestershire. They're 495 for 9. That is a lead of 270 over the home side. So it's all but theoretically impossible for Worcestershire to win that match, and therefore Middlesex have done enough to be promoted ahead of Glamorgan, having them beaten them twice heavily this season. That was the end of Hogan's over, 248 approximately for naught.
Salter in from Cromwell Road, and that's just flicked off pads towards deep square where I've just taken a single from it. Haines moved to 85, and Ali Orr to get a strike.
It's 2:47 now. Our apologies, because the sun is directly on one scoreboard. The small one is quite a long way from us, and our online resources are usually a fraction behind.
Salter again defended that time, looked like it kept it a little bit low, but it's just patted to mid-wicket, who picks up and passes it to Salter, who returns to the top of his mark, remaining right arm round the wicket to the left-handers. In he comes again, just full of length. Good footwork from Ali Orr, and it's cut away to deep cover, who picks it up, and they take another single from it. And mid-wicket, who picks it. Sussex are now on 248, so about 250 mark is now looming. Get to the left-hander. Helmet is chucked to someone just to get in.
Eddie Byram a little bit closer. Good luck.
Salter again full of a length, that's driven out towards deep cover, and another single. Couple of laughs around.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of gallows humour among the Glamorgan fielders at this late stage of the day, with Sussex poised to push into the lead tonight despite being 275 behind midway through the day. It's been a remarkable innings, going at 6 and over nearly.
Salter again full of length, defended back to him by Orr there.
5.84 currently the run rate.
Yeah, you definitely can't fault the Sussex intent here. They've come out and they've really taken it to the Glamorgan bowlers, and it shows it's paid off for sure. Salter again, and again defended. Mid-wicket.
Adrian's doing his best to distract us.
Directions. Boy George on my ways.
Boy George?
Oh.
What's Boy George got to do with anything non-musical, that is?
Okay, so this app, there are other apps available. This is a traffic app.
Okay,
You've got Boy George doing the traffic news.
Oh, wow.
Voices on the ways app. Yeah.
Any particular reason?
How can you record the traffic news?
No, that's it's an app. It's a real-time traffic app. You know, it's like a Google, it's a sat nav.
I'm still baffled. You'll have to explain that off air afterwards. or in a really dull moment on commentary, but Sussex are blasting away. So it's not dull at the moment, as Hogan is into bowl to Haines, who turns it on the leg side northeast fields at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Haines seems to have slowed down somewhat, or is that just my imagination?
Yeah, I think he's possibly hit a wall a little bit. He's been batting literally all day.
He's been playing the whole match.
Yep. So...
Aura's reached all his half centuries of 41 deliveries. Hogan in to bowl, and Haines is pushing forward, and it's flicked at the stumps at the non-striker's end, and indeed hits them. Just in case Aura was struggling, good awareness by David Lloyd, who for once is not fielding at slip because there is no slip.
No, I think it's for the first time in this innings that we have no slips in play.
Barely a chance. Patel dropping one in the outfield off Salter on 151. And Salter's done a tidy job, really, considering the expense of most of the other bowlers. Has beautifully driven through the offside. Nice shot by Tom Haines, but it's well picked up just inside the ropes by Salter. On the scoreboard side of the ground. 250 up for the home side in just the 44th over. It really has been the sort of display you'd expect more from a 50 over a side game rather than a championship match with a side under pressure, but they've come out all bats blazing. 251 for naught. Hogan to Haines, who cuts and will get a single down to third man. 252 for no wicket, so it enters Adrian's list as top 12. 258 is the next one.
1934, wow.
Not half pop pickers. As Sussex moving on very nicely indeed with these two talented young men. Or having passed his 1,000 for the season, is turning that one down towards backward square. A single taken. Just looks all so routine for a Sussex side who have collapsed alarmingly on two occasions today, losing 4 for 21 in a spell this morning and then 4 for 6 at the tail end of their innings. And they're just smashing it around the park in the evening sunshine.
Yeah, it's totally different than what we saw this morning, really, isn't it?
And all right, Glamorgan will have realised that they can't go up now, effectively, as Hogan is into Haines, and he's cut that away backward of square for a couple of runs, down towards backward point. Throw comes in, 2 taken, 255 for naught. But they'd already come out going at 6, 7 and over, even before the news of Glamorgan's virtually certain end of their chances. And it doesn't look as though there's been any particular lack of intensity in Glamorgan's play. They've used their main 5 bowlers. They haven't been messing around in the fields. Just one clear chance dropped.
Yep.
I thought Lloyd would have brought himself on by now, to be honest. In terms of part-time options, Byram might be the next. Billy Root hasn't been seen bowling for several seasons. He did have his action remodelled after it was deemed illegal, but he really hasn't bowled at all for the last 2 or 3 years. Byram took a couple in the last match last season. Who knows?
Started to continue from Cromwell Road end, just short of length, and that's cut away towards cover boundary by Ali Orr there. So rotate strike once again. Salter remaining right arm round the wicket, bowling to the 2 left-handers who are opening up for Sussex. The partnership has now surpassed 250. There's definitely not bad. Well, innings here by both batters. As Salter comes in again on a length, defended by Haines there, who's snuck up to 91.
He's just knocking it round, isn't he? It's not as spectacular as the Shocken or Blitz on Patel.
Salter in again, just on length, defended by Haines there, and short leg picks it up. We've got, as he returns to the top of his mark for his 4th ball of the over. Salter stands, in he comes, and that's just on a length, that's cut to point, he cuts it off, and top ball is the result from that ball. As Salter slowly returns to the top of his mark, and still some very nice blue skies down here in Hove. He comes on the length, and that's punched out towards deep cover, who comes to pick up, and the strike is rotated once again, and there will be one final ball in this over. And still somebody short leg is no longer in for Ali Orr. Batter on strike, Salter shuffled down the wicket, and that's split fielders on the boundary, and that's 4 runs for Ali Orr. He moves onto 163.
Well, it's a rare, real moment of aggression against Andrew Salter, because they've, by and large, just milked him rather than going for the big shots that they tried off Patel.
Yeah, but that's definitely almost as dangerous as actively going out with bowlers, because you look up at the scoreboard and the batters have just ticked along slowly and quietly, but all of a sudden their runs are all on the board. You don't notice it.
Yeah, Haines knocking them round or smashing them round. Both pretty effective, as they're within 14 runs and probably just 2 or 3 overs of knocking off the deficit, as Michael Hogan will try to prevent them from doing so, at least. And if it told Sussex supporters that they'd be level with still all wickets in hand, they'd probably have laughed at you a few hours ago.
Yeah, well, in their first innings, Sussex were all out by now. They were all out for 258. And 261 for none.
Here's Hogan then, running from the shadows at the sea end, up the hill on his penultimate day of county cricket, once the ball is restored to him, as it is now. Haines surveys the field. They are spread pretty wide. 5 saving the single and 4 on the boundary, and Haines pulls through mid-wicket and will get 4 more runs as he approaches his 100, as he moves on to 96 not out. And in the time-honoured tradition of BBC commentaries, we allow, wherever possible, the commentator representing the home side to describe a batter reaching 3 figures.
And it'll be the 2nd time today, if Tom Haines does it. I've had the pleasure of doing that. He surveys the leg side field. Michael Hogan runs away from us. The shadow's lengthening here at Hove. Hogan is in bowls, and Haines clips that firmly to mid-wicket, fielded by Sam Northeast. On this occasion, there is no run. A very good afternoon or early evening, wherever you're listening from. watching via the stream or online or listening around the ground. It's been an extraordinary day's cricket because, as Nick was saying, Sussex were in all sorts of trouble, losing 4 for 21 this morning and 4 for 6 following on, and the news filtered through from New Road. I agree with Nick. I think that watching via the stream or Glamorgan there's been no lack of intensity. I think they've come across Ali Orr and Tom Haines, who've just batted really well. In comes Hogan and bowls, and Orr drives firmly through the covers. The ball's going to race away. Is it going to go for 4 runs? No, it's cut off. That's a brilliant piece of fielding. Really good bit of fielding by Andrew Salter. Prevents it going for a boundary. I think he might have hurt himself slightly. That was a terrific bit of fielding. Anyone who talks about intensity should have seen Andrew Salter chasing after that ball, because that was rolling down the hill here at Hove and sort of chased the ball all the way around. It was a shot that was deserving of a boundary, but brilliant bit of fielding.
Would have been a nice way to bring up his ton, but he's having another go now.
He's got to wait, because in comes Hogan around the wicket bowls, and Haines with a play and a miss. Well, Michael Hogan will not give this century to Tom Haines eagerly, nor should he. A little flirt outside the off stump from Tom Haines, who's probably feeling a little weary. In fact, he's been out there. I mean, he might have got off for the odd break, Tom Haines, but he's been out there for every minute of the match so far.
Lancashire beaten Surrey by an innings of 130 runs. The Surrey Twitter feed says, "Congratulations to Lancashire. Let's go lift the trophy."
Michael Hogan around the wicket bowls to Haines, who clips this one away through mid-wicket. They've taken 1, and that's all they'll take. A good bit of fielding in there at mid-wicket by Sam Northeast prevents anything more than a single, which brings Ali Orr on strike. I might as well keep going, because only one more ball due to go this over. I see Yorkshire lost, Nick, so the only outstanding issue in the Championship is whether Warwickshire can beat Hampshire tomorrow. And if they don't, then Warwickshire, the county champions, will be in Division 2 next season and playing Glamorgan and Sussex. In comes Hogan around the wicket. He's in and bowls to Orr, and Orr, well, he gets 4 runs, and I think that's a rather, well, unless he didn't realise there was a slip there, Ali Orr, but he's edged that down to third man, picks up another boundary, does Ali Orr, and Sussex carrying on their merry way. And what that does mean is that the arrears 272 Sussex go to, so Sussex needing just 3 more to avoid an innings defeat and make sure that Glamorgan need to bat again. So there will be some action at Warwickshire tomorrow, but it's almost inconceivable they could get enough runs to set Hampshire atop. But I suspect they'll do it. I mean, there's nothing to be lost.
Warwickshire 43 for 2 in their second innings. That's effectively 4 for 2.
Okay.
And Warwickshire need to win that match. They have 5 bonus points from the game. So with the 16 victory points, it would be enough to take them ahead of Yorkshire, were Warwickshire to conjure some sort of improbable victory there.
I very much doubt there'll be any sort of collusion to get a positive result. Tom Haines is on 98, driven by Tom Haines through the covers, and there we are. 2 centuries in a day for Tom Haines. He gets a hug from Ali Orr. He drills the ball away through extra cover. The 8th first-class 100 of his career, his 3rd of the summer. I'm not sure how often anybody has scored 200 in a day in different innings for Tom Haines. 108 not out in the first innings. He's followed that out with 103 in the second innings. A wonderful display of concentration and fitness from Tom Haines, not least some very good shots as well. He's 103 not out. Sussex have cleared the arrears. They're now 276 without loss. As in comes Salter, bowls to Haines, basically in the offside, and I'll hand the microphone back to Nick.
Yes, we might have to swap around quite rapidly in the next few minutes, as Salter is bowling to the Sussex captain, who really has had a match to remember, as he defends that one back down the wicket, and Salter, ever enthusiastic, grabs it in his follow-through. But with 533 on the scoreboard against you, to lead your side back towards the lead with a couple of centuries yourself, it's a remarkable achievement for a 23-year-old captain, as he defends that one on the offside, and there is no run 207. Is that the lead as well?
This is a lead for Sussex now, yes. A lead of 1.
As we've heard, there's another ball defended. We've had great difficulty in deciphering the large scoreboard in the evening sunshine. I shouldn't complain about sunshine, I suppose, in any way whatsoever. Salter is in to bowl. Haines props forward and defends. That is the end of the over. Sussex lead by 1 with all second innings wickets standing here on BBC Sport Online. So I depart to tell some radio listeners about that.
Yes, so Nick goes, and Edward is going to come back and join us. So we've just got 6 overs remaining. Is it 6 overs? Yes, 6 overs remaining in the day, as Orr and Haines have had a latter. 47 overs gone in this innings, 276 without loss. 167 to all. Haines on 103. We're going to get a change of bowling at this C end of the ground. Just looking at those partnerships for Sussex. So these two have now parts. Tim van der Hoekten coming in. It looks like he's going to bowl up the hill for the first time. These two have overtaken the 263 scored by Neil Lenham and Keith Newell against the West Indians at Hove in 1995. The next one on the list will be 287 C.B. Fry and Jay Vine against Hampshire at Hove in 1904. So these two are certainly getting themselves in the all-time record books. But Tim van der Hoekten will be very keen to try and bring it to a close if he can, bowling up the hill. Edward is back with us in the commentary box. Do you do bits for BBC Wales as well now, Edward?
I'm afraid I had to guess the score. It's impossible to give the score because of these.
It is tricky to see, particularly with the sunshine on the score. It's 276 without loss. I can see it on the one away to our
The
left.
point made in the press box was, and I'll just wait as Van der Hoekten is bowling and bowls. And I don't.
Well, it's just been smashed away by Ali Orr over mid-wicket for 6 runs. I mean, that's an extraordinary shot. Wasn't much wrong with that ball from Tim van der Hoekten, and he just eased the ball into the crowd for 6 runs. He gets 173.
In the press box now, there's a good point made that when you see a keeper standing up to Michael Hogan, it just tells you what this pitch was. And you've heard us talking about that pitch last year at the Oval, 2 lots of 700. That was marked below average. So it'll be interesting to see what this one is marked as. Van der Hoekten bowls.
I've got to disagree with you, Edward. I'm sorry. I think when
all credit to the batsman, but
I think when you but for two, we had here today. We had no one was questioning the wicket when.
No, but there was a bit in it, wasn't there?
Yeah, but
quite a bit in it apparently. So I was told.
But I don't think it could have changed that much in a few hours.
Well, we've had sun. And I was up top when I saw the opening overs, and nothing at all. As you can see, I don't think anything has passed Ali Orr's bat. You see, will Sussex want to declare tomorrow? And said, I don't think they will, simply because there's no. Can you see Glamorgan being bowled out?
Well, no, but I think the Sussex objective here was to save the game, and
which they've done basically.
And they'll bat long. Well, they may not. They may. I mean, they lost say 4 for 21 and 4 for 6 today. So who knows what might happen tomorrow? But
it's there we are. But we will see. Here comes the next ball.
That was in the air, wasn't it, to mid-wicket, not far away from northeast. It may well be the Glamorgan.
It'd be a nice question to ask, wouldn't it?
I'm not sure. I think this morning we had. I mean, Sussex began the day 1 down. They lost 9 wickets. And there was a bit in the. I don't think the picture's changed an awful lot since then. There were some poor shots this morning from Sussex. No question about that. But I think these two just batted really well.
Of course, they played well. And there's no run there. There's no dropped catches. Nobody's been dropped, and
Yeah, the only chance that Ali Orr gave, he gave a chance. He was dropped by Patel at deep mid wicket when he was on 151. That was the only chance. It was pulled away off of Andrew Salter out to deep mid-wicket. And
I think possibly, Andrew, the answer you will get tomorrow, if one of the two sides you'll be interviewing tonight is this for the first time beats Ali Hove, end of the over. The score is 282 without loss. Is from, well, we'll bat on, we'll see where we get. That's the main answer you'll get, probably, and see where we are at lunchtime, which is always hopeful, or the spectators might get a good final sort of afternoon. But, yeah, you know, Sussex do declare and hope to go Glamorgan, because you can't leave them under about 5.5 on this, could you? And Glamorgan might decide, well, we're going to block this and shake hands at 4. You know, I'm not sort of being pessimistic, but I'm thinking, is there going to be any, as Nick said, entertainment for the spectators on the final day?
Well, I guess the entertainment, I guess from a Sussex perspective, they'll, you know, the entertainment will be watching, seeing how far these two can take this stand. Let's see what James Harris can do. He's running down the hill from the Cromwell Road end.
No slips, no gullies.
Runs in towards us, comes in and bowls, and Haines with a play and a miss outside the off stump, taken by a tumbling Cook, and there is no run. Well, we've all got our views on the game. As I say, I personally think that there was a bit in it for the bowlers today, some not great shots on the Sussex bats, but I think these two have just taken the ball by the horns, and I think...
But the pitch is I was talking to the lads, it's definitely flattened out.
For sure.
Yeah.
But I still think you still got to make the runs. As Harris turns, and I think there have been occasions, as I said earlier on, in comes Harris over the wicket bowls, and Haines drives through the covers and picks up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Certainly the game here, Haines picks up a single, he goes to 105, where the pitch did go very flat and the game petered out into a tame draw. But this has been a good game for 3 days. I mean, who knows what will happen tomorrow? You never know. The Glamorgan boys might go back to the hotel and regroup, and you say Sussex did lose wickets in a clatter today, so you never quite know. But Ali Hove, particularly 173 and 148 balls. I think his innings has contained 10 sixes now. I mean, who knows what will happen tomorrow? You never know. And comes Harris. Bowls and or crashes that one away through the offside. That's going to be 4 more to Ali Hove. It was wide outside the off stump, and Ali Hove just clipped the ball away through backward point for 4 more. He goes to 177. Ali Hove. James Harris in his 8th over, 0 for 62. As you say, no slips in place. The field, there's a third man, a fielder on the cover point boundary, then there's a point to cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square and a fine leg as in comes Harris running in towards us, and bowls and or plays that same shot. He runs that one down towards third man. They're going to come back for a couple of runs. Ali Hove, he goes to 179. Keeper Cook shielding his eyes against the sun, which is setting in the sky away to the west, away to our left-hand side. We're going to get all the overs in today. A lot of overs Glamorgan have been out there for today. Yep. 104 overs. They've kept plugging away. It was always going to be difficult to bowl, but they'd have had high hopes when they bowled Sussex out for 250.
Yeah, they're good bowlers, but to get, I haven't seen one ball.
Harris bowls and all helps that one away onto the leg side, picks up another single to Ali Hove. He goes to 180 and Sussex to 290 without loss. Just looking at this list of scores, the next one on the list is 294 that Ed Joyce and Chris Nash made in 2010 in 2010 at Horsham. That was a partnership of 294. And also 294 Ian Ward and Richard Montgomery against Loughborough at Hove in 2005. As these two press on. In comes bowls to Haines and pulled away by Tom Haines. That's going to race away up to the long on boundary. It's going to just go over the rope. Michael Hogan in hot pursuit. He can't pull it up. It's another boundary to Tom Haines. He goes to 108 and Sussex to 294 without loss, with 4 overs remaining in the day here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Wales. Myself, Adrian Hines, alongside Ed Bevan in the evening sun. But the shadows very quickly now.
Yeah, I think covering the pitch.
Covering the pitch. How much more play we'll get? I mean, the light is good, but we've just got shadow now right across the pitch and some sort of blinding sunlight making its way across the southwest corner of the ground.
And Glamorgan delaying as much as they can, hoping that they can go off, but that's not going to happen.
How much more play will the pitch and some sort of southwest corner.
So it will be Van de Guten to bowl, and he is bowling at all. And he comes and bowls, and this is played out to mid-wicket. Sam Northeast fields, and there's no run. So it will be to bowl.
Yes, so Tom Haines with 108 not out. That matches his score in the first innings when he was 108 not out. And we were saying he's been on the pitch for pretty much every minute of the game. About the odd break off to pop off to go to the loo or something like that. But he's been out there for a long, long time as Tom Haines.
Van de Guten bowls, played rather out to mid-wicket.
So final game of the season, final day of the season coming up tomorrow. I think the weather forecast is okay. A bit of rain overnight tonight, I think. So a final chance to watch some county cricket tomorrow. The county ground. As I say, the only real issue to be decided tomorrow in terms of ups and downs is whether Warwickshire can force some sort of victory against Hampshire, which would save their bacon, and they'll be in the first division. It looks very likely they'll be relegated, the county champions coming down.
In comes Van de Guten and bowls again, and that beats him outside the off stump, and taken very low by Cook, who is standing quite far back, but that again emphasises the slowness and the bounce on this pitch. 294 for no wicket.
I suppose the other option that Glamorgan might have had, if they hadn't enforced the follow-on, they could have scored some runs quickly and set up a run chase on the... if they'd have wanted to have got a result.
In comes Van de Guten and bowls. There's no run.
Tidy enough by Tim van Duyten. Well, we've got 3 overs remaining after this.
3.5 overs left, and just the 9 wickets that have fallen all day.
But those 9 wickets went down pretty quickly, didn't they? And certainly in clusters. Those 4 for 6 and 4 for 21.
Yes. Van de Guten comes in and bowls, and it's left outside the off stump. And there's no run.
Well, he wants to be there tomorrow, Alior. I think he fancies getting a few more to add to his 180 that he's made.
No doubt. Nick, you'll be interviewing Mr. Harrison tonight, the assistant coach.
And struggling a bit in the one day, 46 for 3 in the 8th over, needing 145 to beat Pakistan.
As Van de Guten comes in and bowls, and where that's gone, it's
Straight
gone down to
ground.
long on for 4.
Yes, I'll try and catch it from Tim van der Hoekten. But
You could see it in...
Yes, that perhaps came out of the shadows. The boundary to Alior takes him to 184. Sussex to 200 and...
Rain tomorrow morning, is there? Oh.
Who said that?
You said rain in the morning.
I think there's some rain overnight for... I'm not sure what that applause is for around the ground. But Alior goes to 184. Tom Haines on 100. I think there's a bit of rain forecast overnight. That's what I saw, but I think they're meant to be okay. So is that score 296? I can't quite make...
No idea. Let's have a look on here. A bit behind on the laptop, but I shall tell you in one moment. 2 98 without loss.
Thank you. Which means that they've now overtaken Ward and Montgomery and Joyce and Nash in first wicket partnerships. They've also overtaken Parks and Langridge at Leicestershire, against Leicestershire at Hove in 1938. The next, as in comes Harris, bowls to Haines, who looks to pull that one on the leg side. The ball rattles through to keeper Cook, and there is no run. So, partnership of 303 between Marlowe and Wilson against Oxford University at Hove in 1895. That's a long time ago. Is the next one on the list. So these two are going to certainly write themselves into the list of all-time opening partnerships for Sussex. I haven't had a chance to look up the opening partnership against Glamorgan, but I'm sure they would have surpassed that. As in comes Harris and bowls. Short, and Haines just lets that one go through to keeper Cook, and there is no run. No close fielders. Backward point, cover mid-off. Mid-on and a mid-wicket are the 5 men saving the single. There's a deep backward square. A third man. A sweeper on the cover boundary. Must be another fielder somewhere. Oh yes, there's a fine leg just down below us. Who is Tim van der Hoopten. James Harris runs in towards us and bowls, and Haines cuts firmly, and he's going to get a boundary as Tom Haines past the diving head Byron at backward point. Lovely shot by Tom Haines. He goes to 112, and Sussex 300 is up. 302 without loss in 304 balls in 197 minutes. So it's come very quickly between these two. Pretty much a run a ball.
I'm a bit surprised they're still on, you know. Because the fielders, I just don't know where the ball is going. Twice it's happened in the last 6 or 7 balls. As Harris bowled a short delivery there. Was that somebody at mid-wicket? Got his hands up, shielding.
I think it's Patel. You saw the sun shining in through the southwest corner. In comes Harrison bowls, and Haines covers up, plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Just 2 overs remaining in the day. An extraordinary day's cricket in many ways, because Sussex bowled out for 258 for those just joining us. 3 wickets for James Harris, 2 for Michael Hogan on his final match for Glamorgan after a wonderful career. 3 for Tim van der Hoopten and 2 for Ajaz Patel. A deficit of 275. Glamorgan electing to force the follow-on as in comes James Harris over the wicket bowls, and Haines gets more runs here down through backward point, picks up a single. Does Tom Haines? He goes to 113, and Sussex to 303. Without loss. That equals the record of Marlowe and Wilson against Oxford University in 1895 in terms of opening partnerships. So they are now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th on the list.
Michael Hogan in his last game will be disappointed not to have taken a wicket in his final innings, but he has an opportunity tomorrow, if he bowls, I'd say.
In comes Harris, running in down the hill, bowls to Ali Orr, and Orr is beaten outside the off stump. Good tumbling stop by Chris Cook behind the stumps. It's the end of the over. 2 overs to go in the day. All 184, Haines 113, 303 without loss. Our Sussex are just carrying on the summary of the day. Tom Haines finishing 108 not out. Charlie Tier, the 18-year-old making his home championship debut, made 56. Those two added 95. It was a good job they did as well, because Sussex were in all sorts of trouble. They were 157 for 6 at one stage. They lost 4 for 21 during that period, and then 4 for 6 to finish off the innings. A deficit of 275. Glamorgan enforcing the follow-on as they had to do. They really had no choice if they were to try and win the game and deny Middlesex the race for promotion. But the game has rather been taken away from them by Haines and Orr, who have batted beautifully.
It's Van der Hoopten to bowl. And he is bowling to Orr, who drives, and it's fielded at mid-wicket by Sam Northeast. 2 overs left, and the light not at all good at the moment, but they're still out there. Floodlights are stuttering, but they're not coming on.
Yeah, I think that's the sun that's glinting off of them. I think, because I can't see them on the pavilion side of the ground. So I think that's just the way the sun is going down. We could probably get a beautiful sunset here tonight, I think.
Van de Gooten in, bowls, and
Shot.
I can't see where that's gone. It's gone
Driven straight down the ground. Lovely shot.
4.
Yeah, drilled down the ground by Tom Haines. Off a bad light at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are 62 for 2, leading Hampshire by 23. So we may, as I say, I don't think there'll be any sort of debate between the skippers there. I think it'll be about Warwickshire getting some sort of a lead and trying to bowl Hampshire out on the final day to avoid relegation. From Division 1, it's happened in the past, doesn't it? County champions get relegated.
Oh, often,
I think
yeah.
it happened to Yorkshire. I think it might have happened to Lancashire as well.
Yeah, all sorts of reasons. Perhaps they lose players and injuries. Van de Gooten comes in and bowls, and that's hit through extra cover, and he's going to get 2 runs.
Fielded well, Andrew Salter, isn't he? Chasing around the boundary on that occasion, preventing anything more than 2. Yes, we were at Warwickshire for a one-dayer back in August, and talking to the people at Warwickshire then, they were very concerned that they may well get relegated. They had a big game against Somerset that they felt they needed to win, and they didn't win that game.
Here comes Van de Gooten and bowls. And I don't know who's facing here because...
It's Haines.
It's Haines, is it?
Yeah. Hogan's throw hits the stumps as he threw it in from mid-off. So this partnership has now surpassed the 303.
309, I think. 309 without loss.
This is now the 4th highest opening partnership in Sussex history. The next landmark will be 368 if they get there, which is Bowley and Parks against Gloucestershire at Hove in 1929. So, well done, Haines and all. 23-year-old and a 21-year-old.
Van de Gooten comes in and bowls the 5th ball of the over, and that's played out to third man for a single. 310 for no wicket.
Now I can see the scoreboard clearly now because the sun has moved to a direction where the numbers are really shining clearly.
But it's been poor throughout the day, isn't it? Well, throughout the match.
I think the trouble is when you hit that sun on the scoreboard, it's very difficult to make out the numbers. But now with the sun going down, you can see them clearly. That's going to be a slightly different colour, Will.
Last ball of the over, Van de Gooten bowls, and that's pushed away into the covers. And that is the end of the over. And we
1 over to go.
await the final over.
I mean, Sussex have scored here at 6 and over. Throughout this innings, a rather weary-looking Tim van der Hoogten makes his way down to final leg. 1 more over to be bowled tonight, 104 in the day. And we were saying Tom Haines has been out there all day batting and out in the field the whole time as well. When Sussex were bowling. So a feat of concentration and stamina from Tom Haines. I wonder whether he can see it through to the close. So 310 without loss. It's going to be James Harris, 9 overs for 74, running in down the hill. Comes in and bowls to Haines, who is going to get a single down to third man, fielded way down to our right-hand side by a man without a number on it. That's a goal all the way down here at
Very interested, isn't he?
Gill.
He looks very interested, the third man.
I mean, 119. I mean, that 6 that he hit was probably one of the... We've done a lot of 6s in this game, unusually, for a county championship match.
Yes.
And Gill's was one of those. It was a little lofted shot over third man for 6 runs. Very classy shot. In comes Harris, who's running in hard still. Credit to him. Down the hill, bowls to all wide of the off stump taken by Cook. And there is no run. Well, we're going to get the overs in. I think we'll get many more in because the sun is virtually... There's just a glimmer of sunlight now over towards the clock tower scoreboard. Sorry?
Last over.
Yeah. Is the last one.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so I mean, I don't think we'd have got many more in because...
Oh, no. I think Glamorgan will be very glad to see this last over being bowled.
I'm sure they will.
And we will wonder what's going to happen tomorrow.
In comes Harris. Down the hill, bowls to Orr, and Orr plays without timing. Well, I thought the ball...
I don't know where the ball went.
Well, I thought it had gone to extra cover, but it ended up in the hands of...
It should be off, really.
Of keeper Cook. I didn't see where that had gone. Cook applauds the delivery from James Harrison. There are 3 more balls to go in the day. Tim van der Hoogten now below is doing up his bootlaces.
If one of these fielders did get hit because they couldn't see the ball, the umpires would be in a bit of trouble, wouldn't they?
It's always the way, isn't it, that I mean, the light has gone quite a lot in the last 5 minutes or so. In comes Harrison, bowls, and Orr pulls down towards... Like he's got the ball. I think that came off his arm, Ali Orr. Just wait to see. He looks in a bit of discomfort, actually. He's picked up a single. Maybe it came off the glove. Either way, Van der Hoogten fields down below us. 2 balls left in the day. Orr goes to 185. That's to 312 without loss. And 2 balls for the skipper, Tom Haines, to face. Can he get through the day undefeated? Sussex captain, he waits as Harris, who's enthusiastically running in, bowls to Haines. Haines is forward, plays to short extra, fielded by Sam Northeast. There is no run, 1 more ball to go in the day. Just time for us to thank Chloe Brewer for all her efforts today. We'll see Chloe tomorrow. Edward and Nick. A day which, sadly for Glamorgan, has seen their hopes of promotion disappear, not because of necessarily what's happened here, but what happened down at New Road with Middlesex securing the points that they needed to get the final promotion spot behind Nottinghamshire. In comes Harris, bowls to Haines. Haines plays out into the offside. There is no run. It's the end of the day's play, and what a day it has been for Sussex, closing on 312 without loss. Haines and Orr congratulate each other in the middle of the pitch, and all credit to the Glamorgan fielders. Ajaz Patel going and shaking hands with Orr. So is Ed Byram. That's really, really nice to see from the Glamorgan players. Well done, Ali Orr, and well done, Tom Haines. Partnership of 312 in 319 balls in less than 4 hours. It's been some effort by those two as they make their way towards the pavilion. We'll wait for the applause to come, and then we'll be going to the awards presentation in the pavilion as the players make their way off towards the pavilion.
I'm sure that when the last day of the season comes, especially here at Hove, that we do get some sort of a game. I think the spectators deserve it. It's been, great to see these two batting so well, but you have to think of spectators, and if this pitch continues to be as sublime and slow as it is, and I don't know what your thoughts are, Adrian, whether there should be some collusion, because Sussex are going to finish bottom at 1. They can't go down the bottom, and nobody, Glamorgan can't go up to the first division, and I would have thought surely there'd be something on. What do you think?
Well, I've got to disagree with you on the pitch. I think 9 wickets were taken today, and certainly this morning. And I think you've got to give credit to these two for the way they batted. I think they batted really well.
My only criticism of the pitch is that it is nothing, absolutely nothing. And when you see Chris Cook standing up to Michael Hogan, that will tell you everything you want to know. And I'd be very interested to see how it'll be marked.
Well, I don't think it'll be badly marked. I think when you get 9 wickets going down, I don't think a pitch can suddenly change from a pitch offering help to one that doesn't. But tomorrow, I think Sussex will just bat and bat. I think they'll
get 700, 800.
Well, I don't see any sign of a declaration. I think they'll feel, having got themselves out